Today on the show, we welcome back internet pioneer, computer scientist, venture capitalist, author, UFO researcher, and astronomer, Jacques Vallee, to talk about his sixth and final volume of his Forbidden Science book series, subtitled Scattered Castles.
You are now somewhere in the skies with your host, Ryan Sprague.
You know, something happened in Washington yesterday.
Yes. Are you? Is that something you'd like to talk about?
With Representative Anna Luna reading that statement that all investigations would be begun to reveal a number of statements, a number of facts about the assassination of President Kennedy, about two other major historical things, and of course the problem of unidentified flying objects.
Right.
So that being said, I think my book comes at the right time to help inform the proceedings, because we, as you know, Forbidden Science talks about what we did in terms of the research with Bigelow and Durbass and so on, and the research that I continued to do after that in Brazil and Argentina and other places where I wanted to go back and get additional information. So I think those are the new things.
Absolutely. Well, that's a perfect place, I think, Jacques, to start. So I will officially welcome you to the show. Welcome back to Somewhere in the Skies. It's been a while. I believe I had just actually moved here to Scotland. The day I moved here is the day I got to my first ever interview with you. So that was a memorable moment. And now we are some 2 years later having this conversation with your brand new book, Forbidden Science 6, Scattered Castles. And we were just talking in the preamble there about what happened yesterday in Washington. I do want to circle back to that. But Jacques, before we do that, let's talk about the brand new book. If you don't mind, this just released recently. You can purchase it online. We will put links to that in our show notes as well. But yes, first and foremost, welcome back to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
It's my pleasure, as always. The subtitle of the book really caught my attention. So, very simple question for you. Scattered Castles. What is the meaning behind the subtitle of Forbidden Science 6, if you don't mind?
It's a designation for a repository of classified files. The name itself is not classified, otherwise I couldn't use it on the cover. But this is where you go if you want to find out if there is a specific project on a particular topic. And it's used, of course, primarily by people who are classified secret or top secret have the access. And these names, these classified projects in the US always use two words that are picked at random by a computer. So you don't know, you don't always, you don't know what will come up. And I thought that configuration of scattered castles was a perfect title for my book, because we have little castles that are institutions that are keeping different parts of the enigma, and they are scattered all over the globe, and they need, at some point, we need to communicate with them.
Interesting. That actually reminds me of the recent revelations brought forward at the most recent Congressional UFO hearing of this program, allegedly called Immaculate Constellation. So, everyone is
Yes,
speculating, what do these mean? So I'm glad you sort of clarified that for me, that there's not necessarily a specific meaning behind it within the government, let's say, but it's the meaning you give it, such as the subtitle of your book and what that means for forbidden science, right?
Well, most classified projects have two words, and those words are picked at random. So this is just the repository. Immaculate Constellation, I think, was a specific classified program.
Okay, interesting. Well, so you mentioned these different institutions, classified programs. Now, Forbidden Science 6 really starts with you having sort of this, I guess you would say, a profound revelation that the work you're working on, this classified program, wasn't really unraveling the mystery as you had hoped in terms of the approaches that were being taken and whatnot. And this would eventually lead you to globally begin to explore the phenomena in many different ways, travel all across South America, Europe, Russia, even, to try to continue to unravel these mysteries. So I guess my first question for you would be, what was that program, if you don't mind giving us any information you can on what that program was, and where did you go?
So I think a lot of it is known now. There have been several books already published on the program itself, and those books were touching on information that had been declassified. The books were reviewed and published with the understanding that this was ready to be released. There are still parts of the program that have not been released, that are still covered by, they are still classified, including the part that I was partially responsible for, which was the development of the database. A large amount of, and again, some of the books already published have described what I did and what the project continued to do. But the content is still classified, so I'm not at liberty to discuss it. I believe that eventually all of that should be open. Certainly now that the Trump administration wants to see things in the open, I think it could be open. There are several exceptions to that. The files that we developed contained a large number of medical records. Those medical records currently, should be kept classified, but they are also protected in the US by a regulation for privacy of the patients. So So if you said you had an operation, I have no right to ask for the records from that operation. It's private to you and your insurance company and your doctors. So we have a large number of cases where the witnesses were injured, where the witnesses saw a doctor or were treated, including some cases of people on the ranch, on the Nevada, on the Utah ranch, and
Right.
those should not be public until they can be sanitized by typically removing the name of the patient from the files, and then they can be. That's what the French do. And the French files are completely available. They are, put on the internet, but the privacy of the witnesses, even those who are not medically related, but the privacy of the witnesses is preserved. And very often they change the names of the location so that the location itself is preserved. Now, if you want to know more, then you have a good scientific reason to know more. That can be made available. And I don't see why we cannot do the same thing in the US eventually. But I would be very concerned if those files were released because of the impact on the patients or the witnesses themselves.
Right. Exactly. And, we did have a member of the security team that worked on the ranch on our show, a gentleman, Chris Bartell, who did have, alleged physiological effects after being on the ranch and such things. But however, like you mentioned, those things are ethically cannot be shared, at least yet. Yet this is the type of information that scientists or, people in the medical field that might want to look into the effects of UAP on human beings, the type of information they would want. So you're sort of caught in this like catch-22 of we want the information,
Yes.
but it's not available. And I can understand how that could be frustrating, to say the least. Physical injuries. That's another topic that you explored in the book when you went to, I guess I'll point out specifically Brazil. So many cases out of Brazil where physical injuries, people were harmed, even some died from some of these encounters. You've investigated that throughout the years. Now, I guess my question for you is, do you think this is intentional on behalf of the source of these phenomena, or is this just, happenstance in terms of our interaction with these phenomena? Where do you lay on the physical effects on human beings?
So, many of the traumatic injuries happened in South America. And there seems to be a cultural bias there where the interactions are much more violent. Those are fairly well documented now. As you know, I've gone 4 times to Argentina, 4 times to Brazil, always with people who spoke the local languages and knew the areas. And we formed a team to go there to overcome the cultural differences. And there I looked into and I published a number of cases of casualty, of death in Brazil, and cases where people were injured. I have published photographs of some of the injuries, both on male and female patients. And to some extent, those have been followed up. And we need to do the same thing in the United States under standards that are good medical standards. The same thing has happened in France. No death, to my knowledge, in France, but many cases of injuries. And there is one thing I can talk about, about the project we had in Nevada. The concern that I had is that there were a number of stovepipes. There were, the people looking at the physics, people looking at the biology, people looking at the sociology or the messages or the technical aspects or the analysis of the residue, analysis of archetypes and so on. As you know, I've done some of that myself with Dr. Nolan at Stanford, Dr. Sturrock at Stanford, and others. And I've shared some of that with my friends and colleagues in France, where I am now. They've given me some of the material from cases in France that I've taken to analyze in the US, and vice versa. I mean, that's the way science has to work. It's not just one measurement. You have to replicate measurements in different labs and with different equipment. Overall, what I can say, I'm very proud of the work that our team did under, Mr. Bigelow and under BASS and Bigelow Aerospace Space Systems. And before, under NIDS, I think the team did a great job. I think there were brilliant people involved in all those areas, in physics and in biology and other areas, and it was well run. The problem that I discovered, with a classified project, is that there is very little sharing once we get started with the different parts of the team. So I've discovered, since the project was essentially cut off and terminated, it was terminated after only 2 years. The project should have been a 5-year project. And we had, of course, the work we were doing had a specific program in steps to go into implementing artificial intelligence on top of the database that we built, which was really a data warehouse with 260,000 cases from all over the world. And I brought in my files into that to get the whole thing started. So a lot of the cases were cases that I already knew, that were in an unclassified category, and then it became part of the data warehouse, which was classified and still is. I discovered since the project termination that some of the people who were using the database were interested in extending the range of the data in areas where I had data that wasn't in the project. And I never knew that they needed it. Now, that has to do with the way those classified programs are run, and it makes sense if you're developing, say, a new satellite, and the satellite has 5 components, an optical component, an electronic component, and so on. So the optical people work by themselves, and they have, some standards they have to meet, and the electrical people or the radio people have their own standard, and they work against those standards, and then somebody puts it all together, and they launch the rocket, okay? And that's fine. But the data goes to different places. But in what we did, overall research on a very complex set of phenomena where we should have been able to communicate. And the communication was, to a large extent, did not happen. For example, the people who were primarily interested in the medical data were not briefed on the trips that the team took to Brazil to investigate some of the cases in Brazil. So there was a lot of information that was lost. Now, I had gone to Brazil 3 times, and in the new book, in book number 6 of Forbidden Science, it talks about my going back to Brazil now to find out what was missing from the research that was done by Bass. And I was able to reconstruct some of the missing parts by going there myself. But I went there with Brazilians and with Americans who had worked in Brazil, spoke Portuguese and so on, and had access to the things I was interested in. So I knew where I was going, and I knew there was information where I was going. And that's what's in the book. I did the same thing in Argentina, and discovered that in Argentina there were samples that Dr. Sturrock at Stanford had never known about. We had very, very little information, just little, very small pieces of material we could work with at Stanford. But I came back with a lot more material from Argentina that we're now working on in the lab. So those things have to continue, and they don't need to be classified, frankly. And I'm delighted that now the new administration in Washington wants to open the windows and the doors and let people communicate, and especially let scientists communicate on the record the way it should be.
Yeah. Swing those doors wide open. I hear you, Jacques. Well, okay, so Argentina, Brazil. Now, this book covers, basically 2010 to 2019 of your journals, your travels, and the things you discovered along the way with your independent research and work with several
Yes.
others. Do you have any very memorable journal entries or moments that really stick out to you in this volume that you'd be willing to share with us? Any, the highlight reel, I guess, as we would call it.
There would be many. One of the areas where I was eager to go after I was prepared to work for another 3 years with with the team of the project. There were many things that I was ready to bring in, and especially the AI component. So I had already developed an AI system for my own for screening cases in 1986. And I published it in 1986. Well, in 1986, the web did not exist.
Right.
So how could you do AI? Well, the network existed, and I had access, as you know, to the network from the beginning of the network, from my days at SRI. So I knew how to use that and so on. So we could have done a lot more. Well, after 2 years, that project was shelved, and then I was free to go on with my own research. A lot of things I wanted to do were in the parapsychology angle, and I started working with a number of my friends, including people from SRI who had been part of the parapsychology program. And Ingo Swann, who had been one of the leading parapsychology subjects at SRI, in the project of Dr. Puthoff and Dr. Taug at SRI, had recruited me as a subject for something he wanted to do outside of the project. He wanted to develop a better protocol for remote viewing. Now, the remote viewing, the concept of remote viewing came from a discussion I had with Ingo Swann at the beginning of the project. Ingo Swann wanted to find out if there was something in science, some methodology that he could bring to parapsychology. And in those days, parapsychology was guessing at some symbols that were hidden in a box somewhere and so on. And he didn't want to do that. He wanted to do something new. And we had a seminal discussion where I told him, look, do you know how a computer uses data? And he said, no, I'm not, I'm an artist and a psychic, but I'm not an engineer. And I told him, I took him through a very quick overview of how computers use data. So in this computer, there is data that's fixed. For example, today's date is in a cell in this computer, and it's not going to change until tomorrow, until midnight tonight, okay? And it's fixed, and everybody knows where it is. It's in cell number 10,027, okay? There is other data that comes and goes because I've written a program that uses, for example, names of people for interviews, and that name will change every day and so on, and I can look it up, but it's going to change based on the program that remembers the schedule, okay? So those are in the name changes, but the location can also change. So from day to day, it may be in a different location in the computer. But my program can find that location, it goes there, and it gives me the name. This is direct addressing, essentially. However, there are also cases where my program doesn't really know that cell number, but I'm going to compute the cell number, and the program is going to then go and get it into that cell number, which is going to be a result of a calculation. And that's called indirect addressing. It's not direct. I don't know the number, but the program is going to get the number and go there and get the information and bring the information to me. And then there is another problem where the range of things is bigger than the memory of the computer. And then it's a form of addressing which has to guess, to go through a random process to go and discover where the information is. And that's called indirect addressing. And Ingo fell in love with that series because to him this is what consciousness does. It can go to it can go to those different levels, and there is a level where you're just plunging into a range of things that are not in front of you but are somewhere else. and you still have a way of proceeding within, within that range, and find that device. So we started. That's the way the remote viewing program got started, from that conversation between Ingo and me. I don't think the agency knew that, but that was, at the time, was not written down anywhere. That conversation. Ingo wanted to refine, and I'm getting to your question. Forgive me for being very verbose.
This is great.
Ingo wanted to refine that, and he had a special program by himself where he was going to define the process by which he could train people in remote viewing. And he wanted to use me as a subject. Now, I'm a mediocre remote viewer, but I understand the process. And we did a number of experiments. I did a number of experiments with both Uri Geller and Ingo and others, and I had done some experiments in France that convinced me that I could understand the process. I could not use it reliably. If you're looking for the solution to a crime, for example, I wouldn't be the best person to do that. But Ingo thought that I did it well enough that he could use me as a subject in developing the different stages of his method. The first method was just getting an overall impression. The first level of the method was beginning to get specific impressions of, for example, names of things and colors, music, sound, wind, things like that. And then you would go deeper and deeper into details, always recalling the information and reprocessing it. So that's the way it works. So we had a long table in a room that was classified, and most of SRI didn't know how that room was used. It was only used for that project. And he had coordinates which were based on that initial discussion we had. We used coordinates as the way to name, to have a handle for the site. And it was a little bit like scattered castles might be, the coordinates. But at that time, he was still using longitude and latitude. And we would get up. I had another job at that point. I was doing venture capital. I was doing investing. But I would go twice a week, in that lab with him, and we would work on it the whole morning. And over the whole morning, we would do 4 or 5 different sites of different difficulty. One time, I go there at 8 o'clock in the morning. He's sitting at one end of the table. I'm sitting at the other end. All I have is a pencil and some paper. And he had some pencil, a pencil, a number 2 pencil, always, and some paper. It was very, very rigid, very structured. And he takes a file, opens it up, and reads longitude and latitude. And I become sick, essentially. And he says, Jacques, what happens? And I say, well, Ingo, this is, I don't know where you're sending me, but it's very uncomfortable. And he says, well, tell me what you feel. And I feel, well, I have vertigo. I'm very cold. I'm scared. I'm scared that I'm going to fall. and there is wind around me, and it's very cold, and I'm very uncomfortable. And he says, you're on top of a mountain in the Andes.
Whoa.
He says, we're done for this morning. We're going to stop there. Because you got it. Yeah, I mean, you went to the site.
Yeah.
And I wasn't supposed to go to the site. I was supposed to draw something that might have been, a little peak. And then at the next level, he would have said, how do you feel? And I would have said, well, it's kind of cold, and we would have done, this was level 1, level 2, level 3. I was at level 7, essentially, I was there.
Wow.
And I said, well, Ingo, I'm on the roll here, I got it. Why don't we continue with other sites? He said, no, you're going home, because I want you to remember that. I want you to go home with that feeling, because you got 100% of it. You were at the site.
Wow.
And I've never, it's one thing I've never forgotten. And I know the process. I know how the process works. I know what you have to do to make it work. Now, my problem is that, I'm at heart, I'm a computer programmer, I'm a hacker, essentially. So I'm very rational and very structured in what I do. I like things to be neat. I like things to have a structure and so on. And this is, I understand why Ingo was so good, because Ingo was an artist, and he was working, he was getting at the same result, but he was getting at the result in a much richer way that was less structured, okay? And he wanted to combine the two. He wanted to bring structure to it, to teach it to people, okay? And I've never forgotten that experience. There was another experience which is more recent, that I have not completely recovered from. I had continued to look at how parapsychology could be used to, frankly, to get to contact.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had spoken to people who had researched the same thing and to create the conditions where you could make something happen. And this was in San Francisco, not here in Paris. It was in San Francisco, and we did a number of structured environments that might be susceptible, and I talk about that in the book, might be susceptible to bringing that kind of experience of contact. And nothing much had happened. Vague impressions and so on. And then one night, I'm asleep. All of a sudden, I'm out of my body. Now, psychics describe going out of their body with a structured way and so on. And there are people who can apparently teach that. I had never taken those courses. I had spoken to them, Bob Monroe and others. I had met and I had discussed the process and so on. But this was not under my control. I mean, something had just taken me and moved me to a place in my apartment in San Francisco where I was in front of an entity. The entity was not threatening, but it was large. I thought of it as, frankly, as a as a living being in front of me, as tall as I am, with no particular features on it, but clearly ready to communicate. There was a sense of complete communication, but again, I was out of my body, so it wasn't going to be hearing or... I was in that presence. I was very scared, even though it was not threatening, but I had never anticipated that. And I think I was so scared that projected me back in my body. My body woke up and I was in tears, and I was just completely surprised, by what had happened.
The Somewhere in the Skies podcast is free to listen to every week, but if you would like to help support the show, we have a very active Patreon page where you give what you think the show is worth. In return, you'll get early access to the main show, bonus episodes, and priority to ask our guests your listener questions. Your support truly makes the show continue and grow. So, to learn more and to join, visit patreon.com/somewhereskies.
But there was no question I was asleep. My body was asleep the whole time. My mind wasn't. So it had essentially extracted me, to present that situation. Now, I write about that in the book. There was more, and obviously I want to explore it more, but I don't want to lead the reader into any theory about what happened, because I don't understand what happened. Mm-hmm. I've spoken to people who went out of their body, specifically for research. Certainly some of the people at SRI, who worked with Tag and Puthoff and so on, and later with Ed May, had that ability to move out of their body. But I had no prior experience of that. So I need to work on it myself. Right? It certainly changed my view of what these people were describing.
Right.
I have an open ticket to that area. So to me, that has become much more interesting than doing programming on databases and so on. There are other people who do that very well. I respect my colleagues certainly in information science and AI. I have a PhD in AI from 1967. AI has a long history. It's just not the kind of AI. It was a first generation AI, but it worked. And you could ask questions in English about a database and get an immediate answer instead of writing a program and running the program to compute the answer. My program could be addressed in English. It was a program about astronomy. You could ask a complex mathematical question about a catalog of stars and get an answer back instantly.
Right.
And that maybe I should revive that program. It would run on any computer, and it would be fun to show it as a sort of level 1 AI. But at that time, there were only 4 AI programs in the world. 2 at Harvard, 1 at Stanford, and mine. So I was part of that first generation of AI. So I know it can be done. I know how it can be done, and so on. So, but I think the parapsychology angle is going to be much more interesting, because now we have to communicate with whatever entity is involved. It's not just a matter of, picking up samples and looking at how much carbon there is versus lead and uranium or something. We need to do that. And as you know, I've donated all my collection of samples, physical samples, to Dr. Nolan, and we're working together on that, on that collection to improve that methodology and try to get more specific, technical answers about that. But I think the psychic angle to me now is where I want to continue to go.
Interesting. Well, to sort of play off of that, Jacques, yeah, I mean, the work with Gary Nolan is one thing, and it's vital, it's essential, it's important to understand, let's say, what the tool is made of, how the tool works. But then you flip it on its head and you go to this more psychic approach, or let's say, even metaphysical to an extent, to understand the motivation behind what the tool is and why it's being used. Like what is the motivation behind the intelligence of those fragments you discovered, or the craft, or the trace evidence left behind. So I guess to kind of play off of that, do you think, as the methodical person you are, trained with AI, using protocol for such things, math, all of this stuff, it's very rational, it's very structured. Do you think by using a protocol or a process that you could revisit that experience you had in your bed that night to commune with this entity? Is that something you think you can do, or no?
Well, the work that I've done in AI, and as I said, in 1967, between 1967 and now, a lot of people have developed AI programs to implement things in your car. I mean, your car is, the programs in your car are not the classical programs that, 2 + 2 gives 4 and so on. There are programs that analyze your behavior as a driver, that remembers how you've driven before, can detect if you're in a hurry to go somewhere, if you're making mistakes, it will adjust. If you're making some mistakes, if you're falling asleep, it will wake you up. It will detect all that, and it will work with you without you being aware of what's going on in the engine, that adapts the capability of the car to your state of your physical state and your intellectual state to some extent. It doesn't know why you're disturbed. It could be a number of things, but it knows that the way you're sitting in the car, the way you're using the wheel and so on is different from what you usually use it, and it will adapt its own behavior to that, to anticipate things. Mm-hmm. If it knows where the yellow line is or the white line, and if you go across the white line, it's going to know that. It's going to assume that either you're very disturbed or you're asleep, and then it will do something to wake you up. Okay? So that intelligence is already in the car. Okay? So those are things that work with us. To me, AI is going to be most useful in that way. The program I wrote, and I published it in 1987 at a meeting in Los Angeles, a meeting about how to use computers in aerospace. It was an aerospace meeting, and the problem was, how do you go faster in screening reports of UFOs? Well, there are a number of hypotheses. If you see me, or if you tell me that you've seen a strange light at night, there are a number of questions I'm going to ask you, because it could be the moon behind a cloud. Now, I know where the moon was that night, and I can screen that. But it's going to take a lot of time. The computer I designed a program that had about 200 possible situations where a report of a UFO could be explainable by some hypothesis. In some cases, there are several hypotheses that would come up at the same time. That now a normal program cannot handle that. Two different conflicting hypotheses at the same time. AI can do that. It can think about things that are red and things that are green at the same time. Okay, and essentially model the situation you're describing in terms of that. But it takes AI to do that. You can't just have a normal program to do that. You could, but it would take all day to go through all the possible situations. You need to have inference. You need the computer to infer something from what you say as a witness. So my program was essentially a guide that it wouldn't find the answer by itself. That's not, people are trying to do that. I think they'll have some interesting time, and there are many mistakes before that kind of AI is really going to work, including on the stock market and all those things. So I'm not saying you shouldn't use ChatGPT, but the way people are using it now is comical. It's a big laugh. I think there may be a level in the computer that's laughing at the questions we're going to ask. To me, it was more like a dialogue with a very, very smart assistant who could make inference, ahead of me. And could say, well, maybe he saw the moon through the fog, but think of all the other things it could be. And there are some very weird hypotheses that people forget to ask. And the computer is not going to forget. The computer is going to remind me that, yes, there could be, 50% chance that this is, in fact, the moon behind a cloud, but because the moon is, in fact, there, because it's computed the position of the moon when you saw that UFO, but, it could be an airplane making a turn through the fog to go to an airport that's close by. It could be some illumination from something else. So the computer is not going to forget all the other things it could be. Your brain is going to think, oh, I got it. It's got to be this. And then your emotions take over. My little assistant didn't have any emotions. It would say, well, Jacques, you may be right, up to 43%, but you should also look at the 20% hypothesis and the 15% hypothesis and so on. It's not going to let me off the hook. So I think that, again, this was a kind of AI we could do in 1987. And then, but we don't do it. That's the thing that I wanted to bring to Bigelow. I wanted to bring into our program for DIA. DIA didn't think of that. But that's something that we could have contributed. That would save thousands of hours of analysts trying to reconstruct what could have happened in some of those cases. You could put that on top of the scanning programs that look at signals in the sky and so on. I mean, there's a lot of the basic work that can be done.
Yeah.
You asked me about specific things, and there is some of it also that's somewhat buried in, in forbidden science, because I wasn't sure, for a long time, I wasn't sure what to think about it. My wife and I bought a property in the Redwoods in Northern California, 2 hours north of San Francisco. It's a wonderful area. It's in Mendocino County, which is, the last huge redwoods that they live for 100 years or more. So we had some century-old redwoods on the property. And I had a lot of respect for those beings because they, for example, when there is a forest fire, they don't die. They thrive in the fire. The fire destroys the low branches, but there is a lot of water. There are many tons of water stored in those towering redwoods. So they don't burn. So the fire clears the wood itself, the lower level plants, and it clears the landscape for the redwoods, and the redwoods because when the fruits of the redwood will fall into the ashes and start new redwoods.
Right.
So that's why you see in those old redwoods, if you're ever in Northern California, you'll see a big redwood and you'll see 5 or 6 little ones that are just growing next to it. That's how it happened. The fruit falls in the ash and it's very nourishing for it, and that's how they reproduce. Okay, I mean, you learn so much by just going into nature and talking to the local people and understanding that. I built an observatory in the middle of the redwood forest. Okay, it was very dark. There were no lights. The closest neighbor was 3/4 of a mile away. So I put an observatory there because I wanted to re-experience the joy of being an astronomer and having your own telescope and being able to look at things. I didn't do anything very fancy or experimental, but I wanted to track satellites again. I wanted to look at the moon again. I wanted to study the moon. Of course, I had done all that, at Paris Observatory and later at McDonald in Texas. We were working, my boss was working mainly on Mars and galaxies, and I worked for him on galactic spectra and so on. So I wanted to re-experience what it was like to be at the prime focus of the telescope. We could sleep in the tower, and there were a number of times, 3 times, when my wife woke up and I didn't wake up. So it was, the opposite of Whitley's Streamer. Whitley would wake up and would have these experiences, which I've admired the way he was able to describe them and work with them in his own process. My wife was, Janine, my first wife, was not a skeptic by any means, but she was in many ways more, approaching the whole thing more rationally than me. She was woken up by lights that were small. She describes it as, small lights, sort of like this, that would move around as if it was exploring the room we were in. There were books in that room. There were rare books. There were some scientific instruments. I was just storing them there. And it would move around and then it would disappear. And she told me about those. On the last day after when we sold the property, I was back in San Francisco. She was finishing where to sell the car, where to put the car on the trailer and have it, moved to be sold in the city. And then there was nothing else on the ranch. So she was spending the last night there, and then she was awakened by a light. Now, I had hoped, we had that ranch in the forest for 18 years with an observatory. That was the only thing sticking out of a redwood forest. You would think the aliens would come there. Maybe
Right.
they did on those 2 occasions, okay? But I didn't see it. And on the last day, she was woken up by a very bright light that woke her up. I mean, it was filling the room. She went to the window, and there was a light essentially driving down the driveway, which was just a dirt road, okay? We're in the middle of that forest, an enormous light that went down the driveway to the main road, as if to say, good luck.
Yeah.
That's the way we interpreted it. But why did it wait until the last day when I wasn't there, the last night? And again, that's another thing I need to process. I've gained in the process a lot of respect for Whitley and what he's gone through, because I recognize that, of course, he was the prime witness. His wife was not the witness.
Right.
My situation was reversed. I don't know how to process that. There was no special message, except a message of saying goodbye. But that last light was very much in your face. It was bigger than the house. It was unmistakable. It was white, white UV, and it was not a specific shape. It was not a craft. It was just a massive light going down the driveway, the way a car would go down the driveway. And so those are some of the highlights, that are in the book. Other than, and funny enough, the people who reacted to the book have not reacted to that. It's as if, well, yeah, maybe, and it takes a while. I don't blame them, because it took me a while to recognize how important those specific things were. Because I come and go, it's like Ingo said, it's there, it's too big for your consciousness. So you're vaguely aware of some things happened, but if you don't train yourself, you're not going to understand it.
Yeah.
And Ingo spent that year essentially training me in writing that training manual. I was the guinea pig, and I was, privileged to be the guinea pig for, what are the mistakes that people make. I had made all those mistakes, and what are the cases where it works. And I recognize when it works.
Mm-hmm. Well, the other thing too, Jacques, I think, is these experiences are, while subjective and powerful, due to interpretation and things like that, they're so profound and powerful for the individual, the observer, the experiencer, that I can almost understand why people haven't responded so much to those sections of your book, because they aren't the one who experienced it. Yet I personally feel in those, those cracks, those small glimpses that each person has of these phenomena, that's where the answers lay, not in, what AI will eventually produce as an answer, or what the US government will produce as an answer to UFOs, but what each individual finds along their path, their journey. I mean, I'm sure your possible explanation for these phenomena changes on a daily basis, like it does for all of us. Am
Well,
I?
more and more people, of course, are experiencing that. You have to give yourself permission, or you have to recognize it. Frankly, when I was, out of my body, I at the time I didn't know what was happening. I mean, it was very, very quick. It took less than a minute for the whole thing to happen and for me to be brought back. But I had met Robert Monroe. I had, of course, worked with Ingo. I had met a number of people who, for whom that was a familiar psychic, experience. So I had something to relate it to. And I think that's going to happen more and more. And, the big question is when time comes to really communicate with the entities behind the UFO phenomenon, how is it going to happen? I've continued to explore that with psychics. And they've told me of their own experiences. I'm not ready to write about that. It's not in this book. But that's part of my research now is really at that level, on how to refine that so that it becomes reliable.
Yeah. And the research continues, Jacques. We're coming up on the hour. You've been very generous with your time. I have one final question for you, if that's okay. Okay. So in the book, you give sort of these three critical moments in history where this quote unquote UFO disclosure could have happened.
Yes.
This is like that golden nugget that everyone wants, disclosure. Yes. And you give this example of, late 50s, we had Project Blue Book, Grudge, Sign, all
Yes.
of this could have been a moment. You had the late 60s and whatnot with the Condon.
The Condon report,
Correct. And then you fast forward up to like 2011 with the work you were doing and whatnot with your programs, that these all could have been three critical moments where disclosure could seemingly have happened, yet didn't, for various reasons. To sort of, I guess, end this conversation, we had news out of Washington just yesterday as we were recording this that hopefully more transparency is going to be coming in our future, which some people might correlate to disclosure. So do you think are we on a path to any more disclosure when it comes to this topic, or will it forever remain enigmatic as it has for so long?
And a number of us, of course, we're all asking that question, and nobody has ever defined disclosure. And
Right.
if you took 10 of our friends interested in UFOs, you put them in the same room and you ask them to write what disclosure is, and you compare what they wrote, it would go, all over the place. To some extent, as some friends of mine have said, disclosure has already happened. I mean, it's clear that there is something. And to me, it happened, 4 years ago at the Washington Cathedral. I mean, what more do you need? The director of, national intelligence standing up in a cathedral saying, all those things, they are real and they are not part of espionage. They are not part of what our intelligence agencies are doing. It's something else. It's not the Russians. It's not the Chinese. It's something else. Okay. And it's outside of intelligence, even though intelligence may have something to say about the methodology by which you try to understand it, because it's like decoding something. But it's not, it's not an enemy, something else. You had the director of Harvard, Observatory. You had the former the director of NASA, administrator of NASA, and you had the Archbishop of Washington. Okay, all of them, one after the other, saying, yes, there is a mystery. And here we stand, 4 years later, and nothing more has happened until yesterday. Okay? Yesterday something happened. So a number of us are scared because if it had been revealed in the 60s, which it could, we came close to that. We advocated for that. The answer we got, actually, I asked a question in France. There was a French officer who went to the American embassy to talk to his counterpart, in an Air Force. His name is Clermont, Colonel Clermont. He went to talk to his counterpart at the embassy. And the man at the embassy made a few phone calls and said, it's not the time to do it because there is too much conflict in the world. It's complicated. We cannot afford to have one more thing that's undefined that's going to complicate it between us and the Russians. Those were the silent war, the wall, all those things between us and the Russians. That was not the time to bring up another thing in the sky we couldn't understand or track. And that made sense. Then there was a Condon committee. As you know, Dr. Hynek and I were the first scientists to testify before Condon. I brought my database, to merge with their database so that they had, an up-to-date stuff to work with from the beginning. I about 3,000 cases that were well documented that they could put next to what they already had. And then, I had the Air Force files that I put on the computer that they could use. We donated that to the Condon Project. They didn't have to say something that was interpreted as, everybody go home, there is nothing there, which is the way it was interpreted. That's not what they said, but that's the way it was understood. And that was, and then now, if it had happened in the 60s, the scientists would have been very interested. It would have come as one more thing. It wasn't alarming, it wasn't scary, it was very technical. There were a few hundred cases that people could study. It was interesting. I think it would have cleared the way to the whole discussion later on. That didn't happen. It could have happened with Condon. By then, men had been in space, so the whole thing about going to the moon, going to space, and so on, that was dispelled. I mean, we could do it. These people came back. They were human like you and me. This was something we could handle. So the scary part was gone, and that would have been an exciting thing to do with science. Maybe we would bring from space, we would bring new medical process. I mean, it's still true today, of course. We have done that. But that was closed. Doing it today, with all the conflict in the world, all the unknown, with AI on top of it, which is scaring people for good reasons, for both good and bad reasons. But I think we're not going to see a nice, rational, acceptance of that. It's going to scare a lot of people. There are reasons why the part of the armed forces felt it should not be opened up for religious reasons. There would be, history says that whenever a superior civilization has moved into a territory, like the Spanish moving to Mexico and to South America, like the French moving to Africa and so on, essentially the more evolved technical civilization kills everything. I mean, that's what we did to the Indian civilization in the US, people came from Europe with all kinds of ideas and all kinds of wanting to do all kinds of science and other things. And there was never a smooth process defined to ameliorate the process. So it became conflict, and out of a conflict with essentially eliminated entire civilizations around the world. The French, the Spanish, the English, and it's very difficult to recapture. And the question is, are we going to be faced with something that comes here? You asked me the question at the beginning about injuries. Well, the injuries, this phenomenon doesn't seem to care if it kills people or if it injures people. Dr. Green has all these files that we've worked on together to some extent, and he's continued to develop protocols to deal with these patients of people who are exposed to something that we really don't understand, that in some cases it is obviously hostile. Now, if I touch a burning bulb, it's going to burn me. It's not hostile, but I know not to do that. And we don't understand that process with UFOs. Should we tell people, yes, if something lands in your backyard, you can go touch it, Well, some people have done it and, with no harm. And some people have done it and were irradiated, to a dangerous extent for life. And so all those questions are the questions people are going to start asking now. And they should. And we don't have the answers. And we have not prepared the scientific structure to go get the answers. So, that was what we wanted to do, with the Bigelow project with Bass. And that was cut off after 2 years for reasons that I've never understood. So.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, everyone always grasps for disclosure, hopes for disclosure, yet nobody truly knows what that means, what the potential could be for that if it did ever come. And I think you're right. While we may think we're prepared in some ways, there's so many unanswered questions. Like, do we even want those answers, Jacques? That's the true question.
I don't see myself answering those questions. I love to be part of a team where I can bring some elements of an answer or a possible answer to scientists in other branches where we can work together to at least cast some light on that. And that's what I want to continue to do.
Yes, absolutely. And the work does continue. That's for sure. The book, again, everyone, is Forbidden Science 6 Scattered Castles, the best subtitle I've ever heard for a book. I absolutely love it. Jacques, we will put links to the book below for everyone to check out. But I have to say, this has been an absolutely fascinating conversation. I'm honored to have had you back on the show to have this conversation, and I certainly hope it will not be our last. So I want to thank you once again for coming on Somewhere in the Skies.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're sitting on top of an iceberg, and the enormous size and implications of the rest of that iceberg, that's what I'd like to know.
I came away from the meeting and from the room with the distinct feeling, however, that the panel had deliberately moved to debunk the whole subject and not to give it the serious scientific attention which it deserved.
From my own point of view, I'm going to be very disappointed if UFOs turn out to be nothing more than visitors from another planet, because I think there could be something much more interesting.
When you look up in the sky, you're off in a corner of nowhere. We're nobodies. Maybe if we looked around a little bit, we could learn how to be somebodies.
Hey guys, Ryan Sprague here from Somewhere in the Skies. The podcast has always been and always will be completely free for you to listen to. But creating it every week takes a lot of time, research, and resources. And to be honest, it's just never been free for me to create. That's why we built a few simple ways for you to help support the show and keep it going strong. You can join us over on Patreon or through Apple Premium. Both offer the same awesome perks: ad-free episodes, early access to new content, exclusive bonus shows, and even priority to ask our guests your listener questions. It's a quick and easy way to support what we do for just a few bucks a month. And right now, you can even try Patreon for free for a week to see if it's right for you. To learn more and to join, head over to patreon.com/somewhereskies. That's patreon.com/somewhereskies. Or hit that subscribe button right at the top of your Apple Podcast feed. Thank you so much for listening, for supporting, and as always, keep looking up.
This is Somewhere in the Skies with Ryan Sprague.
Hey guys, Ryan here from Somewhere in the Skies, and today we have a very exciting interview for you guys. You know them being featured on Unsolved Mysteries, the Paranormal Rangers, but if you're not familiar with their work, you're going to learn all about it tonight. We have Jonathan Dover and Stanley Milford on the show. So let's not waste any more time. Let's bring them in. We're going to hear the origin of how the Navajo Paranormal Rangers started, the investigations that they conducted, and where things stand now. So, without further ado, we have Jonathan Dover, Stanley Milford. Welcome to Somewhere in the Skies.
Thanks. Thanks for having us.
Thank you, guys. Now, like I mentioned, a lot of people probably saw you guys on Unsolved Mysteries. However, little bit of trivia: my first ever UFO conference I attended was the International UFO Congress, where I was volunteering backstage. I would do whatever they needed me to do: sweep the floors, get coffee, work the soundboard. And I specifically remember I was one of the individuals that put the microphones on you guys for your talk there. And I was blown away. When I had heard that you were basically the real life X-Files, I couldn't get enough. And I've been following your work ever since. So this is a true honor to have you guys on here today.
It's nice to be here.
Thank you.
It's been a little bit of a travel with COVID and everything, but we came out on the other side okay.
We're all here.
Yeah.
We're all here,
Yeah.
and we've got a lot of stories to hear from you guys. So I'm excited. Well, before we get to obviously everyone wants to hear about some of the investigations that you guys have been on, but I always like to get the origin story, of course. So if you guys don't mind, maybe Jonathan, we'll start with you. How you both became Navajo Rangers? How did that opportunity arise before we even get to the special part of those investigations? What made you want to become a Navajo Ranger?
Well, 1980, I actually was looking for a job. And they said at the chapter house, they said, there's an opening for a Navajo Ranger. Had no idea what it was. I ended up applying. They gave me a ride to Window Rock, which is about 130 miles away from where I live. And I walked in, and the director there asked me one question. How would you feel if somebody threatened your life? And I told him, well, I'll cut their ears off at 200 yards with a 300 Savage. And they said, you're hired. Next thing I know, I was in the police academy for 6 months. And so I kind of blundered into it and found out I was pretty good at it. And here I am today, retired.
Wow. That's quite an interview, if you ask me. That's pretty interesting. Stan, how about you? What made you want to become a Navajo Ranger?
I think growing up in a rural setting in Oklahoma, me and a cousin of mine that was a couple of years older than me, at the age of like 10 years old, 9 years old, riding dirt bikes, motocross bikes, and playing cops and robbers, and watching really too much Starsky and Hutch and SWAT. And so I was at the University of Arizona when I was contacted by the director of Parks and Recreation, an individual named Clarence Gorman. And he asked if I would come back and attend the police academy. And that's what I chose to do. So I became a Navajo Ranger.
Interesting. Okay. And then, eventually you guys would both meet and start working together. However, I'd love if you could just paint a picture for us. Now, I know the Navajo territory that you covered as Rangers was vast. But what exactly is a Navajo Ranger for those who may not be aware of what the duties actually entail? The areas that you covered. Either one of you, if you want to cover that, what exactly is a Navajo Ranger, and what areas did you cover?
Okay, so a Navajo Ranger is a very specialized law enforcement officer. What he does is he handles both renewable and non-renewable resource law enforcement. So we were trained and operated in the areas of fish and wildlife, forestry, parks and recreation areas. We would enforce the laws in those areas. Minerals, mines, water resources. We were also tasked with handling search and rescue and technical rescue situations. And then we also did police work on the side when there were no police officers present or able to respond to something, or if there was a life or death emergency.
Interesting. All right, Stan, did you want to add anything to that? I thought it was a pretty good summation.
Well, what we did involving the paranormal was under a section called Special Projects. But within that Special Projects unit, there was a lot of other responsibilities, such as Special Weapons and Tactics call out, SWAT call out. So he and I did that. I worked on a drug and gang task force under that section. We did dignitary protection. We took care of some really high profile and sensitive investigations and assignments and stuff like that. So it wasn't just what people perceive as just a paranormal section. It wasn't. It was kind of a broad spectrum of enforcement. So
Right. I remember hearing you guys elaborate, that the paranormal was maybe 1% of the work that you did out there. Obviously for audiences like ours, of course, those are the investigations they want to hear about. But let's dive into that, I guess, that 1%. What was it like for both of you personally when you first got assigned to these cases? I mean, I can't imagine, it was just another day at the office when you were told that you were now going to be going out and investigating ghosts, cryptids, UFOs, skinwalkers, things like this. Jonathan, maybe we'll start with you. What was it like that first day when you learned you'd be working on these quote unquote special investigations?
Well, the director had the chief ranger had a meeting with the entire department, and basically there had been an investigation. And if you know these guys that went out there, two rookies, they were regular jokers. They would laugh and joke all day long and just have these little private jokes about, around them. And they went up to a lady that lost one of her sheep to a Bigfoot. And of course, they were laughing, joking, horsing around. And she took offense to that and thought they were laughing at her and chewed out our chief ranger. So he called everyone in, basically told us that these cases would be investigated professionally and there would be reports written. Turned to me and Stan, and I like to tell everybody that we were voluntold. We didn't request it. We didn't raise our hands or anything. And suddenly we were told that we would be getting the major cases involving paranormal stuff. And we just looked at each other and like, wow, we didn't see that coming.
Stan, what was it like for you personally when you learned that you now would be investigating these quote unquote special paranormal cases?
one of the things is that up until the point that we were assigned to attend this department-wide meeting, it was just a normal day. It was just an everyday, a regular day. And but we did have a department-wide staff meeting. We were called into that meeting. And so heading up that special projects unit, one of the main reasons we were a part of that was that I think the chief ranger at that time, we worked really close with him. We were probably the the closest personnel working directly with the chief. And we had developed this relationship where he knew he could give me and John assignments, and regardless of how technical they were or how difficult they might be, that he could rely on me and John to handle it regardless. And that John and I think with him had developed a reputation of dependability and reliability and professionalism. So when we got assigned, it wasn't like John and I were over there raising our hands saying, "Oh, we want to run this," or whatever. That wasn't the case. It was simply that Chief had this assignment, and he looked at us two and said, "You two are the ones that are going to manage these assignments or these cases, investigations." So at first, it was kind of like all of the other assignments we had received. It's yes, sir, and you did what you were told, and
Right.
but I don't think that we, yes, John and I had all our own personal experiences with what would be termed as supernatural or paranormal, even prior to those assignments. And even actually there was cases we did that prior to that would have fallen under what would be termed as paranormal or supernatural. But so I think that kind of it facilitated us to get right into that and get busy investigating these things and stuff. So but,
Right.
for me,
Well,
it was just one of those another assignment, that we were given, and so we were going to do it regardless of the nature of what it was.
Right. That was actually going to be one of my questions for you guys. Were there ever instances where you went into a case to investigate, and that it turned into a paranormal case? Like it wasn't, you weren't sent out to investigate someone who had a Bigfoot sighting, but boom, all of a sudden you're in the middle of a quote unquote conventional investigation of something else, and I don't know, a UFO zipped by, or a a paranormal event occurred. Did that ever happen to you guys?
Oh, and things like that would happen all the time. There are many cases where the paranormal would kind of peek at you, and you'd understand that, hey, there's something more going on here. And for the most part, you just kind of ignored it or let it be on the side, did your report, tried to maintain as many factual stuff as you could within the report. And it was just kind of, it was understood it was there.
Interesting. So I guess let's start from the beginning when these cases were assigned to you guys. Do you remember the very first quote unquote paranormal case that you were assigned to? Any memories of what that was and how it kind of led you down the path?
We got a case initially. What had happened was that this is one of the ones that showed up on the Netflix series. We had at least 30 people have sightings of Bigfoot right around that Bloomfield, between Bloomfield and Shiprock along the San Juan River. And they were frightened. And the community had gone to the local police department and says, hey, we got all these sightings of this Bigfoot. And the lieutenant came out and in front of everybody just laughed at them and went, ha ha ha, I wonder how much these people have had to drink.
Mm-hmm.
And so they basically turned their backs on the police and said, we want nothing to do with you guys. And they contacted the Rangers. We sent a 6-man crew up there and spent 3 days and 2 nights thoroughly investigating the case, getting statements from people along the river, and collecting hair evidence, foot track evidence, and things like that. And did determine that there was something going on.
Interesting. Stan, do you have anything to add to that first Bigfoot investigation you guys went on? And was this something that you were familiar with before getting involved? And how'd you come out on the other side thinking about Bigfoot after that?
That assignment that you're talking about, that he's referring to up along the San Juan River, it really was the first where we're involving a number of rangers assigned to an actual investigation that was obviously within that realm of paranormal investigation. I don't think I actually witnessed what people referred to as a Bigfoot until later on in some other investigations where I actually witnessed what it is people refer to as a Bigfoot. Twice I've had an experience where I've seen this either entity or this, whether it's a creature or, but anyway, so prior to that, to that particular assignment, I really didn't have a whole lot of experience in that, but it did involve an entire team, and it involved the planning for that assignment and the equipment that would be needed, and really opened my eyes to how really how involved the entire community in that area was actually having witnessed this thing that people referred to as Bigfoot.
So this is primarily a UFO podcast. So I know our listeners are going to want to hear from you guys about that. So John, let's start with you. What is your most memorable, I guess, investigation that involved the mysteries in our skies?
Well, this again would be one of our cases. We refer to it as the old man case. In this incident, an elderly man was home by himself. This is the short version. There's other versions of it that go into much more detail. But we had this situation where this old man, his wife and daughter had gone to Phoenix. And so he was home by himself. It's midnight or 1 a.m, and he sees a light. And it looks like, to him, it looked like a car coming up the road. It turned out that it was this craft that was flying, circled his house, and then landed up on the ridge behind him. He sees something come out of the craft, out of the bottom, and go down to a house maybe a half mile away, go back up to the craft, and then come back toward his house. His dog starts barking. It's a little blue heeler pup, and it goes running out there barking, and he hears it yelp, and it comes running back to the house and curls up by the front doorstep and just lays there, doesn't move. So now he's getting nervous, and he goes inside. He's looking out the window and sees what could be described as a gray alien, 4 of them that have these little flashlights in their hands. He calls it flashlight, but it has a collimated beam about 1 inch in diameter, and different color beams of light, red, blue, yellow, and and green. And they're shining it around, looking like they're looking for something. Out around his house, he has all these solar lights, and they seem to be very fascinated by these lights. And as they approach them and gather around the light slowly dims and goes out. They back up, they stand up again and back up, and the light comes back on again. And they would lean in again, and the light would go out. This happened several times. Finally, he decides he in Navajo, there's no word for alien. So he's saying, what are these little children doing around my house? He says they were wearing these white skin-tight suits, either white or light gray. And so he goes out to confront them. He says they had big heads and they had black eyes. And as he turns the corner around the backside of the house, he tripped on the step and fell, broke his flashlight. And as he looked up, these things were hightailing it away. In later conversations, he describes them as being startled and having their hands up and waving them, and then getting away. So they get back to the ship, they take off, and he doesn't know what the result of that was. Later on, we found out a couple of weeks later that little dog had died. We didn't know about it at the time, otherwise we could have had it necropsied. And we did a full investigation there with a federal court interpreter doing simultaneous translation for us.
That's a really interesting case, a close encounter of the third kind, I would say, and very dramatic, if you ask me. And what I appreciate is, you guys aren't just out there taking witness testimony. You're actually trying to find evidence, find proof of these things, which was, shown in the Unsolved Mysteries episode of testing a car where a UFO hovered above it and things like that. So I found that really interesting. Stan, how about in terms of UFO investigations? Anything really memorable stick out to you about UFO activity over the Navajo territory?
One of the UFO experiences that John and I had, it hadn't started out as an actual paranormal related case. It was a drowning. An individual had drowned somewhere in the San Juan River. And John and I had placed a boat in the water at Lake Powell and began traversing to the east along in the San Juan River. And so we got so far, and it was getting late in the day. We came to a debris field where we couldn't go any further for fear of damaging the prop on the boat. And so we just pulled off. We decided we would camp for the rest of the day and evening. And so we set up camp, and that night, really clear sky. We were laying on our cots, and I noticed an object that was coming from the west, headed in the east direction. And this particular object was kind of amber in color, and it was a little bit bigger than what you normally see with common satellites. And the really unusual thing about this particular object was that it was making a zigzag pattern as it moved to the east. And so I got John's attention, and we began watching it. As it got almost right directly above us at about the 12 o'clock position, we noticed following in line behind it was two military craft. And it turned out John was able to identify these as F-16. And he advised that they had their afterburners on, which meant that they were pursuing this in an accelerated way. So
but little bit later, as we were watching this, all of a sudden, this zigzagging object accelerated to the east and at a blinding speed. I mean, we were able to see the edge of the horizon from where we were at. And this object went almost from the 12 noon position all the way to the horizon. You know, within like a second and a half, it was gone, and we watched it disappear. And it left the two F-16 fighters, you know, side by side, trailing behind this, kind of like a child on a tricycle, because this thing, the capability and technology that would have been involved in this, for this object to accelerate to, we guesstimate, somewhere in the area of like 10,000 miles an hour. And it was just unbelievable. And it left me and John in awe of watching this thing, what just played out right in front of us. And again, like you had said earlier, you know, we set out on an investigation that ended up being something of a paranormal or UFO nature that, you know, there was no expectation for that. It just happened right there in front of us, and we were left in awe. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Well, preparedness is, you know, a word that I assume comes up a lot before you go into an investigation of any kind. And I'd love to touch on that with you guys before we move to some listener questions here. How do you mentally, physically, I guess even emotionally prepare to go into an investigation where you have no idea what's going to happen, whether it's paranormal or not? Do you both have any personal routines or practices or anything to prepare you for these types of investigations? John, let's start with you.
Well, for me, you can have preconceived ideas. A great man once said that, can you look at a situation without naming it? Naming it, making it a word, causes fear. So you don't name it. You go in without a preconceived idea of what you're going to see or experience. And you go in with the idea that you're going to do the job. In my work, I was a licensed EMT as a uniformed officer, and I would see horrific injuries and amputations and people dead and actually dying. And I found out that if you stop and let that overtake you, you're no good to anybody. And so you just have to do the job and get to the point where you're going to be their best hope of survival. And in the paranormal cases, you do something similar. You don't show that fear. You know, like you see on TV today, you see these guys, you know, oh my God, and they start running around, and the panic overtakes them. We never did that. And, you know, we just went into it and said, whatever happens will happen.
I know Stan has had a personal experience with a skinwalker, and I know you've actually been to Skinwalker Ranch. So I'd love to get your opinion on that whole aspect of a lot of this phenomena. Is this something you've pursued in your own investigations? And what do you make of these areas, I guess, these condensed areas of high strangeness, whether it's Skinwalker Ranch or the areas that you and Stan investigated? What do you make of the entire Skinwalker phenomenon?
Well, the skinwalker phenomenon is basically worldwide. You have incidences of shape changers in Australia and Africa, in Europe and Indonesia, just all over the whole world. Other Indian tribes have similar versions. And interestingly enough, a lot of them, the information is very consistent. Uh, Telling you that you shouldn't be out in the dark whistling because it attracts these things. They show up as like the Wendigo, the Rake. They can show up as different types of creatures, and but they're all very similar in that a person can shape change. In our discussions of this and talking about it, we've actually had military people show up with clipboards taking notes. And so now we give them a shout out because Indian tribes are not very trusting of the military.
Right.
But we speculate that the government is interested in this idea because what if you had a soldier who could shape change into an animal and go behind enemy lines and create havoc back there? The one thing that I would caution people about is that in the case of, and I'm only speaking about the Navajo skinwalker, they can actually be dangerous. They're not an avatar. They are not a spirit form of something sent out to do the bidding. They are real people that have basically learned how to do this. And they can poison you and they can injure you rather severely or make you so sick that you won't be able to function for a year and a half, as in one case that we had. So we caution people and even film crews that come out that if they want to go look for skinwalkers, we're done. We're going to call it. And because we have seen what they can do. They can be killed also. That's one thing that we did find out over a period of time, and I've known it for a long time, that people have actually shot them, and some of them have died. And in fact, in 1977, one was killed in Chin Lee, and somebody knocked on the door. The guy opened it up and got an axe in the head. The FBI arrested 2 individuals, and they said, well, in trial, they said, if it wasn't us, we were designated by the community to go do this. And, we did our job. If it wasn't us, it would have been somebody else. And they were actually acquitted in federal court of homicide.
Wow. That's crazy. Whoa, that one left me speechless. Wow. Well, I mean, what did you think, John, actually being on Skinwalker Ranch? I mean, a lot of people are very critical of the work being done there. They're being told not to dig and, to not upset the land there to do their scientific investigations and whatnot. Having been there, having sort of been at the center of all of that, what do you make of Skinwalker Ranch? And do you think they should continue to try to investigate there and figure out what's going on? The Somewhere in the Skies podcast is free to listen to every week, but if you would like to help support the show, we have a very active Patreon page where you give what you think the show is worth. In return, you'll get early access to the main show, bonus episodes, and priority to ask our guests your listener questions. Your support truly makes the show continue and grow. So, to learn more and to join, visit patreon.com/somewhereskies.
Well, there's definitely something going on there. there is high strangeness. There is an energy source that's showed itself. There's a frequency showing 1.6 gigahertz. And it's my understanding that this frequency is only used by NASA for communication with spacecraft that we launch. So there's a lot going on. UFOs show up over there. Cryptids show up. Bigfoot shows up. And we have areas on our reservation here that are very, very similar that people avoid and stay away from. There's areas down in Sedona that they call them vortexes, but they're very similar in energy profiles. And so we've seen a lot of the same things up here. We just don't advertise it or talk about it. But there are a lot of them. Dulce is another one on the Hickory Reservation that has a lot of strangeness. So we think that there's these nodules, so to speak, all around the United States of places that are probably either inaccessible or avoided by a lot of people because of these strange things that go on. Skinwalker Ranch, the NIDS team that was there prior under Bob Bigelow, the information that they gathered is still considered classified even today. And so the team that's up there now had to start, all over from the ground up. And they were told when the ranch was sold to them not to dig because they found out that if you started digging, things would happen. It would provoke a response. And they've seen that up at Skinwalker Ranch with Thomas being injured and having to go to the hospital. We saw Travis Taylor get injured when he stuck his head over a hole and got his face irradiated with radiation. So there's lots of danger there. For me, doesn't really bother me. I go through my protection regimen before going there and every day afterwards, just to keep myself protected. And I've been on the ranch, but I haven't been injured, and I'm happy with that.
Yeah, fingers crossed it stays that way. Well, in terms of all of the cases, John, you've looked at throughout the years in relation to the paranormal, supernatural, ufological, even, do you have a favorite case or one that you continue to chase until today, or most memorable, all wrapped into one? Is there any case that truly personifies that for you?
Well, there is a case, and it's a little bit out of the way, but I'll go ahead and tell it because there's a point to it.
Okay.
There was a lady that contacted our department, and she said that she's what we classify in law enforcement as EDP, which is an emotionally disturbed person. So they're having some issues mentally. And she had contacted the city police, the state police, the county, the Navajo police. Everybody told her that, we don't handle that, or, and what she was saying was that skinwalkers were coming around her house and trying to drive her off her land. So she contacted our department, and me and Stan says, okay, we'll go out there and meet with her. She had inherited this land from her mother, who had passed away and had spent all her life in different states. She was taking a whole regimen of drugs. And so we started looking at this. And she showed us some little tiny bundles of feathers and leather that had been left out, near her house, and said that things were coming around, scratching at the side of the house and things like that. um, we found tracks, and we started to track it. In tracking these tracks, and both me and Stan are very good trackers, we found at least 6 individuals that had come up from a trail behind her house. And they had, you could see where they stood around in a little circle and talked with each other. What we determined was that these were local town drunks that had, she had a little hogan that had no windows and no door. And they were using this as a crash pad for themselves. And when she came to take over the property again and started living there, they tried to drive her out by imitating skinwalker activity. And she was genuinely frightened. So as a result of that, we told her these are not skinwalkers. These are local drunks. They're trying to chase you away from your land. And, so it's definitely not skinwalker activity, although they tried to make it look like it. We didn't hear anything more. She was very thankful. A month later, our dispatcher got a call, and this lady is on the line again. She is crying on the phone. And she said, "Thank you, thank you, thank you. I've gotten my house fixed up, and I'm living there, and I have no more issues going on. And I just wanted to call you and thank you for listening to me." And what me and Stan have found out is that it's about helping people, that maybe nobody else wants to take a look at this issue. We had an old grandma up in Dulce when we spoke up there come up to us, and she had tears, in her eyes, and she was explaining that as a little girl, she had orbs and UFOs come around her, and she had never told anybody in the family. The kids, the grandkids, the great-grandkids all had their jaws down on the floor because nobody had ever heard her talk about this. And she thanked us for talking about these subjects and bringing it out because it actually helped her tell her story to her family. So it's really all about if we can to try to help people.
Let's wrap up. Actually, I've got 2 listener questions for you,
Sure
if
thing.
you don't mind. We have our first one here from Metal Matt. He's one of our Patreon subscribers, and he wants to know, do you and Stan have any plans of writing a book about your experiences?
Yeah, quick answer. Stan is currently working on his book and has a publisher and an agent and everything else. My book is about 1/3 away through, but it's 47 chapters. So there's a lot to write, and it's an uphill thing.
I know the vice president of HarperCollins Publishing had contacted John, and he showed that he was excited and very interested in publishing both John and my books. And so when John let me know that, I did jump on that. John and I had already been writing to put together individual books going way back to when we were working as Rangers. I think once we had really got into doing these kind of investigations, that it was interesting to us. I mean, and it still is today. Where a big part of what we do in the investigation is the fact that we're curious. There's a curiosity and wanting to learn more about the unknown. And so when that opportunity presented itself for me, after John let me know on it, I jumped right on it, and things did seem to roll really quickly with it. And so yeah, we both will be working to get our books out. So,
Awesome. Oh, I'm looking forward to that for sure. Well, I guess, kind of playing off of that, Lisette over on YouTube wants to know, were there any cases that you guys covered on Unsolved Mysteries that didn't actually make it onto the show that you wish had, or any cases that you wish they had actually covered? I mean, what we got on the show was incredible, but any cases you really wish they had gone after, or possibly got left on the editing floor, as they call it?
I don't think in what we filmed there was anything that was left on the cutting room floor. I think everything that we set out and we actually filmed was included. The challenge is that for a given episode, there's only so much room to be able to fit things in. And but me and John, we've discussed this among ourselves in length. There's so many cases and events and incidents that we've never even shared with the public to date. I mean, I have incidents that involving a doppelganger, an incident where mass livestock were killed in an unusual manner, and so many different things. And I know John has the same. And so there's still so much more, and even personal experiences with the paranormal that's still going on to this very day. So there's so much more that we have to be able to bring to the surface and bring to the public. So, yeah.
Interesting. John, did you want to add anything to that?
Oh boy, they said that when we finished filming that they had enough actually for 2 episodes, but they could only put 1 episode down. One of the things that we're very adamant about, because we had done shows with other production companies, and they says, oh, we want to tell your story. And what happens is they kind of made it a mishmash of different stories all put together to make it sound more interesting. And we told this company that we weren't going to do that. If they would tell our story correctly, that we would work with them. And, they did. I've got to hand it to them. They came out, it was great. They actually were very careful about making sure that every little detail was correct. And we were happy with the result that we saw.
I think one of the things that we've made clear up front is that we're not going to fabricate things, that didn't happen. We're not going to exaggerate or, sensationalize these cases that we were involved in. I mean, him and I were not against creating a work of fiction that would be based on some of these experiences. I think there's room for that in a motion picture or whatever. But in what we're sharing, either with our presentations or something like Unsolved Mysteries, we're going to stick to what happened, and so we've been very adamant about that. John and I aren't these people that go in these investigations that are jumping and running. Oh my God! And we don't do that. We don't do that, and never have done that. And we've stuck to the fact that we are investigators. We were sworn at the time, and we're not going to fabricate and make up things and lie about things. you know. And I think that's probably one of the things that maybe sets us apart with some things that you see out there, is that we were sworn officers and this was our assignment. And we had a duty to help people. And we still carry that part of it, as far as, you know, in the investigations we still do to this day. Not as law enforcement, but we're trying to help people, bottom line. People that want help and that there's nobody there to help them. So, yeah.
Right. Well, yeah, that was kind of going to be my last question. You know, I know you're both retired now from the Rangers. However, you know, you've made, I would imagine, very strong bonds with these people who've had highly anomalous experiences that you would go on to, you know, become a part of and investigate and find some closure for these people. So that was going to be kind of my last question. Do the investigations continue? And, you know, what is that like, you know, coming out on the other side, not having to speak for the Rangers any longer, but speaking for yourselves on a lot of this stuff? Yeah, that's my long-winded way of asking, do the investigations continue? John, let's start with you.
Well, the investigations have, on a case-by-case basis, continued. We do get requests, and unfortunately, we don't get paid for any of these. We're doing it on our own time, so to speak, and it can run into quite a bit of money. As you know, just gassing up your truck, you know, to get somewhere can cost a lot now. So it's not that we don't want to do some of these things, it's that in some cases we just can't go and do them. People also ask us, and I need to put this in here, they ask us, how can I protect myself? And in Alien Con, I had a person ask me, you know, should I start smudging? Should I start using sage? And this was a non-Indian that was asking this from the audience. And my answer to them was that go back into the history of your culture and find out what they did to ward off evil. And then use those things with intent, the intent of your mind that this is going to protect you, and make it your own. Don't just copy Native Americans as to what they do. And I had a lot of Native Americans afterwards come up to me and thank me for making that statement, because a lot of people are just adopting or
assimilating.
Assimilating what natives do. Right. And you know, that it really, if you just go through the motions, it doesn't have anything to it. It relies on the intent of the person.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Stan, do you have anything to add to that in terms of the continued investigations and kind of trying to continue to help these people after, you know, the initial events happened?
I think one of the things is that's a part of John's personality and my personality, to help when people are in need. People around us are in need. And so when it comes to the paranormal or supernatural, you for the most part, you can't run to the local police department, because you're going to end up getting turned away, just as what John conveyed with some of the previous cases that happened on the Navajo reservation. And the unique thing with that is our chief at the time was very adamant that you took an oath, and you may not understand these cases, you may not believe in whatever it is that's being presented, but you're going to be there to help people. That's what you signed on to do, to help people and protect people. And we did that. But that's also a part of John's personality and my personality. You know, for the most part, when people are experiencing, whether it's a Bigfoot case or a haunting case, or, you know, they're reaching out for help. And in our experience, most of those individuals, they're traumatized. They're going through some type of trauma, whether it's a 10-year-old girl being chased by a Bigfoot, you know, after she's dropped off, you know, at the school bus stop, or, you know, things like that. These individuals are traumatized. And, you know, whether it's an elderly woman that's, you know, being victimized and her property being taken by an entity or whatever, these people are needing help. But they're in reality, there is no paranormal police out there to try to come to the rescue. And I guess that's, in a sense, that's what John and I have tried to fulfill, is to be there for the people that need help. Anyway.
I love that. Yeah. Well, they were damn lucky to have you guys. I'll kind of leave it at that, to have such empathetic individuals willing to work with experiencers, you know, because like you said, it's very hard. And people struggle with these things, no matter what they are. Aliens, ghosts, cryptids, you know, it's not easy. It's becoming a little easier, I think, for people who've seen UFOs. I mean, UFOs seem to be in the mainstream now more than ever, and widely accepted in some ways. But for the other stuff, I can imagine it's still very isolating and alienating to talk about these things. So no, you know, I've seen a UFO, so I guess I'm kind of an experiencer. So I have to thank you guys for being open and willing to do stuff like that. But to kind of close things out here, in terms of continuing, Contact in the Desert, June 2nd through the 4th is going to be taking place, and you guys are going to be speaking at that. So would you mind giving us a little tease of maybe what you'll be talking about, if you know yet when you'll be presenting, anything like that, whichever one of you would like to take that.
Go ahead, John.
Okay, I'm looking at my brains here. On my phone, I have the... we're going to be presenting a workshop first. And this will be on June 2nd on Friday, 7:30 to 9:15 p.m. At the resort there. The workshop is going to be called The Paranormal Rangers, the Native American approach, and with a question and answer. And this is going to be a much more intimate conversation as to some of the cultural aspects behind what we do. And then we're going to sit down with the audience and be able to take questions and answers. The other one is going to be on Sunday, June 4th at 10:35 to 12:20. And this will be in the main auditorium. And it says the title is Mysterious Discoveries of the Paranormal Navajo Rangers. So this one will be our standard presentation with lots and lots of pictures to put up on the screen.
Oh, cool. I'm definitely jealous I won't be able to make that, but I've seen you guys present before. It's quite a sight to behold, and seeing the images from these investigations, I think, just lends so much credence to them as well. So guys, definitely
Can I add something?
go there and make it to Contact in the Desert. Yes, please, Stan.
There are a number of other events that both John and I are participating in this year. Would you mind if he elaborates on some of those?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Please.
Okay, back to my brain. I'm at the point now where I have to write everything down, otherwise I just forget it.
I'm the same way.
Okay, so after Contact in the Desert on June 10th through the 11th, I'll be at the Bigfoot Expo in Fairbanks, Alaska. That'll just be me. And after that, we'll both be at, on June 30th, we'll both be at the Roswell incident speaking. And we have some stuff coming up in September in Colorado, around the middle of September, where we'll be speaking at the Bigfoot Outpost and for Denver MUFON. So there's a lot of things that are still going on. And I would like to say at this point that one of the reasons Stan hasn't been with me on a lot of these talks is that he just retired a week ago. And he was still working at the time. So he did 30 years in law enforcement and finally, survived it and got out. But in the time he was there, it was kind of an unspoken thing. We don't want you to go out and do all these UFO cryptid paranormal stuff because he was doing investigations. So, he's the dogs have been released now, so he's available.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
That's exciting. I know, just when you thought you were ready to rest, Stan, you're going to be traveling the world speaking about this stuff for the foreseeable future.
That's fine.
That's amazing. Well, I have to thank you guys for giving me your time tonight, sharing those stories with us. But I do kind of want to just give these last moments to both of you. Any last words you want to give to our audience here, just about, this weird world we live in, where it's heading, and how all of this paranormal stuff plays into it? Yeah. Any last words you want to leave our viewers and listeners with? Stan, let's start with you.
One of the things really that I want to try to get across and convey is that if you've had these kind of experiences, if a family member has an experience, whether it's Bigfoot or UFOs or haunting related activity, really, first of all, you're not crazy. You'd be hard pressed to probably try to reach out and find an individual family that has not had a family member that has some type of paranormal experience, whether it's UFOs, Bigfoot, or things involving witchcraft. So globally, if you look, you'd be hard pressed to try to find any family that hasn't had some type of experience, however small or however, really large or overpressing. So, so you're not crazy. People have these experiences, and you're not alone. So, I'll let John.
Thank you.
Okay, for me, one of the things as a criminal investigator is that we're constantly looking for answers. We're not satisfied with just, the case is done. Okay, throw it in the back of the file cabinet and forget about it. We're looking for answers. We want to know. We found out as far back as 2009, we started coming up with a theory that all of these things, UFOs, Bigfoot, cryptids, even skinwalkers, were all related somehow, that there had to be something common linking them all together. And what we found out was this idea of string theory and parallel dimensions had a lot to do with it. We've got UFOs popping into existence with a definite pop that, the sound goes right through your body, and then they fade out. We've had Bigfoot appear, and when he's appeared and we got more cases involving Bigfoot cases, we saw a corresponding increase in UFO traffic. and we've seen them linked together numerous times that they were seen in the presence of UFOs. And we've tracked Bigfoot, and he's disappeared. If he had taken another step, he would have left a track, and backtracked him to the point where his footprints appear. So we think that they're coming in from a parallel dimension through a dimensional gate somehow, and they might be able to manipulate these things, whether accidental or on purpose. There's definitely something here that they're interested in. Same with hauntings. So, we started talking about this in 2011 in presenting. And since then, the industry, the TV industry, now you tune in and you hear a lot about parallel dimensions, and the government's even trying to figure out how to access and use dimensional gates and faster than light travel. So, I think we're ahead of the curve now.
Yeah. Well, let's add psychic abilities too, because that was actually a question I forgot to ask you guys. Is this all somehow connected? So thanks, John. You precognitively answered that for me. So thank you.
Well, we knew you were going to ask that.
Exactly. It's got to come up at some point in these conversations. But no, I've kept you gentlemen longer than I told you. So we're going to say good night for tonight. But once again, guys, please go, if you can, to Contact in the Desert. That is June 2nd through the 4th. And also check out the other events that John and eventually Stan will be speaking at as well. Yes. Again, I briefly met you guys almost a decade ago at this point. And it was an honor and pleasure to see you speak then. And it was an honor and pleasure to have you on Somewhere in the Skies tonight as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you to your audience.
Yeah, and thank you guys for having us.
We hope to see you out there somewhere.
Somewhere in the skies.
There you go. Exactly.
Hey guys, Ryan Sprague here from Somewhere in the Skies, and I want to tell you about something that feels like it was specifically made for us. Those of us who have followed every UFO headline, every whistleblower, every UFO sighting and close encounter that literally defined the past year in UFOs. And that is Anomalous Cards. Anomalous Cards are a one-of-a-kind collectible series capturing the top 100 UAP and UFO stories of 2025. Preserved, documented, and brought to life in a format you can actually hold in your hands. We're talking about 100 uniquely designed trading cards, each one representing a pivotal moment in the unfolding UAP conversation. Every single card is individually serial numbered, making each piece of art a limited historical archive. Not just a collectible, but a timestamp of disclosure in motion. And here's where it gets even more exciting. You can collect the full story your way. Grab a complete factory set and own the entire timeline of 2025. Or dive into the thrill of discovery with cello packs and boxes, each containing the chance to uncover exclusive Heroes of Truth insert cards, spotlighting the individuals pushing this mystery into the light. This isn't just memorabilia, it's a curated record of one of the most important years in UAP history. Head over to letsgetanomalous.com right now to grab your set or packs. And for Somewhere in the Skies listeners, you get an exclusive promo code right now for 15% off your order. That promo code is Somewhere15. Again, go to letsgetanomalous.com and use the promo code Somewhere15 for 15% off your order. Because the UFO story is still unfolding, and now you can collect it all with Anomalous cards.
Spectrovision Radio.
While our government's official position is not to speculate on this subject, we can choose to let our minds explore other possibilities, to use our imaginations. For if we consider that astroscientists agree on one point, that the possibility of life elsewhere is not only quite probable, some feel it is there without a doubt. Let us suppose then that these objects are real space vehicles, extraterrestrial in origin, and not an illusion of the mind.
I'm Ryan Sprague, and you are now somewhere in the skies. Welcome to Somewhere in the Skies. I am your host, Ryan Sprague. Has Hollywood been chosen to be the form of UFO disclosure we all want and need? We ask that question of our guests this week, Bryce Zabel, Brent Friedman, filmmakers. They have both been in the Hollywood scene for a very long time, and they have a very interesting history when it comes to possibly being involved in some of that UFO disclosure. We have the brand new Steven Spielberg movie, Disclosure Day, coming out this June. So we talk about all of it with Bryce Zabel and Brent Friedman, and all about their brand new podcast, Sound, Light, and Frequency, premiering February 19th. It was a fascinating conversation. We are the first to interview both of them in the same room together. So I cannot wait for you to listen to this episode, and be sure to subscribe to Sound, Light, and Frequency wherever you get your podcasts. While you're at it, give us a rating and review over on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. We would certainly appreciate that. But let's get to it. Bryce Zabel, Brent Friedman, let's go. All right, welcome to Somewhere in the Skies, and welcome to a veteran guest and a first-time guest. I'm so excited to talk about their new podcast today, Sound, Light, and Frequency, which will be premiering very soon, February 19th. We have with us today the one and only Bryce Zabel and new guest, Brent Friedman. Welcome to Somewhere in the Skies, guys.
Happy to be here. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to be the noob. Yes.
And this is so cool to have you both in the same room together. I mean, does this happen often?
Not really. This man over here lives in, well, let's just say the Seattle area. Yeah, I live on an island up in Puget Sound. And I live in Los Angeles. So you travel a lot. So that's how we end up together. But this is the only time. I mean, I don't know if it works technically, but this is the only time you're going to see the two of us together in the same screen, probably. Yeah,
I'm so honored.
Congratulations. You've scored a first and you've barely started.
I know. Coming out of the
gate. That's good news.
Well, Bryce, I mean, we've spent some time together. You've been on the show before. We spent some time together in Shag Harbor. You will be featured in an upcoming documentary of mine that I'm producing out of Nova Scotia. But I know you guys have a pretty strong history together. You know, if anyone knows the work you've done, you know both of your names. But for any of our listeners, viewers who might be new to both of you, we always have new people, younger people getting involved in the UFO topic and finding the show. It still astounds me to this day when I find like 20-year-olds reaching out to me on like TikTok and whatnot and being like, hey, I just saw your episode on, you know, the Rendlesham Forest incident or what have you.
I mean, I have food in my refrigerator that's older than those people probably, but
Oh, I love that. I love me
Hey,
too,
listen,
man. I'm
Ryan,
no longer. Yeah.
go ahead.
Oh, I was
No,
going to
go
say
ahead.
I'm no longer considered the young gun in ufology, and that is depressing, my friend. That is very depressing.
I have to say, to me, you're still a young gun. You'll always be a young gun. So there you go. Listen, I'm thrilled to be able to introduce my partner, Brent, here, because Brent and I go back over 30 years. We actually created the Dark Skies series for NBC, which is part of the impetus for our Sound, Light, and Frequency podcast. And, we've stayed in touch over the years. We've become good friends, and we also have done other projects together. So, ladies and gentlemen, Brent Friedman.
Yes, well, my background is different than Bryce's, who started off as a CNN journalist. Mine is much less credible. I started off when I came to Hollywood doing, B movies, features, creature features, and stuff like that. I was really into that genre. And it was by serendipity that Bryce and I connected. What happened was my wife at the time was working as an assistant for him when he was on a TV show, and happened to notice a whole bunch of UFO books on his bookshelf and said, oh, my husband has a really interesting story related to UFOs. And Bryce very generously said, oh, I'd love to meet him. And that lunch that we had together was quite fateful in that we shared some stories. He told me about things that he had been working on, and I told him about this thing that had happened to me. And we decided, let's do something together. And that was kind of the birth of our collaboration. And as Bryce said, it's been decades now, and we keep working on things over the years. And it's been a really fun and fruitful collaboration.
Hey, Ryan, just for your audience, as you said, not everybody knows everybody. So Brent is correct. I started as a CNN correspondent TV guy, came to Los Angeles to do that, worked as an investigative reporter for PBS, and then basically realized that the shows I was on were going to always be canceled. And my wife said, why don't you try writing a screenplay? So I did and sold it. And then, of course, all those shows get canceled over the years. So I've been canceled a lot. Talking about cancel culture, I'm an expert on it.
The OG, yeah.
Yeah, so I kind of went Hollywood, after that period of time. And I said, I'm going to keep doing this as long as they keep paying me. And they kept paying me, so I've been doing it. But now, kind of recently, I've had the ability to sort of pivot where I use a little bit of both worlds. And nothing is better to explain that than this podcast we're doing starting February 19th called Sound, Light, and Frequency, because it is about the intersection of Hollywood, UFOs, and sometimes government. So I have to put on the journalism side of my aspect to try to understand that. But at the same time, the experience I've had in Hollywood also informs it. And I think that, well, first of all, I'm pretty sure it's a show I haven't seen before. That's what I always try to do as a creator, is say, well, have I seen this before, or is this something new? I think we got something new here.
Yeah. And I think that the other thing is that us coming together to create Dark Skies was an inception point for a lot of strangeness, right? Anyone that has experienced the phenomenon firsthand knows that when you put your attention on issues of UFOs and aliens and whatnot, that things come to you, whether you want them or not. And so that started a whole series of incidents, right? Going back to kind of the creation of Dark Skies, the production of Dark Skies, and to some degree, things have continued on for the decades since. And one of the other key differences between Bryce and I is that I'm an experiencer, and I have been since I was a kid. I touch on a lot of those things in our podcast, right? But what it does is it presents a very interesting point of view because, Bryce, to use the X-Files analogy, is the sexy skeptic, and I'm the brooding weirdo, right? Yeah. And so we're coming at the investigation that we're undertaking from two very different points of view, right? I tend to believe and also to empathize with people who have had experiences, right? That doesn't mean that I don't have skepticism and I'm not looking for credibility, but I think Bryce is also coming at it from a much more kind of intellectual and cerebral standpoint, looking for the facts and looking for the truth. And so I think it, based on our recordings so far for the podcast, it creates a really fun dynamic. It's not that we're going at each other, but, as we're putting some movies and TV shows kind of in front of us and talking about them and what it all means, there's a little bit of X-Files and there's a little bit of Siskel and Ebert, right?
Yeah. Which is also those 20-year-olds will never understand, but they were a movie review duo that didn't get along, but still did a show together. We actually get along, so we're not quite Siskel and Ebert. And, by the way, on the experiencer thing, it's very interesting. Brent is a classic experiencer, I guess, in the UFO world's version of it. But I like to think I'm an experiencer of other things. In other words, over the course of time, for over I get for 30 years at least, every time I've been on a new job here in Hollywood, I always ask people what they think about UFOs, and I've talked to lots of people about it. So, for example, I've talked to Stanley about UFOs. We both worked for Spielberg at different times. I worked on Taken with him and got to talk UFOs at length with him. I ended up debating UFOs with Carl Sagan in a parking lot once. So we like to think that we have kind of a mutual amount of experience and we go back and forth. But the portal for all our work is to say, what are these movies and TV shows that involve alien life forms or non-human intelligence, if you will, and some of them? What are they trying to say? Was there a backstory to them that got them made in the first place? Are they accurate about what we suspect might be going on in the world of UFOs? So the whole thing, like I said, lots of podcasts, and you're a great example. You and I have talked, Ryan, about UFOs and Hollywood and those experiences. But that was probably a special episode for you. So that was the dessert on your show. On our show, it's the main course, right? That's what we do for our show. So we're looking forward to it. And as Brent said, we've already recorded some of them. And wow, it's just a fresh new way to do it. As you know very well, I've been doing the show called Need to Know for several years now, first with Ross Coulthart, currently with Richard Dolan. And that's basically kind of journalism and history and what's going on, who's testifying before Congress and that kind of thing. And that has a great place. You do it very well. Lots of other people are doing it as well, too. But we want to create our own space here where if we talk about things like congressional testimony and all that, we're apt to invoke the Godfather when Michael Corleone testifies before Congress, right? I mean, we're just more likely to use the prism of Hollywood to see the kind of experiences that people have had in this regard.
Right. Well, and I think it's important too. I mean, we're living in a world where, at the Super Bowl recently in the US, you had the premiere of a new trailer for Steven Spielberg's upcoming UFO movie, which I do want to ask you guys about later in the conversation. But I agree, Bryce. I mean, as someone who has been in the entertainment industry as well for a long time, I was trying to find ways of how I could use my skills, my inside look at that industry and somehow correlate that to UFOs. For me, it came in the form of theater. As you know, Bryce, I'm a trained playwright. I lived in New York City for, 15 years as a struggling and somewhat successful playwright, I guess. But yeah, writing plays that had to do with UFOs and trying to introduce the topic to another brand new audience. And I think that's really cool what you guys are doing is you have that expertise and you have that knowledge. I mean, having created something like Dark Skies, which has a crazy history, which I know you tease, not tease, you do a full breakdown of how the government may have gotten their hands a little bit into what you guys were doing, even back then. Right?
I'm going to tee Brent up for this, but because I feel like it was a long time ago. Dark Skies was an NBC series. We produced 20 hours of programming about it. And it was an alien invasion series which sounds like, yeah, well, I've seen those before. But this one took place in the 1960s. And in the pilot, literally, our main character gets a piece of the Roswell wreckage to President Kennedy, who plans in his second term to announce Roswell's reality. And of course, he ends up dead at the end of our pilot. So our TV series about this alien invasion takes place below the surface of what you think is the news of the day, and we're telling a story about the sort of the dark underbelly. And in fact, the TV series every week, somebody reviewed it when it went out, and they said it was the most subversive show on TV because every single episode, we basically said history is a lie. That if you think you know what happened in recent history, yeah, sort of, but a lot of it's not the way you imagine it.
Yeah. Well, and I think, the topic of history is very interesting because we have our personal history, right? Where, as I mentioned, I'm an experiencer and as a writer, the inciting incident is critical, right, to storytelling. It's where the thing that happens that sets characters off on a new path, right? For me, I had my own personal inciting incident when I was 18, when a member of the Reagan administration disclosed to me that aliens are real and they're here and that he'd seen them.
Which, by the way, not to bury the lead, but when you were talking about how you and I first met, it was at this Italian restaurant in Universal City. And I was talking about this movie I'd just done called Official Denial for the Sci-Fi Channel that was about a UFO crash and the aftermath of it. And then Brent tells me this story. I didn't even know the guy at that time, but I remember what I first thought. I thought, I don't know if this story is true, but whether it's true or not, I want to work with this guy because he's a great storyteller. Now, I've come to believe without any doubt that it's a true story. And that is a big part of our show.
Absolutely. And look, you're closer to 18 than I am, but imagine if you were 18, right? Just a teenager, like minding your own business, and somebody that was a trusted family friend that you'd known for years disclosed that to you, right? Well, obviously, even at the time that this happened to me, when I was 18, my brain couldn't process it, right? I'm like, what do you do with that information? And so I kind of sat on it for a long time. I didn't know how to deal with it. And it wasn't really until I talked to Bryce that I realized, oh, well, here's a kindred spirit, but here's also an outlet of something I can do with this story. And it led us down the path of not just creating the show, but taking this idea that we're going to take some of the truths that we've been given and use the cover of fiction, right, to create this alternate reality for a way to go back, for people to look back on history and say, wait a minute, what if what we thought happened was not the truth at all? And create, by starting in the 60s and like I said, with the JFK event, start putting doubt in people's minds about the truth that they think we are living in.
And here's the, Ryan, the essence of the show is that that's a story. Like I said, Brent told me that story, and you've now got a taste of it. And we have talked about it obliquely over the years, but we finally decided the time is right to take a full-on jump into the pool. And so Sound, Light, and Frequency, which, as you pointed out, debuts on February 19th. It's an iHeart podcast. We're doing 36 episodes. And when it debuts, Brent's going to tell the whole story and some stuff that we have discovered in the years intervening about why we think that is an extremely credible story. That's actually the 4th episode in our show. But what I want to just put in your listeners' minds right now is the very first episode we do is called Party Crasher. And that's the one that people have heard most about, but we actually haven't ever told the entire unvarnished story from his point of view and my point of view. And that's when we were debuting the Dark Skies TV series. And we had a party in my backyard, same house I'm in right now, right out there, 200 people there, cast, crew, that kind of thing. And a guy crashed the party, told me and Brent that he was from the Office of Naval Intelligence, and they wanted to make a deal with us to incorporate certain ideas that they might have into our show. So that's kind of the impetus. That's episode 1. And from that is our rock in the pool that has caused us to look at sound, light, and frequency. It's probably a popular term, but for a good reason. We think it's an active investigation. In other words, Ryan, when we start to talk about it in this podcast, we're not claiming we know everything or that we know everybody. We're simply claiming that we've had an experience. We take it seriously, and we are going to look into it with whatever skills we have, with whatever connections we have. And iHeart fell in love with that idea. They thought that that's exactly what we should do. So we've rolled up our sleeves, and we're taking on some stuff that we haven't heard talked about very often.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I think. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Brent. Oh, no, I was going to mention you guys were gracious enough to send me the first 4 episodes.
Oh.
And I was like clung to my headphones. I mean, I'm currently in another country. It's on my social media. I'm in Japan, and I'm taking flights. I'm taking bullet trains. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. And I'm just listening to your show. And I almost missed my train because I was listening. I think it was episode 3. I want people to know this isn't just you guys reflecting on the past. This is a current investigation because of the discourse we're having now in the field, which again, I will get to in a little bit, the UFO narrative, as it were.
Sure.
But Brent, please continue. I stepped on your toes.
What I was going to say is that, our approach is based on first our experience, right? A guy shows up and makes us this deal or proposes a deal to us. If you step back from that and you ask the question, were we the only ones in Hollywood ever that was approached about a deal?
Not likely.
I mean, if you just kind of put that under the microscope, you go, well, that doesn't make any sense. So then it raises the question, well, who else might have been offered a deal, right? That might have informed what the movie became or the TV series became, right? And so that also raises another interesting question. Let's assume that is actually some sort of government initiative, that they have been working with Hollywood behind the scenes in different capacities. Is it part of a disclosure program, which is what was presented to us? There was going to be part of a slow drip disclosure program. Or is it really, though, part of a disinformation campaign, right? And so we don't have that answer, right? But maybe as we go through the course of our podcast, we're going to start to see patterns emerge, and we're going to start to possibly be able to make an educated guess, right, about what all of this means. But I think that we can all agree that the media is one of the most powerful tools that anyone can wield, right? So at the highest level, you have to believe that we've all seen different forms of media manipulation. Why wouldn't they use the media in some capacity to control the UFO narrative that you were just talking about?
Yeah.
What that all means and who was involved? Well, listen to our podcast.
Ryan, I have to just harken back to, I have got this image of you on a Japanese bullet train. Then, listening to our podcast, and thank you. That is such an evocative image. I'm kind of actually curious because, you are, just so you know, you are the first interview that we have done. We're rolling it out on the 19th, and we haven't done any interviews. You're the guy. So my question is, if listening to those episodes, what do you think the show is about? What stood out to you and made you say, I would listen to this again, or even if you wouldn't? I mean, what was your take on it as you heard it?
Right. Again, I think people in any walk of life will take something away from what you guys are doing. For the more UFO historians out there, they're going to love hearing these stories about, these almost mythical things that we've heard for decades, of Independence Day, like Area 51 influenced, how they perceive that in that movie, or, the FBI agents in the X-Files, or, what happened with you guys. And I love that aspect of it. But I also love the forward thinking that you guys are doing of, okay, this happened to us. What about these other people? And the beautiful thing about this is people in Hollywood are going to listen to your podcast, not just UFO buffs or UFO enthusiasts. And that's going to trigger something in them, like, you know what? I was in that one pitch meeting about that UFO thing, and there were people in that room that I did not recognize. What the hell was going on there? Or I happened to go to this UFO conference thing just for fun. And then, but you know what? I think there were people there for other reasons, keeping tabs on the information being said at these sorts of things. So I love this idea of kind of putting that in our minds, because now I'm thinking to myself, have I ever had a situation like that in all my years of researching UFOs? And, it's gotten to that point in my research where I am now talking to the people at the Department of Defense. I am going out for beers with someone like a Luis Elizondo, or these former intelligence people that we know about in the UFO field. And you start thinking a little differently about, what do I want from them? What do they want from me? Do we all want the same thing? Or is there something completely under the surface, as you said, Bryce, going on here? So your podcast got me a little paranoid, which I think is good. I think it's good to be cautious and careful.
Yes. Yeah, that was good. Yeah, okay.
But I want to kind of throw that back to you, Bryce, with the title of the podcast. Rewind for just a sec. Of what does the title mean, and what might that have to do with this, what we're talking about right here?
That's a terrific question that I'll be dodging in a second. No.
Okay.
What I was going to say, I just wanted to react to something that you were saying, which is one of the things that we think might happen is we may, because we're doing the podcast, stumble across things. I mean, right now, America at least is compelled by the disappearance of Savannah Guthrie's mother, and there are tip lines where people are calling in. They're getting 18,000 tips or whatever, and they have to run through them. Well, we think one of the things that's going to happen as we start to tell this story and raise these issues is that some people, like you said, who have had experiences or had questions or whatever, may call us, and we may find out that there are people who had a roughly similar experience to ourselves, and we'll want to talk to them and compare notes. And then, because we have a podcast, it won't just end there. Then we'll run it past the people who are listening. So maybe there'll be some guests on that are particularly interesting. But to answer your question about sound, light, and frequency, which we admit is kind of an interesting title, the first thing I would say is, well, if you think about movies and TV, everything in movies and TV is sound, light, and frequency. So we have that, but that's not why it's called sound, light, and frequency. And Brent, I'm going to give you the floor for that one.
Well, remember our party crasher, when he approached us, he said something very enigmatic to us at the very end, and even left us with something that, it's hard to explain this without going
no
into
spoilers.
The whole story. Spoiler alert. But he used that phrase, sound, light, and frequency, in a certain capacity that was very provocative. And he ended up drawing us what we call kind of an artifact, the formula, whatever you want to say, the envelope, that together with that phrase creates an ongoing mystery, right? So again, as a writer, you'll understand one of the subplots of our podcast is we are still actively trying to understand and investigate what both that phrase means and what that kind of strange formula was that we were given.
Okay, Brent, you've already spoiled the spoiler alert here. No, actually, I'm cutting this guy off right now because the one thing I was going to say though is we're not going to be cute about it. Before you get to the end of the first episode, you will know exactly why it's called sound, light, and frequency, and you will have some opinions about that. And then you will see that sound, light, and frequency isn't just the title of a podcast. It's also the title of an investigation.
All right. So I guess that's the only way I would put it right now. And that's about as far as we can go. However, you don't have to wait long to hear that. February 19th is literally just around the corner here, a few days from when this will be airing. So yeah, we're good with that.
I love that. Yeah. And again, like, it's not just a podcast about, like, is the government, you know, using the media to try to put out a certain narrative or to disclose the truth about UFOs. Like, you guys are actively asking the bigger questions. What are UFOs? Where did they come from? What did they want? Why did they have such a impact on us in pop culture? You know, there are so many reasons for that. And that's what I love about this topic is it's not even what are the UFOs? It always puts that mirror back on us as the human beings, which I think you guys do great as well in the show.
And Ryan, here's something that's very personal to you. You've written a couple, I think 2 books now, haven't you? Right? Yep. You've written 2 books, and you also have focused quite a lot on what witnesses actually say. And so you'll know this is true. Quite often when witnesses are describing what they had either encountered or saw in the sky or whatever, they'll use the phrase, it was like being in a movie, man. It was
all the time.
I thought right. And so that is kind of interesting, whether we wanted it to be true or not. There is kind of a intersection, a diving together of these 2 topics, the UFO and the Hollywood thing, that are inextricably linked. And so part of our mission statement is to pull those apart and see them, each one, for what they are. Because the people who are saying it was like being in a movie, that's true, but it doesn't mean that what they saw didn't happen. They saw something really happen. And so when Hollywood, and that would be people like us and all our friends and other people, start to research this topic, which is more in the news than ever before in my lifetime, right? Then if you're a screenwriter or a producer or a director, you are more and more compelled to wanting to tell stories about this topic. And so the reality of what's going on and the reality of what gets on the screen are going to remain things that we think should be talked about, because as you mentioned, well, first of all, there are multiple UFO projects going on around town, which is good. Some of them are even ours. But at the same time, Mr. Spielberg is coming in with the big daddy of them all, with his film Disclosure Day, which will be out on June 12th. And, that's why we made Spielberg the subject of our second episode. It's called Mr. Close Encounters, because on the subject of deals, I won't spoil the entirety of that episode, but people have been saying for years, I wonder if Spielberg was briefed in. And by briefed in, they mean the government took him aside and said, okay, Stephen, here's this and that and the other thing. Now go put it in Close Encounters and call it Close Encounters, right? And we don't know, but we are looking into it. And so that's what makes this thing so fascinating. And then in our third episode, which is called Sagan Makes Contact, Carl Sagan was the guy behind the Contact movie. He's a scientist grounded in the real world, but at the same time, he was compelled to talk about first contact with non-human intelligence. And so all of these, they're just so fascinating. We feel like we could go 10 seasons and we'll never run out of anything. So
yeah.
Well, another just quick example too about how we can go back and look at a movie from several decades ago and find relevant connections to today, right? A perfect example is in our episode 5, we look at The Abyss, right? The Abyss was at the time kind of a groundbreaking movie from one of our top, Hollywood filmmakers in James Cameron. Well, when Bryce and I went back and looked at it, we actually learned a lot, which was the idea of USOs, right? Was everyone thinks, oh, well, that came out with The Abyss. The Abyss was the first kind of movie to put that on the radar. It wasn't. There were other movies in that whole era that also came out with that same idea. But if you go back even further, you realize that H.G. Wells wrote a story at the turn of the 20th century called Into the Abyss, which was quite similar. But now, fast forward to congressional hearings where they're talking about USOs, right? Something that for probably a long time before that, no one really took seriously. They thought of the abyss. Oh, it's that thing like James Cameron did. It's more sci-fi fantasy. Well, wait a minute. But he was talking about something decades ago that now seems to be not just credible, but part of the new lexicon in terms of what the UFO narrative is, right? To the point where now people are saying, well, that's where they're all coming from. They're all coming from underwater. Why was that not part of the conversation for decades, right? So then it just raises the question, well, okay, was James Cameron just prescient? Maybe, right? But then what about H.G. Wells? And how? What's the lineage of that thinking and that storyline? And how did it suddenly become what's considered fact now in the 21st century? It's very interesting.
It's almost like we feel like if we can blow our own minds every episode, then we'll blow some other minds on the other end of the airwaves. So I think that's the goal, to just take nothing at face value, to look into it, to ask people questions, and to think about it. Because a lot of times you start to read things, there's just so much out there. Like, here's the best example I could give you. I read a lot of UFO books. I've read your books. I've read other people's books. And by the way, people should read your books. They're very good books. And as you read them, in most UFO books, there'll be a reference here, there, or somewhere about movies or TV, and it's a paragraph long. So I'll look at those and I'll go, well, that's interesting, because each one has something, but their whole book isn't about that. It's just about that little piece. So we take that piece and we put it in, we've got files upon files within folders that are within folders that are, it's a whole investigative kind of thing, but you have to do that. That's how you figure out patterns. And I think pattern recognition is kind of a truly important part of what we're doing.
Yeah.
Put it all out on the table, sort it into baskets. Oh, that goes in this basket. That goes in that basket. And then what you'll find quite often is, no, actually it shouldn't be in that basket. It belongs in this basket, right? And so we're doing some of that work so the people on the other end of the podcast don't have to, I guess, because it's time-consuming work. But I got to tell you, I'm enthusiastic about it because it's so intriguing to me to start to see the world through this way. And honestly, I think since the Dark Sky series, Brent and I have been afraid to sort of dive into this, right? We didn't want to get sucked into that world. We had careers and families, right? When you have a family to raise and you got to bring home some money to pay for the baby needs a new pair of shoes kind of thing, right? You don't want to do anything that would taint your ability to have a career. And we were always a little concerned about that. But you get older and you say, screw it. Let's just do this thing. And that's kind of where we are right now.
Yeah. You know how many first dates I lost saying I was a ufologist, right? Oh my God. Hey guys, Ryan Sprague here from Somewhere in the Skies. The podcast has always been and always will be completely free for you to listen to. But creating it every week takes a lot of time, research, and resources. And to be honest, it's just never been free for me to create. That's why we built a few simple ways for you to help support the show and keep it going strong. You can join us over on Patreon or through Apple Premium. Both offer the same awesome perks. Ad-free episodes, early access to new content, exclusive bonus shows, and even priority to ask our guests your listener questions. It's a quick and easy way to support what we do for just a few bucks a month. And right now, you can even try Patreon for free for a week to see if it's right for you. To learn more and to join, head over to patreon.com/somewhereskies. That's patreon.com/somewhereskies. Or hit that subscribe button right at the top of your Apple Podcast feed. Thank you so much for listening, for supporting, and as always, keep looking up. you guys mentioned congressional hearings.
Sure.
Now, in the current kind of UAP landscape, that's what everyone's talking about. The bureaucratic stuff, the military, threat. That is like the
Right.
narrative being pushed right now within the government. So, I would love to know from both of you, what do you guys think of the current state of the UFO discourse? I guess in the mainstream, when it has to do with, locking on targets and this is breaching national security. It seems to be kind of the antithesis of what ufology was at one point, kind of this more love and light. These are space brothers in a galactic federation. Insert narrative here. It changes throughout the decades. But what do you guys think of the current narrative out there when it comes to UFOs and possible UFO disclosure, I guess,
Right.
quote unquote, and all of that going on right now? And what does that have to do with your podcast?
It's a great question. And I think it is a through line for our podcast. And I think this is one of the things that when you step back, you can start to trace kind of the cultural narrative, right? So a movie like Close Encounters, right, was those were benevolent aliens, even though there was moments when the little boy was abducted that were very scary. There was some intensity, and the aliens were threatening in that they were more powerful than us. But the end message was, well, but they just want to learn about us, and we're gonna learn with them, right? Then you have a movie like E.T., right? That's also one where the alien itself was presented as, the space brother, right? But then you have movies like Independence Day, where they're coming to destroy everything. All of those stories are emerging from Hollywood. They're all telling very different stories, but at the end of the day, what I think you can take away from all of them is that the aliens are more advanced than us, which obviously is going to put us in a position of being threatened, right? We're the apex predator on Earth. If a higher intelligence with more technological sophistication than us comes to Earth for any reason, we will be threatened. In terms of how does that threat narrative, figure into our philosophy on things, I'm going to speak just for myself. I'll let Bryce speak for him. One of the things that the person who disclosed to me said that really still haunts me to this day was that he said he used to cry himself to sleep every night when he had been disclosed to himself. And I asked him why. And he said, because this is not the world I thought I was bringing my daughters into. And by the way, this was 1981.
Yeah.
Right. And so you take that with some comments by Lou Elizondo, who used the word somber, some of the takes of Jim Semivan, you start to mix all of those things together. And I think there is something that can be threatening about this. On the other hand, we haven't been attacked yet. They haven't pulled an Independence Day on us. So we're living in this world of incongruity where there seemingly is something that could be very threatening, but it hasn't acted upon that with its full force yet. Now, people could say, well, yes, but there are cattle mutilations, there are abductions, there are examples of them doing threatening things. True, but we still live on a planet, right, with at least the illusion of free will. So it's hard to say that there is any certainty around the aliens being threatening.
So free will, Brent, you're basically saying we had no choice but to appear on Ryan's podcast. Okay, I get it.
It was predetermined. Yeah.
So I have no choice but to listen to me talk about that now because there's no free will for any of us. Listen, Ryan, your question raised, it has two answers. The first answer for me is the movie answer. And, we talked about Spielberg being briefed. Well, just as an insight into that, Brent already alluded to it. He started with Space Brothers and Close Encounters. He's got cuddly scientists in E.T. He's got invading marauders in both War of the Worlds and Falling Skies. And he's got average people trying to get the truth out in Disclosure Day coming up. So if there was a single message, I don't know what it is coming from that. And I think you could argue that about about the Hollywood product. However, if you look at the totality of Hollywood product going back to the 1950s, and we continue to, it routinely goes to alien invasion. We're guilty of it ourselves, right?
Yeah.
So, and why? Why do that? Is it because that's really what we should be fearful of? Or is it something else a little less problematic? And I would suggest a lot of it can be written off to the fact that Hollywood product needs conflict. And what better conflict could you have than somebody's trying to take the earth away from us? And the other thing is, you don't want to just kill a bunch of human beings, so you make bad aliens and you can kill them. So that explains a certain amount of it. The second part of your question, though, which I'm not going to belabor, but you talk about with what's going on, I don't buy into threat narrative as that makes you bad if you believe into a threat narrative. I mean, the truth is, even Ronald Reagan said back in the 80s about nuclear weapons, trust but verify. So, okay, there is at least one non-human intelligence and maybe multiples interacting with us right now. And they haven't told us what their agenda is. At least I haven't heard it. So that means we should be careful. And that doesn't make you a bad person to say, I'd like more of the facts to come in before I draw any conclusions. So I guess when it comes to, are there real threats? Yeah, I mean, there are. People that come into contact with UFOs quite often can suffer some physical problems. We know that UFOs have been interested in nuclear weapons. So yeah, on one level you could say, oh, that's because they want to turn them off and they want to save us from destroying the planet. Okay, well, that's one possible example. But then by the same token, you could say, well, they want to turn them all off because it's going to be easier to take the planet away from us if we can't blow up nuclear weapons. So I guess that's a larger question that we could do many episodes about. We're trying to, and I thank you for the question, because what it does is it allows us to sort of delineate why sound, light, and frequency is going to be just another way to look at it. We're all looking at the same problem. This is the problem here, okay? Well, somebody on that side of the room is going to see it differently than somebody behind us or somebody to the side. We're all looking at the same phenomenon, but we're all looking at it through our own prism. Our prism happens to be the Hollywood one. We're looking at it and saying, okay, well, you know what? My puny little human brain cannot comprehend everything that's going on and sort everything out. But from a Hollywood point of view, we have a better chance to get our minds around that and try to make something coherent out of it. So we're, I guess as we wrap up here, we're just trying to be careful commentators. We don't have to investigate everything, because who could? We're just two podcasters. We don't have, millions of dollars in a slush fund to go investigate anything. We're just two guys. So we're going to do the best we can. But what we can do is we, with our, relative experiences, provide some kind of analysis. When knowing what we know about the UFO UAP issue, when we watch a movie, we're going to see it through different eyes. And I got to tell you, that is absolutely what's been happening, because like you, Ryan, and many of the people who are listening, we spent all our lives watching alien movies. I mean, I've watched hundreds of them, right?
Yeah,
but a lot of them I watched so long ago, I forgot I couldn't tell you any details about them. But in order to do one of our episodes, I end up having movie night. And I'll watch the things that we're going to talk about, and I will have forgotten so many things, and I'll see so many things in a different light, because now I'm looking at that movie and saying, wait, I didn't know that was in this movie. I'll give you a great example. I'm watching War of the Worlds the other day, the Tom Cruise version that Spielberg directed in 2005. And I'd forgotten about how they were sucking blood out of people and then building biological blood tendrils out on the earth. And I thought, that's kind of an oblique reference to the cattle mutilation situation.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Where animals are devoid of blood. The blood is literally drained from the carcass. So anyway, I didn't think of that when I was, the first time I'm just watching it going, oh, this is creepy. Oh my God. And now I'm watching it and going, well, that's interesting. It evokes cattle mutilation. violations, which I didn't
Yeah.
put in Spielberg's camp at the time. So we're just having a lot of fun. I mean, this is a fun job.
I love it. I love it. Well, to, I guess, kind of start to wrap it up here.
Yeah.
Bryce and Brent. Would you want, I know this is, maybe a hard question since you're in the Hollywood world. Is this how you guys would want a disclosure personally? Would you want it to come from Hollywood? I mean, Brent, you've hypothesized in your book After Disclosure of what it might look like. Is it the president? Is it the world leaders coming together? Is it the phenomena itself disclosing itself to the public? Or will it happen through things like these movies and TV shows, some of which you guys have created? Is this the kind of disclosure you envision personally or would want if this was
Brent,
to
I'm a
finally
little
be
concerned about
disclosed?
that question, because asking if Hollywood should be actually a key participant in disclosure is like saying Hollywood should run the world economy or something.
Yeah.
I mean,
God.
we probably shouldn't be in charge of anything, or nobody should count on Hollywood to do the heavy lifting, because the truth is somebody else has more information than we do.
Yeah.
And it's usually not Hollywood, so I don't know. What's your take?
I mean, look, I think, the fun thing to talk about would be like, oh my goodness, we all watched Disclosure Day, on June 12th, and we realize, wait, this is disclosure. They're telling us what's going on, and it's up to us to believe it or not. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's just a movie. But to the point about Hollywood being the one to disclose, I think the problem is that Hollywood is not a trusted communication channel in that regard.
No.
I also think we're living in a world now where it's hard for anyone to trust any communication channel, which then goes to another point you just made, which is maybe it's the phenomenon itself that needs to do the disclosing, right? Maybe it needs to come down from on high, as it were, for it to have any credibility. I mean, my personal opinion is that everything that we're doing, your podcast, our podcast, TVs, movies, books, it's all kind of pushing things in a direction, right? And it's leading to things like more interest from people who just are living their lives, right? You're starting to see a trickle down where everyday people have starting to think about this topic, which is leading to congressional leaders saying, we want to have committees that investigate this. And now suddenly those hearings are being broadcast, and it's creating more people and more awareness. I think everything that we're doing, we're pushing towards some point of disclosure. Who it comes from and what it is, I think that is TBD.
Yeah.
There's a lot TBD. And honestly, guys, like, it starts with the conversations that you're having on the new podcast. So I have to thank you. It was so refreshing to hear this new show, and I can't wait to hear the rest of it. Again, I was just clung to my seat listening to those first four. I'm like, Bryce, send me more. But obvious last question, guys, before I let you go. I know you're both very busy. Where can we find the show? And what can we expect moving forward?
Well, I'll do where can you find it? It's called Sound, Light, and Frequency. So if you go to where you get your podcasts and you type in those keywords, sound, light, frequency, you'll find it. And that doesn't matter whether you're on Apple or iHeart or Pandora or anywhere. You're going to find it with those three keywords. And if you can remember those three keywords, sound, light, frequency, now just add a .com to the end of them, and you can find our website, which will take you to virtually everything. And so I guess I would say that it's pretty easy to find it. We're actually primarily a podcast that is going to have a video version of it, but it'll be more like this. We're not we don't have that budget of millions to go produce a video version, because one of the things we found instantly, by the way, Ryan, is we don't have clips because clips cost a ton of money. So it's, we analyze, we don't clip. But I think that's good, actually, because you can see clips everywhere. So that's where you're going to find it. You can go to our website. They'll always have that stuff, soundlightfrequency.com, or where you get your podcasts. It's an iHeart podcast.
Yeah, the thing that I will add to that is our season 1 is 36 episodes, right? Ooh. And so each episode, as Bryce mentioned, is we have a portal, right? So episode 1, our portal is Dark Skies. That takes us into the world and our personal experience. Episode 2, as we mentioned, it's Close Encounters. But once we get into that portal, we start having that discussion, it leads to other movies and other TV shows. We start to find connections and whatnot. So we are going to cover a lot of ground. Now, fortunately, as Bryce said, there's hundreds and hundreds of movies and TV shows that are going to be, that's our playground, if you will, that we can go out and find all of these interesting stories and connections. Every week, a new episode will come out, and we will take you into a whole new part of the act of investigation. The last thing I want to add here is that, again, as an experiencer, my personal agenda, and one of the reasons I wanted to do this podcast after a lot of years of sitting on both the story of Dark Skies and the Party Crasher and everything else, my own disclosure experience, is I wanted to tell everything. And I have a personal belief, which I'm still trying to convert Bryce to, that the phenomenon is not just about UFOs and aliens. It's about the afterlife and it's about the paranormal, and that it's all interconnected. And so we're going to be looking at some of those connections, right? Because some of them have affected us over the years, right? Not just seeing a UFO or not just encountering an alien, but these other aspects. And I think at the heart of it is consciousness. And that's going to be one of our recurring characters that we discuss. And so I think when you think about all of the things that we're going to be examining, you realize we need more than 36 episodes to really do this investigation properly. But for right now, we've got 36. Starting next week, it's going to be coming out every week.
Yeah, thank you, iHeart. Hey, I just for fun, Ryan, I'm going to end with a piece of trivia for you.
Okay.
All right. What was the title of the first flying saucer film ever made?
Wasn't it The Flying Saucer?
Yes. Congratulations. Okay. Wow.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to have to give Ryan a prize. We
need to send him a Soundlight and Frequency t-shirt.
Yes, we don't have them yet, but when we have them, man, you're going to get one. Isn't that wonderful?
Wait till I get back to the U.S. to send it. I don't want you shipping it over to Osaka. Yeah.
The amount of people who would actually get that right are very small. So that actually shows that either you need to go get a life or that you're very well read. And
or both,
like us. Anyway, congratulations. Ryan, it's always fun talking to you, and I really thank you for taking the time with us, and to all your listeners and viewers, thank you, folks, and we'll see you on the podcast.
No, thank you, guys. Again, links are in the show notes to everything for the podcast. Guys, go check it out. Subscribe, follow, comment, leave reviews. You guys know how that goes with new podcasts. It truly makes a huge difference. Yeah. So do all of that for Sound, Light, and Frequency. And guys, thank you. Thank you for your time. And I cannot wait to listen to all 36 episodes. So thank you once again for coming on.
Excellent.
Thank you. I'm out of here.
We're out of there too. See you all later. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Somewhere in the Skies is part of the Somewhere podcast universe. Please take a moment to rate, review, and subscribe on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. To learn more about all of our shows, visit thespu.com.
Spectrovision Radio.
Hey guys, Ryan Sprague here from Somewhere in the Skies. The podcast has always been and always will be completely free for you to listen to. But creating it every week takes a lot of time, research, and resources. And to be honest, it's just never been free for me to create. That's why we built a few simple ways for you to help support the show and keep it going strong. You can join us over on Patreon or through Apple Premium. Both offer the same awesome perks. Ad-free episodes, early access to new content, exclusive bonus shows, and even priority to ask our guests your listener questions. It's a quick and easy way to support what we do for just a few bucks a month. And right now, you can even try Patreon for free for a week to see if it's right for you. To learn more and to join, head over to patreon.com/somewhereskies. That's patreon.com/somewhereskies. Or hit that subscribe button right at the top of your Apple Podcast feed. Thank you so much for listening, for supporting, and as always, keep looking up.
You are now somewhere in the skies with your host, Ryan Sprague.
All right, guys, and he is back. It has been a while, but we have a very good reason because he just came out with a brand new book, A History of USOs, Unidentified Submerged Objects, Volume 1. So welcome back to the show once again, Richard Dolan.
Hi, Ryan. It's a pleasure. Very always happy to be a guest on your program. You got a great podcast, and we've known each other for a long time, so it's always fun.
Yes, we have. We've had some fun experiences at conferences and you know, I always bring this up when you come on. You were the first one to really give me a chance in this field, man, and you published my very first book, so I will forever be indebted to you for that. So yeah,
a fine book too, a really great book.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Well, hey,
right.
It has led to this podcast that you're on today, and we're going to talk all about the brand new book on a topic that, you know, has come a little bit more to the forefront, but it might be a subtopic of ufology that a lot of people aren't quite familiar with. So, of course, the first, easiest, most softball question for you, what is a USO? Let's go UFOs 101.
Well, the thing about this field of ours, from UFO to UAP and USO, we've gone through a lot of different acronyms over the many, many years. So USO today means unidentified submerged object. So, you know, pretty straightforward. And think of a UFO under the water. It's submerged in the water. In earlier times, USO was used, and it had actually meant unidentified submersible object, unidentified submarine object, and there were even other types of acronyms used for UFO and USO in earlier years. And I think it's really because we ourselves were not quite solid with what we thought we were dealing with. So the phenomenon of USOs has always been kind of noted by researchers over many years. We've known that there's something going on in the waters of this planet, at least from time to time when they've been noted. And I think researchers, really wondered, is this a formal distinction, or is this just a case of sometimes these UFOs go into the water and then they come out? Like, how much of a big thing is it? So we didn't really even have our first book that dealt with this subject at all until the year 1970. I guess for some folks that seems like a long time ago, but actually it's not that long ago. It's there was one book, very fine book, but then after that in the English language, nothing for about 40 years until the 2010s. We had another very good book on the subject by the late Carl Feindt. He did a nice job on it. And a couple of books or studies in other languages, Russian, the Italian UFO research group over there has done some work on the water-based aspect. But the fact is there has been very little. So it hasn't really been treated until very recently as a well-defined subset of what we call UFOs or UAP. And so when I got into this about 3 years ago, and I'll do a lot of different projects from my website. I have a site, Richard Olin Members, and a very active community there. And I'll get asked questions of all types. And one dealt with a USO case in the 1940s. And I did a video presentation on that back in 2022. And I got interested. I thought, this is really quite fascinating. I've always been interested in this subset of the greater mystery. And I just asked myself, how many cases actually are there of these? And where are they? How do I find them? How do you collect them? And so I remember all through the summer of 2022, I just went on a wild goose chase looking for these cases. Are there any digital databases that I could look online? Turns out there were a couple. Were there books or old out of print magazines from the 1980s or 70s? Yes, a lot of those. Some of them are quite expensive to acquire, by the way, but I really hunted them all down and then sifted through. I went through literally thousands of potential cases for inclusion and ended up with just a little under 700 for my 3-volume study here. And it was a real adventure. It was a great, I call it a labor of love. It truly was one of the most fascinating research endeavors I've ever done, or I think could ever do. It's right up there.
That's amazing. And, like you said, 3 volumes. Now, that is
here's volume 1.
And it's massive. I know.
One.
Yeah. I love the cover, by the way. Love the cover.
Well, that's Tracy, my wife, and organizing. She was the project manager on the cover. And yes, it's a great cover for that book.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. Shout out.
Yeah, 2 more good ones coming too.
Awesome. Well, okay. So, I've probably brought this up to you in the past. My interest in the topic of UFOs really began with a personal sighting that I had over a body of water, the St. Lawrence River in New York. I saw a black triangle over the water, coasted over, went over towards Canada. So, this topic of USOs clearly is special to me. Mm-hmm. And to see a book finally come out covering the extensive history of these things is it's not only exciting, but it's essential. This is a huge part of the phenomenon and the data that hasn't been looked at. So to start with that data, Rich, I'd love to know, how did you even begin to compile the data on this? And how do you differentiate these things? Were there patterns? How did you go about the research process?
Yeah, this is a core part of what this project ended up becoming. And it didn't start out like that. I just started it in 2022 with the idea of finding cases that I personally felt were compelling, that I felt needed to be resuscitated because they had been forgotten. And this was just a forgotten part of our history. I wasn't thinking in terms of data analysis or data extraction. After I had compiled all of the cases for all 3 volumes and written them all out, this is again I have to credit and blame my wife. She said, what would be great is if at the beginning of each of these narratives for these cases, wouldn't it be nice to have just a quick reference of categories, like what color was the object, how close was the witness to the object, what was the shape of the object, what did it do, was it below the water, did it emerge from the water, did it go into the water, and any other relevant things. And I thought I had mixed feelings because it was obviously it was the right thing to do. It was the great advice, but I didn't want it because it was just a lot more work. But I thought I will do this because the book, it absolutely needed it. And my goodness, it was, my wife actually has provided a lot of excellent advice along the way. And it's hard for me to judge which was the best bit of advice, but maybe that might be number 1 because it transformed the whole nature of this project. So I went back through all of the cases, everyone. This took several months, and I extracted about 15 data points from each case. And I tried to be very methodical, very objective. And then once that was done, then I just thought these should be in a spreadsheet. And so I ended up creating a very, very, very large spreadsheet, which is a free download. Anyone can read it. And then once the spreadsheet was there, I was able to see all kinds of patterns that I would never, ever have noticed otherwise. And, and I can discuss some of those patterns, but the first thing I would want to say is when I started seeing a whole array of unique and logical patterns, it made me feel a lot more confident, frankly, over the integrity of the data itself, because it seemed like there are consistencies here that are fascinating. So I'll give you a couple of examples. I made kind of a big thing of these in the book itself, because I did have a whole section where I discuss the data. I do a very extended data analysis in this book here. One is a simple one. It's day versus night. One of the, I tracked, was the object seen in daylight or at night? It's a simple distinction. And what I found was really quite remarkable. So all of the cases up until the late 1960s, pardon me, specifically the end of 1967, it's 51% of all of my cases collected occurred in the daytime. So almost 50-50, slight edge to daytime, but it's almost exactly even. After 1967, 3/4 of them almost immediately all started going at night. And that has been the case to this day. So it's quite a significant change. And on top of that, military versus civilian cases, it's even more extreme. So military cases, even in the early years, were much more likely to occur at night. In the early years, up to the late 60s, about 2/3 of all military USO encounters were at night, whereas a significant majority of civilian ones were in the daytime. After the late 60s, nearly 90% of military cases ever since have occurred at night in regarding USOs. Oh, so wow. It's really very remarkable. And when I look at that, it seems to me this is not a random outcome. This is a deliberate, distinct behavior that these objects are engaging in. A behavioral adaptation or change over time, specifically during the late 60s. So that's interesting. And then B, they seem to have the ability to distinguish between military and non-military vessels, which shouldn't surprise us, but it's interesting to see that you get this in the data itself, that there's distinction in behaviors. So that's one thing. And I'll mention one other off the top of my head, which is also equally fascinating to me, which is instances of electromagnetic interference. This is one thing that I tracked. Was there EM interference? Like, did compasses go crazy? Did electrical systems go down? Did communications or weapons systems, in the case of navies, go down? Things like this. So I tracked all of that. And from the early 50s onward, and I say early 50s because that was my first recorded instance of a USO engaging in EM interference that I was able to determine. So from that point onward, it's a lot of cases. I had almost 10% of all USO cases had EM interference, 9.5%. It's quite a lot, 1 out of 10.
That's a lot, yeah.
However, it gets even more interesting when you distinguish military to non-military. So military instances are 20% EM interference, like communications going down on an aircraft carrier for like a half hour, for example. Things like this, weapon systems going down. 20, so it's double for military. And then even crazier is in the few instances of alleged missing time connecting to a USO or sightings of an alleged being in connection with a USO. So when you add those two together, that's still a minority. It's like 6% of all of my cases. However, those instances showed a likelihood of 4 times the average of having electromagnetic interference instead of 2 times as in military cases. So that's an interesting pattern. I would never have thought about such a pattern. And I didn't think about it even when I was going through all of these cases and writing them down. I didn't see that pattern until I saw it in the spreadsheet. And it was kind of a shocking moment to me. It was like, you can go through these cases and cases and cases and not see the patterns until you see them in a certain format with the data right there in front of you.
Right. Because
and the EM interference for missing time, like, it kind of makes sense when you think about it. It's like, and the last thing I'll just say here, it indicates to me that electromagnetic interference isn't simply or always some random after effect of the craft themselves. It seems to me that there are instances where it is intentional, or it seems to be, because it follows specific patterns.
That is interesting, and yes, I was just gonna stress that too. Like, you can look at the after effect of the technology of said craft or phenomena. You can look at the aftermath, and that can be a set of data. Whereas then you have the craft itself and the patterns related to the technology behind that craft. So yeah, the more you zoom out, the more patterns you can obviously make with a lot of these things. It's fascinating.
There are a lot of these patterns, but those are two good ones that I love to discuss.
That's
because
cool.
they're just amazing.
Right. Well, I want to rewind a bit. Now, you mentioned like 1950s and everything, but I mean, your book goes way further back than the 1950s. So what would you say would be some of the most, like, the earliest accounts that you came across in all of your work?
I really tried to determine this. This is a very, very important part of my research. So, because when you're looking at a phenomenon like this, you want to try to be as objective as you can, obviously, because we're trying to understand what is the truth. And the truth is, if there is a presence here, one of the important things we really must get a handle on, in my opinion, is how long have they been here? We hear all the time people saying, "Oh, they've been here forever," and to the point where I feel it's almost become a cliche. And I'm not saying there hasn't been a long-standing presence, because I personally think there has been. But that is not to say that that presence has been consistent necessarily over many centuries. My take on this phenomenon, whether we're talking aerial or water-based, is that there probably was a long-standing presence, but it seems to me much more low-key, much more low-key than it is today. And I think everything did explode in terms of quality and quantity of reports immediately after World War II. That is what it looks like to me. But prior, yes, there are some good cases, including USO cases, but very few. I just have to stress this. So I looked at some really potential early cases. I looked at the Christopher Columbus sighting, for example, and that's a good one. That's not a sure shot USO, though. It's interesting. Upon approaching the New World, he was actually a day out from landfall in the Dominican Republic, Hispaniola. Columbus and another crew member saw a very distinct light. And a lot's been talked about regarding that, and it is interesting. But I don't include that as an official case either. And that is because as good as reliable as the witnesses were, and I think they're quite reliable, we don't really know what they were. They were close to land. Did they see a torch on like an elevated part of the shore? It's possible. I don't really know what that was. It is not obvious that was a USO, so I leave it as I discuss it, but it's not an official case. There are some other early cases like this where, whether in Europe or in China, China had a lot of recorded cases that are interesting. But the problem is with these earliest cases, unfortunately, they're so threadbare that it's very difficult to know what you're actually dealing with. And many of them are quite vague, to be perfectly honest, and it's just hard to know. And some of them just don't make sense to me. I'll just be perfectly blunt about it. And some are clearly social commentary. For example, there's one from England from the 17th century, the 1660s, we're told. Object supposedly comes out of the River Severn near Bristol, described as looking like one of those kites that the young boys fly. This is in 1661. Very interesting.
Yeah.
But then when you read it, the kite or the object took the form of a stern-looking man in the sky, pacing back and forth, and then took the image of a gallant man on horseback, riding back and forth, and then took the image of a beautiful woman in a gown. And you read that and you realize England had just gone through their own civil war, very severe one. They had killed their king not long ago. Oliver Cromwell had just died by this point. And so it's clearly, to my reading, an interpretation of the politics of the time. The grim man was a Puritan, was Cromwell perhaps. The man on horseback was the new King Charles II, who was a gallant cavalier, as a matter of fact, a good horseman. And then the woman I interpret as, peace, justice, tranquility, whatever. It's clearly symbolic to me, and I can't take it seriously as a USO account, because the fact is, many of these societies, we need to understand the social and political and the customs of the time to really understand them, which I think is not, we don't do this enough in the UFO field. Having said all that, the first really great case that I'm confident of takes place in 1717. So it's kind of late in the day. I don't include any from 1,000 years ago or Roman times or whatever. I just didn't find them. If someone else finds one, please let me know. I will absolutely consider it. But in 1717, there was a French ship off the coast of Martinique in the Caribbean. French captain of the ship wrote about it in his log. It was at about 2:30 in the morning, so dead of night. There was a half moon out, so light was somewhat there. Visibility wasn't terrible. And he sees off the side of the boat and a vertical shaft above the water, like maybe maybe less than a meter tall, and it's going alongside the ship. Like he described it as like a masthead, but it was out of the water. And I have not the slightest idea of what that could be conventionally. It was it's not the most incredible detailed sighting, but it was matter of fact enough. He clearly wasn't trying to make a point here. He was just noting a very strange thing that you read about it 300 years later, still doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Strikes me as some kind of, could it be a monitoring device? Who knows? Something checking it out.
Right. Well, that's interesting, the whole monitoring thing. Like, I know there's obviously cases that modern ufology can look to when it comes to USOs, such as obviously the Tic Tac event that everyone's been talking about for the past 7-8 years now at this point. However, were there any cases, Rich, let's start, I guess, with military, Navy vessels or anything like that, that really stand out to you? Like maybe a favorite or two,
Many.
military-wise? Yeah.
Military cases comprised about 20% of all of the USO cases I have. That's a lot. Of course, that means 80% are not military. So there's a lot for civilians, of course, but a lot of military cases, many US Navy, quite a few Soviet Navy cases that are fascinating, and navies of other nations, the Royal Navy, Argentine Navy, France has a couple of cases, their Navy, and Australia, quite a few. So several US Navy cases are extraordinary. I mean, just mind-blowingly extraordinary. Most of these cases, not all, but most will come from a retired Navy guy who, like 20, 30 years after the fact, writes to some blog site and says, wasn't supposed to talk about this, but it's getting late in the game, and I just have to get this off my chest. And they will, sometimes anonymously, sometimes they'll give their name, depends. And they will tell their story, and they're very consistent. These stories are very consistent. But one that has blown my mind, this will go in the second volume, although I do a little write-up in the intro to this first volume, happened in 1971 in the, I think just north of the Caribbean, possibly Bermuda Triangle. A lot of Bermuda Triangle cases. Yeah, anyway, this was the USS John F. Kennedy aircraft carrier. It was July 2nd, 1971 at 8 p.m. We have got the exact date, time. We have the name of the man who reported it as well. And he was running communications on the JFK. So we're talking major U.S. aircraft carrier. They had just done a long series of carrier qualifications, basically tests, detailed tests to check out all of the systems and their response to emergencies and so forth. And they were now north of the Caribbean, headed toward port. And 8 o'clock, and the witness is at this comms station where he hears on the intercom someone freaking out on the ship, screaming, "It's God. It's the end of the world." That's what he heard. So it was like screaming. So he leaves the station. He goes out to the deck to look. And now it's 8 o'clock at night, so it's dark, but he sees a glowing orb spherical object that's like orange, red, yellow colors glowing. He said with about half the strength of daylight. So pretty intense. And he's just watching it. He said it was the size of a beach ball held at arm's length. So fairly large.
Yeah.
And everyone's just going crazy on the ship. He's watching it for about half a minute before the ship goes to battle stations, general quarters. So he has to go back down to his communication station, and he doesn't see it ever again. The ship stays on general quarters for about roughly a half an hour, during which time all communications were gibberish. So nothing was going in or out of the ship in terms of communication. So the ship was isolated and was not able to communicate. He implied that weapon systems were also inoperable during this. So they perhaps attempted to launch an aircraft or fire a weapon, or who knows. That did not happen. There's a little bit of an aftermath to this, where the ship's captain, a few days later, got on the loudspeaker and said, before we deboard, I just want to remind you all that certain things that happen aboard a U.S. Navy warship are not to be disseminated elsewhere. He wasn't specific, but the man writing it in said we all knew what he was talking about.
Yeah.
So that's 1971, and these glowing orbs, there's quite a few of those in the USO collection, as there are in aerial encounters. You get a lot of these orbs, but that was one that completely disabled a major United States aircraft carrier. And there are other such stories where U.S. aircraft carriers and also Soviet warships were equally disabled by these things.
Yeah, I remember reading a few of those in the book. How about a civilian case? For someone like me, I spend all my time interviewing civilians about their UFO sightings, and oftentimes they can be much weirder than a lot of the military ones for many different reasons. But does one really stick out to you in terms of like a very humanistic response to it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's one I keep coming back to, but I've mentioned it in a couple of other interviews, and I don't want to keep repeating the same one. But there is. How about this one from the 50s? I just love this case, and I have mentioned it once or twice, so forgive me. But this was in 1952 in an utterly remote region, the Aleutian Islands. One of them is known as Shemya Island. It's closer to Russia than it is to mainland Alaska, so it's way out there. This is right on the Bering Sea there. It's very inhospitable, remote. If you look for it on a map, you will definitely realize this is not a tourist destination at all. It's very, very difficult to be there. In the wintertime, when this occurred, never gets above freezing. The winds are intense, everything. So there was a guy who was a civilian working there. He was not military. He was a rigger. He described himself, I guess, in oil. And he had this day off. I've often wondered, what do you do on your day off in Shemya Island? Probably not much. So he was outside. It was daytime, and he's just looking out of the ocean because, like, what else are you going to do? It's January 1952. He's looking out, and then he says, I heard this noise above me. I looked up. It was a whirring, whining noise, and he saw this craft. It was very similar to the way Kenneth Arnold described the flying saucers in 1947. It's kind of a wing, like a flying wing design. He said it was shaped like a bat. It had these two wings that came back, no fuselage. There was a dome in the center that was glowing red. And there were two greenish lights on either wing, you could say. And it was just there. And he's watching it going down like a leaf, he said, like this. And then it stopped about 75 feet above his head. It's pretty low. Certainly close enough to get a very good look at this thing. And it stopped silent and dead, motionless, which he wasn't describing the winds, but I know the winds there are always intense. So this thing is just there. And then he said it tilted to go down and it just slid into the water and he gasped, he said. And then he stood there for as long as he could, waiting for this thing to come out of the water, but it never did. So, to me, that's amazing. I've often thought like it had to be that moment when he's standing on a rock looking out at this thing had to be probably the most memorable experience of his entire life. Like whatever else, his name was Eldon White. And it wasn't until 14 years later that he wrote this handwritten letter to NICAP, the UFO organization. And just he said, look, this is what happened to me 14 years ago. Back in 1952, when this occurred, who would you report this to? There were no easy places to do that. So he writes it out years later. And no one knows who this guy is. He was totally forgotten by history, and his sighting was forgotten. But my God, just you got to wonder, like, what is this? Like, could this have been experimental technology launched from where? Like, there's no place nearby that you could practically have done something like this. It makes no sense. It doesn't seem like natural phenomenon in any way. The way he described it was extremely technological. So to me, that's a genuine USO for sure.
Absolutely. Man, you had me a handwritten letter, first of all. I'm just imagining him putting it in a message in a bottle and sending it across the ocean to night.
I found that case from the late Carl Feind, who Carl really did a lot of major legwork on this, and he deserves and receives a lot of credit in my book. He went through a lot of the archives. So that letter went from NICAP to the organization CUFOS, the Center for UFO Studies, and they had the letter, and Carl just was in the CUFOS archives and found it and put it on his now defunct website, but was where I found it. So that's how we get these cases. It's a major team effort. I'm not going in and just doing all 100% of this myself. Many other people over the years have laid the groundwork for this book.
Absolutely, man. It takes an army. I mean, I wouldn't have a podcast if people didn't report their UFO sightings to me. So, and working with colleagues like yourself, Peter Robbins, and people who bring things to me. So, yes, it truly does take an army for sure. So I'm recently, in the past couple of years, I've been traveling to and from Nova Scotia, at least twice, sometimes 3 times a year now. I live in Old Scotia. I go to New Scotia. And one of the big things there, obviously, is the Shag Harbor UFO incident.
Exactly.
I have recently spoken at their conference out there, and I just finished filming a feature documentary about the Shag Harbor UFO incident, where I got
That's fantastic.
Oh my gosh, man! Interview the prime witnesses. You'll be the first, I promise. But you do touch on this case in the book, among many others. So, what do you think? I'd love to know your personal thoughts on the Shag Harbor event. Where does it lay in the pantheon of USOs? And
it's extremely important. 99% of the cases that I found for this study were utterly unknown, even to experienced researchers. I would hazard to say most of the cases that I found were just utterly forgotten. But Shag Harbor from 1967 is certainly not one of those cases. It's really like the Roswell of USOs in many ways. It's got that level. I would say Shag Harbor, and now we could include the Tic Tac Nimitz encounter of 2004, which has a USO component. But really, Shag Harbor, it's incredible. So Shag Harbor is, as you point out, it's Nova Scotia, which is right off the coast there of Canada. It's kind of northeast of Maine. And it's sitting out there in the water. It's a fisherman's, that's the history there. They fish, they go whaling, and all of it. It's lots of water. So on October 4th of 1967, late at night, getting close to midnight, you had multiple people at this location. They see 4 basically bright orange lights. They're kind of in a 45-degree angle, and they descend into the water. Right off the shore there. And there was a single white light that was visible on the surface for a little while as well before that also disappeared. So you have guys going out in the boats. They see this weird yellow foam on the water. We've talked about that a lot. Basically, the RCMP responds, and they wondered, did an aircraft crash? There was no aircraft. They checked with aviation authorities. There was nothing. No planes were missing. No planes were operating. They send Canadian divers out there. They didn't find anything initially. But what makes this case extraordinary is what investigators later uncovered. And basically, you're talking Chris Stiles and Don Ledger were the 2 who really dug into this. They were local there. And Chris is still doing this, of course. So the object, according to numerous witnesses, moved underwater toward a secret submarine detection station in the water there. And you had a situation where the naval vessels were observing not one, but two underwater objects that were engaged in some kind of repair operations. This went on for about a week. In fact, during that period, a Soviet vessel appeared as well, but was escorted away. This became, you had Canadian, US, Soviet, all converging here. So obviously, everyone realized this was something important. And then shortly after this is just remarkable, a little bit off the coast, getting out into the water, into the open water, both underwater objects emerged from the sea and just rapidly took off. So they, according to at least the witnesses that Chris and Don Leisure found, they did that. By the way, there was an interesting case in that exact same area less than a year later in May of 1968, about 30 miles southwest of Shag Harbor, same area there. You had a captain of a fishing boat and then another captain of another fishing boat all in the area. They see this bright red light that came, I can't recall if it came out of the water. It was low over the water, went right over their boat at night, radiating this intense heat, actually to the point of burning them. The captain goes into his cabin to escape from it, and he still feels the heat inside his cabin. He's on the radio with another ship as this object moved over him and then over this other boat. And it was seen going on the water at times and lifting up off the water until it was gone. So you had two fishing boats in the exact same area catching some very bizarre globular spherical object that they could only identify as an intense light. Who knows what it really was? It was later seen, I think it was just floating, that's right, on the water along the Nova Scotia coast. Just a little known after.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, there's something about the water there, man. I'm telling you, it's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy.
That region.
Yeah.
Boy, I'm just going here, aren't I? But there are various hot spots for this activity. We all talk about Catalina Island. We all talk about Puerto Rico. Yes, and yes to both. But another one is that whole Atlantic coast region. As you go up from like the mid-Atlantic, actually Florida, very intense. But then as you go up the U.S. coast there, from like Virginia onward, all the way up to Nova Scotia, and in fact beyond, that's very heavy activity of USOs. Yeah. That whole area there.
I love it. It's so interesting. Well, another sort of, I guess, subtopic within USOs could be alien abductions. Is this something you tackle in the book at all? I mean, you've got like the Allagash one that happened out on the water. Obviously, Pascagoula is the more visible one that's out there.
I feel a little bad because, yeah, absolutely. So the Allagash, those are both from the 1970s, and if I were to include them, they would go in the second volume. They're not official cases for me, but I may add something about them in one of my chapter introductions because they are noteworthy. And the reason they're not official cases is because in neither of those instances was the object definitively seen touching the water that I'm aware of. Even Pascagoula, that's 1973, Mississippi. The object, according to the two witnesses, Calvin Parker and I'm drawing a blank here. Anyway, I know this case so well too, but they saw the object, I think, directly above the water, not on the water. So I'm like, I could. And the same with the Allagash case from 76. The four guys, they were fishing. They were abducted out of their fishing boat. So that's definitely noteworthy. But there are missing time cases that I found in my research, both back in the 40s and 50s and right up until into the 21st century. I've got a number of cases where it does seem likely that something very strange happened where you've got missing time. One of them is quite fascinating. It's from like around 1980, 82, right by Catalina Island off the coast of LA there. And there is a man who was a very experienced boatman, experienced scuba diver as well. So he's doing a late night boat from the mainland to Catalina Island. So he arrives at the island close to midnight. This is summer of '82, and he realizes he's actually several miles too far east of where he needs to go, to a place called Two Harbors, which is on the western side of the island. And he didn't arrive there. So he's like, okay, well, I'll just go along the coast a few miles and I'll get there. And that was when he ran into this bright yellow square under the water. It had absolutely sharp corners, and it extended about 1 football field on either side of his boat. It's very large. So think of an extremely large, yellow, glowing, bright, perfect square beneath your boat at midnight off the coast there of Catalina Island. He said it was visible for 15 seconds, like a light. It turned on and then turned off. So it's very well defined. He finally gets to Two Harbors, and it's 2 hours later. So it should not have taken anything like that. He lost time for sure. And he said, look, he wrote this to MUFON some years later. He said, at the time, I wasn't really thinking about USOs. What did I know about that? But then I learned about USOs, and I thought, is that what I encountered? Because and as you know from your research, and many listeners I'm sure are aware, when people have a strange encounter like this, and they're missing time, or some strange thing happens, they often don't think about it for years and years and years. It's like you just have this weird thing happen, and you just chalk it off, you shrug it off, and you forget about it. You put it away in this little corner of your mind, because what do you do with it? You don't know how to make sense of it.
It's a defense mechanism. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what happened to him. And that was definitely missing time case. There was another one where a woman, this is in, I think, 2010, 2011. This will be in volume 3. She was, I think, in Alabama, Mississippi, down in the American South there. She was at the beach at night alone, enjoying the weather, enjoying the scenery. And she also had a very strange visual from an object that I think had come out of the water. My memory is a little fuzzy on this one, but it came toward her. Things got kind of crazy. The next thing she knows, she goes to a diner to make sense of what she had, and she realizes she'd lost a couple of hours of time. And it was, there's a lot of fuzziness to some of these cases. Like you have something weird happen in connection to a sighting, and we don't always know how to process it, because I think there's definitely a level of cognitive manipulation that goes on with many of these cases where there is missing time, and the likelihood or possibility that someone was taken or messed with in some way.
Right. Wow. Okay. I want to, if it's okay, Rich, I want to circle back to this yellow square thing under the water. That imagery is just sticking with me. But it brings me to a question I'm sure a lot of people are wondering. Bases. Do you cover this at all? I mean, we've heard for years that there's these underwater bases. AUTEC is a big one that I did a lot of research on early in my UFO research. I don't remember exactly where it is, but in the Caribbean, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Might lose my ufologist badge if I'm wrong.
No.
But yeah, is that a thing? Did you come up with this in your work? Like, are these things coming out of and going into like a base of some sort?
Yeah, I think the answer to that is probably yes. So absolutely, this is something that has to be addressed in any study of this. And I know that I have even more that I'll be saying about this in volumes 2 and 3, because it'll come up. But yeah, the idea of a base. So there are definite hotspots, as I mentioned. Probably, in my opinion, the number one hotspot would go to Puerto Rico and the area just around that. Catalina Island's up there, Nova Scotia is up there, and other parts of the world as well. So then you ask yourself, like, what is there evidence that some of these are bases? And I think yes, but the fact is, no one, can say this for certain, right? No one actually absolutely knows this, but there's been a lot of suspicion for many years about a base just north of Puerto Rico and around Puerto Rico, actually multiple bases. My first guess for a base might be near or around the Puerto Rico Trench, which is just north of that island. That trench goes extremely deep. U.S. vessels we cannot go down there. It's far too difficult. And yet we have USO cases where objects have been tracked by the Navy going into that trench. Certainly they would. We can't chase them there. We can't get down there. There's talk, Timothy Good in a couple of his books covered this, Unearthly Disclosure and Alien Base. Both of those are very fine books. He talked about how Puerto Rican researchers believe there was a base off the west coast of the island, from like Cabo Rojo in the southwest, going out to a little island called Mona Island there. And there's a lot of activity for sure. So I think probably yes, it makes sense to me. Catalina Island I wouldn't be shocked in the least if there's some kind of base down there. And when I say a base, I can't say that I know exactly how it operates, but I would suspect it would be below the ocean floor. That would be the most logical thing. Like if you have the ability to excavate below the seabed, and that can be done. I mean, it's involved, takes a lot of technology and science and dedication, but it's not an impossibility. That would be a secure environment for you. And there could be very good motivations, especially if you're a non-human intelligence, you are here. Let us say you are interested in observing these human beings and this amazing world that we have. There'd be a lot of reasons you'd want to be observing and monitoring and maybe engaging with it to some extent. Where would you go? Well, these human beings, they look and they see everything. We're very observant. We're very nosy. We get our sensors and our eyes and ears everywhere. And particularly in the last century, we have really gone kind of crazy with that. Yeah, down in the ocean would be a very reasonable place that if you could set up operations, you might do that. It would be quite secure, and also secure from environmental disturbances as well.
Yeah, very good points. Well. Right. I never really thought about that. Like we look at the UFO phenomenon as a extraterrestrial thing coming from space often. You know, maybe that was the case at one point, and because we started realizing it and acknowledging it and capturing it on these crazy things called video cameras and now cell phones, they were like, oh boy, we got to hide somewhere else. Like, let's go down where they aren't looking and where we should be looking for things like that. And
this might be why, you know, I have very few convincing USO cases from ancient times where there are actually some pretty good aerial UFO or UAP sightings from ancient times. Not a lot, not as many as some people think, but there's some. But the water-based ones are hard to find. And maybe it's just because they didn't need to go through the hassle of setting up an under-ocean base back then. It was easy enough to set up something above the ground because we weren't spread out as much. We weren't as invasive as we have become. So it's possible that the USO phenomenon is itself an adaptation to our own continual technological and scientific advancement.
The Somewhere in the Skies podcast is free to listen to every week, but if you would like to help support the show, we have a very active Patreon page where you give what you think the show is worth. In return, you'll get early access to the main show, bonus episodes, and priority to ask our guests your listener questions. Your support truly makes the show continue and grow. So, to learn more and to join, visit patreon.com/somewhereskies. Advancement. My last question for you, Rich, and then I have some awesome listener questions if you're willing to stick around. Thank you. Advancement. Now, the cases, like you said, stretch far, far back. Have you seen an evolution at all of the technology being displayed by USOs from, like, let's say Columbus up to like the Tic Tac of today? Or are we seeing like the same sort of phenomena happening, like this term transmedium that's kind of the buzzword right now? And do you think we're dealing with the same phenomenon we dealt with back during Columbus times than, and now, I guess?
I would say from the 18th and 19th centuries onward, yes, it's the same phenomenon. I can comment, and maybe earlier, but definitely. So, for example, there's a amazing case from 1825. It's pretty early, right? 200 years ago, and it was involving a British ship in the Pacific Ocean there, and an orange, just like with the 1971 JFK aircraft carrier case, you get this orange spherical thing that comes out of the water twice, according to the ship's log, 3:30 in the morning. I can't explain that in any naturalistic way, and that's an orange sphere, very much that could have been described in any 20th or 21st century case. So that's quite consistent, and that's transmedium. And there are a couple of other decent transmedium cases, at least in my opinion, from the 19th century. In fact, there are a couple, not many, but there's a few. And there are a few cases from that period of time that I can't prove that they were transmedium, but they were very low over a large body of water, and I included some of those cases. And some of them are described like kind of like a craft.
Mm-hmm.
There's one, 1870, over the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. There was a ship, and they said, this is not a technical USO, but I included it. It was an aerial object. Again, they're like dead center between Brazil and North Africa. Like, you got 1,000 miles of water wherever you look. And this low object under the clouds was just casually going over their ship, which they saw it for, I think, 20, 30 minutes. It was a while until it just drifted out of sight. And hey, look, there's nothing. There's no aerial object that's supposed to be there. And it was described in a very mechanical manner by the captain of the ship. So I think we're talking objects here. These are not all looking like naturalistic amorphous blobs. Certainly through the 20th century, there's a number of these things where they're described as disc-shaped, cigar-shaped, pretty consistently. So what I think changes is their behavior. Like I noted, the behavioral change of going from mostly daytime to mostly nighttime. But in terms of their appearance, no, I got to say the appearance is quite consistent over a long period of time. Fairly consistent.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right. Well, I'd love to move to these listener questions, if that's cool.
You bet. Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah. I put a call out for these, and I have not received this many questions in a while. So I did what any entrepreneur does, Rich. I went to Patreon first. Those who support my efforts, they get put at the front of the line to ask questions. So I'm going to go with our Patreon subscribers here. Our first one comes from Aoife, pronounced Aoife. She's from Ireland, actually. She wanted to make it clear how to pronounce her name. So thank you, Aoife. The famous Nellis Air Force Base radar tracking case supposedly detected an object emerging from the ocean. Do you cover this in your book at all?
Well, okay, so that's a little confusing to me, to be honest, because when you think of the famous Nellis case, I'm thinking of the 1994 tracking of perhaps an ARV over there, over a dry lake, not an actual lake or not a body of water. I mean, Nellis Air Force Base is in the middle of just dry, flat ground.
That's what I thought.
So there's no ocean in that region that I can think of, unless Aoife or this person is thinking of something totally different that I can't imagine. But Nellis Air Force Base is in the driest of the dry. So I'm not really sure. But the case that I'm thinking of is from 1994. That was leaked to the TV show Hard Copy a year or two later. And that's a heck of a case. I mean, that's a fascinating event that describes an object that to this day is very difficult to explain conventionally.
Yeah.
But I don't know about the water connection there. I'm sorry.
Right. Unless it traveled really, really far. Yeah. Yeah. Which is definitely possible. Cool.
But we have no information about that being near a body of water to what I'm aware of.
Very good point. Yeah. Well, okay. To kind of play off of that question then, any really fascinating videos of USOs in
Well,
your research?
Only very recently.
Yeah.
One of these actually was on one of George Knapp's episodes on his Netflix series. I forget the name of it. I watched it. It's really good. And that one's off of the West Coast, near the Channel Islands, near Catalina Island, where on his video, and I think this looks very compelling. You see this light in the distance coming down to the water and going into the water, and you see the glow of the water after this light submerged into the water. It's quite interesting. And we have, we've got the video that Jeremy Corbell was able to get out. I think it was the USS Omaha case from 2019. Those aren't USOs, but one of them is. Where there's one where the object is seen entering the water there. So we have a few. That's on thermal cam, I believe. But in terms of earlier ones, no, not a lot of video.
Yeah.
Couple of alleged photographs, which was difficult for me in most cases to display in my book for copyright reasons, which is why I had a very good illustrator to do a lot of these for me.
Oh, right. We should mention that. The illustrations in the book too. Yeah.
Alan Levine did really excellent work.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Equally great for the next 2 volumes. They've got really good depictions of some of these cases. But as far as video, no, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, first of all, USO cases are actually rare compared to aerial cases.
Yeah.
We have to understand it. It's less than 1% of all of the cases. And I think probably a lot less than 1%. Just because we're not out in the water. We're just not there.
Yeah, we're land-based. Yeah.
Yeah, we're land creatures. And so you get a lot of these USO cases that attract near a shore, which is where we are. And it really begs the question, how much is being missed farther out at sea? And I'm sure quite a bit.
Absolutely. Very good point. Well, to play off of the photograph thing, Joshua R on Patreon asks, the 1971 USS Trepang photos have always intrigued me and other people. Do you have any information to corroborate or dismiss these photos? I mean, you Google UFO water, and these Trepang photos are going to be like the first thing that pops up.
Yeah, no, they're striking.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I covered this in the 2nd volume, which will be out soon. So for people who don't know, so this is 1971. The Trepang was a submarine in the Arctic Ocean at the time. This is in March of 1971. And the images first appeared about 10 years ago, I think in 2015 or around then. A researcher got them from some source in Europe, and they were then published in a French magazine, and they got out. So I don't have them here to show, but they are dramatic. There's a lot of reasons.
I'll throw them up here in post-production. I'll put one of them up so people can see.
Yeah, I think, I mean, the short answer is I don't know what I think about these. So there are definitely reasons to be cautious about the Trepang photos. I mean, I guess to be expected, admirals and other Navy personnel have been contacted, have all said, no, we didn't see anything unusual there. We only saw ice. Okay, so you could expect that. But then you have claims of photo manipulation, at least that have been put forth. I look at some of these claims and I don't know how convinced I am of that, to be perfectly honest. I'm lucky because I still have a little bit of time before the 2nd volume goes out, and I'm still actually, that is maybe one of a few cases that I'm probably going to go over one last time before I make a final decision. But then you have alternate explanations, like maybe these objects were a naval target balloon that was used for weapons testing. That's probably the biggest conventional explanation that I have heard. There are historical photographs of 20th century naval balloon that have a resemblance to what you see in the Trepang images. So that's a possible one that I didn't feel was believable. Someone talked about, what was it called? An effect that I'd never heard of before, the Fata Morgana effect. There's always like photos that might show natural phenomena looking different, like icebergs, looking not like icebergs. I found that bizarre. Apparently it's a real thing. I have a very difficult time thinking that's what we're looking at here. So I don't think that these photos have been debunked in a conclusive way, but I do think we don't have enough information about the context of what was going on there that I am confident in knowing what the heck we were dealing with here. So it's in the book, and it's one of those unknowns, in my opinion.
All right, there you go, Joshua. It's in the book. I love it. Well, to piggyback off of that, Rich, we just had like a former Navy admiral, rear admiral, testify before Congress about USOs. Did you talk to Tim Gallaudet at all in the work that you did?
Absolutely. Yeah. No, Tim and I actually talked on several occasions and quite a lot of detail in the course of my doing the research. He was able to provide commentary on my manuscript, and it was very useful going back and forth with him. So yeah, Tim was a very valuable reader for me for this book.
Cool.
I don't know what else to say about that. I mean, he's interested in this, and I think he's definitely of the strong opinion that this is a real phenomenon for sure.
Cool. Awesome. Well, I guess moving away from USOs a little bit, Melissa T on Patreon asks, what do you make of David Grush and his new appointment as a staffer for Representative Burleson's UAP work? Yeah, what do you make of this new development?
I think it's great. Eric Burleson, he's Republican out of Missouri. He's one of the real leaders in Congress pushing for what we can call UAP transparency. I've spoken with him myself. I think Burleson's right on. I think he's very genuinely engaged in this subject in a positive way. So I think it's good that Grush he's a staffer now for Burleson. I think it's a temporary assignment, like a few months, 4 months, I believe.
4 months, yeah.
Yeah. And the reason I think Grush is very useful here is I think he will help. First of all, he knows a lot. Grush knows much more about this than Burleson or any Burleson staffers do. So he can help, I think, to maybe navigate through, the process of like, what are some good questions and areas of investigation that Burleson and Burleson's colleagues can undergo to attempt to look for the goods, the assets that Grush has said many times, like, I know where these assets are located. Let's go get them. And so I think it's good. I'm hoping that this actually leads to some positive outcomes. I don't think it's impossible.
Cool. Yeah.
Grush has an ability to ask good questions that Congress might otherwise overlook. So I think it's very good that he's part of that process.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe it'll turn into something more full-time or whatnot. We'll see. In your opinion, Rich, Anthony on Patreon asks, what do you think is the most credible USO case from the last decade? Also, what is the most laughable one that you look at for stress relief? Do you have any that are just so bug nuts that you just are like, I don't know if I should put this in there?
Well, there's a number of very good cases that I can think of that I would say are credible. One thing that I did for this project is to create an evidence rating system. This is one of the last things that I did, but I did it for every one of the cases. So in other words, I created a set of 5 criteria by which I would try to measure the strength of the evidence per se, not necessarily like determining if the case is true or not. That's a little different. A case that comes to you from your grandfather that he told you, 20 times before he passed away, say, and then you tell a researcher, in terms of evidence, that might be considered weak, but are you going to not believe it? It's your grandfather. You're going to believe him. So a lot of these cases that are weak evidentiary in terms of evidence can be very, very true. And I've included a lot of those. On the other hand, there are cases that are, in terms of the evidence, as rock solid as you can get. They are backed by declassified government documents, or they are backed by, let us say, in lieu of that, very, very thorough outside investigations that confirm what happened. And we've got a number of those. So there's a number of those even from the last 10 years. One really, let me just do a weak case. I don't know if it's laughable. I don't think any of these are actually laughable.
Right.
There probably were, but they were so laughable that I didn't include them in the study, and I therefore can't probably remember them all that well. But there's one, this is not from 10 years ago. This is from like around 1970. But as I'm recalling, it happened around Idaho's Snake River. This one came to a guy who was at a barber shop. That's what it was. It was at a barber like in the 90s, I think. And the barber's doing his hair. And the barber's like, yeah, back in the early 70s, I was at the Snake River in Idaho. So it's one of these stories. So it's really like ultra remote. And I just barely decided to include it, even though like it's weak, but it was interesting enough. So the barber said, I was at the river and this huge object comes out of the Snake River between two towns. And I can't remember what the towns were. This will have to be in volume 2. But anyway, the barber, who was a younger guy at the time, he was like so unnerved that he said, I sank my boat, engine and all, like to destroy any evidence that I had been out there. Like he was so freaked out. He said, I wanted nothing to do with this. I got rid of my boat. I sank my boat. He said, I told my son this story, but then I said, if you ever share this with anyone, I will beat you until you're dead. Something like that. So this is the guy. So he's older now. He's a barber, and he tells this customer in the course of their conversation. So, oh, you know what it was? No, it was the barber was the son who said, my father. That's what it was. Okay. My father had this happen, and he told me the story, and he said, if I repeat this to anyone, he'll beat me till I'm dead. That's how it was. So I was getting a little mixed up. But it came from this barber sometime in the 90s about his dad in the 70s. Wow. And only after the father died did this barber feel like he could tell the story.
Yeah.
So it's a wacky, I mean, it's a crazy story. But like, you know, I think of it and I don't know. I mean, who am I to say this is complete nonsense?
Yeah.
There are so many of these stories that are rattling around in our culture that people have had and hang on to. And I'm actually kind of glad that I didn't remember that perfectly at first, because that's how a lot of these stories actually are in real life.
Yep, exactly.
People will get a story from someone, and then they're told the story, and you misremember certain things. And we've always got to be careful. It doesn't mean that the core is untrue, but it could easily mean that a lot of the details are probably wrong. But still, I think, you know, there's a case to be made that some of them are interesting. As far as recent cases that are really good, there's quite a few, actually. One that I've always been taken by, I don't know if this is a rock solid case. It's just a good case in the National UFO Reporting Center that I happen to be drawn to. And it's from, I think, 2017. So it's less than 10 years ago. You had an oil rigging operation out in the Gulf of Mexico. I'm sorry, Gulf of America. Am I supposed to say Gulf of America now? I'm going to say Gulf of Mexico. So out in the Gulf of Mexico out there, you had rigging operations. We're talking about 80 miles south east of New Orleans. So he's out there in the Gulf. So a guy writes into the National UFO Reporting Center. He's like, I ran an oil rig out there, offshore rig. There was us. There was another rig that was about 2 miles away from us and a bunch of others in the area. And it was getting towards sunset. We're talking spring of 2017. And an enormous, it's like a humongous object comes out of the water. Disc-shaped, classic, but gargantuan flying saucer, essentially. Comes out of the water. He sees the water dripping off the sides. He and his 3 or 4 guys that he was with saw this crystal clear. He said it was less than half a mile off of our position. We all saw it It was absolutely immense. And it hovered for a few seconds. And then he said it shot off, faster than a speeding bullet. It was just gone. He said the guys on the other rig 2 miles off had to see this. He said, my estimate is that you're probably looking at as many as 50 witnesses. So he wrote to the National UFO Reporting Center. This is fully online. Anyone can go find it. Peter Davenport, who runs that website. Frequently, what you'll find with Peter is that he will have his own direct communication with these witnesses of some of these cases that he finds particularly noteworthy. And he had a very extended back and forth with this witness. And he just provided his own commentary saying, I spoke with this man. He is clearly of a high caliber. I have very high confidence in him, etc. So I think I like that case. It's quite recent. It's quite extraordinary. It passed Peter Davenport's smell test, and it passes mine. I think it probably happened.
Yeah, that says a lot. That's awesome. It's good to hear a modern case, especially disc shape.
Many.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure.
The 2010s of all of the decades, because I tracked the amount of sightings for each decade. The 2010s is the second busiest decade of all that I have.
Oh, okay.
The number one is the 1970s, believe it or not. Pre-internet. Pre-internet. We had cool sideburns and some bell bottoms and the striped, the puffy shirts. We had the whole thing happening. Plus we had the most number of USO cases that I found.
You crazy hippies. I love it. I love it, Rich. All right. Last listener question. And I'm actually going to tag team this one with Samantha because I have a book behind me. If you're watching this on YouTube, Ivan T. Sanderson, excuse me.
Invisible Resident.
Yep. And this whole theory of biological UFOs or USOs.
You're thinking of his first book. So
yes,
that called Uninvited Guests.
Uninvited Visitors. There we go. Yep. I had to look back at it.
That's a great
book.
book.
Love it.
Yeah. Sanderson, he was into like Sasquatch and Yeti as well, crypto stuff, but he did two excellent, and I mean excellent UFO books.
Yeah.
And they're both unique in their own way. So yeah,
Absolutely.
Go on. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
No, not at all. Well, in reading that book, and one of my favorite UFO themed movies that's come out recently was Nope, which kind of played off of that as well. Jordan Peele's movie. Nope, N-O-P-E. The movie.
Oh yeah, I saw that. That's the comedian Jordan Peele.
Yeah, Jordan Peele. Yep. So his idea of the UFO, he played off of Ivan T. Sanderson. Like, these things are biological. They're sentient.
He did. That's right.
Yeah. Which I was like, wow, man, you did your research for this one. But Samantha and I both want to know, Rich, what do you think of that theory? And does it play into the USO thing at all? I mean, we're talking water, something that has biology to it that we as human beings need to thrive and survive. Do you see the idea of a biological UFO or USO playing into the theories of these USOs at all? Are these things alive? I guess
I think
is
that's
our question.
Fantastic. That's a great line of inquiry.
Yeah.
And I think you have to consider it. There are cases where you really wonder about these things. So first of all, you've got these balls of light or these spheres. So now the question is, because we've talked about a few of them, is whether or not there's an actual physical craft or object inside that glowing sphere. And it's hard to know. There are cases where those spherical objects are not illuminated and the witnesses see basically a gunmetal gray reflective ball. Those are seen. So there are definitely some cases where there are spherical objects that are, for all intents and purposes, a metallic looking craft. Those exist. But there are other cases where you really wonder, are we just looking at an intelligent light phenomenon? Is this possible? And I think maybe it's possible. I mean, some of the cases strike me as that is a real possibility. So you have what looks like an intelligent light phenomenon, for lack of a better way of putting it. And so you wonder, are these artificially created life forms, to use the phrase loosely? Are they naturally occurring life forms, to use that phrase loosely? Are they naturally occurring non-living intelligences, if we can even imagine what such a thing would be? This is where Ivan Sanderson, in his book, Uninvited Visitors, it's so great that you and is it Stephanie?
Samantha,
I'm so sorry, brought this up, because Sanderson writes out all of these different possibilities: living, non-living, artificially created, naturally forming, and all of these different things. And he creates this very interesting flow chart of possibilities of what these UAP are. And I think you can definitely make a case that these craft themselves may have an intelligence of their own, independent of any operators. Like we tend to think, you know, I'm going to build a craft and I'm the operator of the craft. The craft is just doing what I tell it. Right. But could you create a craft that has its own volition, its own intelligence? Well, we're very advanced with artificial intelligence now today. And where does consciousness actually begin when you're talking about AI? This is a very active question that we have in our world. So is it possible that you're dealing with an object that has highly advanced conscious AI to it? There's a possibility. That's not quite the same as being alive, but could it be biological in some sense? Well, we're now at the point of creating cybernetic organisms that are biological plus some artificial component. So it's getting kind of fuzzy, in terms of what's alive and what's not alive. And I have a feeling as we move forward into our future, we're going to be bumping into that fuzziness more and more. And it wouldn't surprise me if some of these objects, whether USOs or aerial UAP, fit that pattern. Like there's a kind of biological living aspect to them, but a machine aspect to them as well. And whether they're actual natural biological organisms, I couldn't say. I'm not inclined to see that, but I could not rule it out.
Singularity, baby. It's upon us. It's going to happen. Yeah. It's an interesting theory. It's definitely a good thought experiment, because we don't know what USOs are or aren't at this point. And, you know, with these next 3 volumes of your books, we will get closer, and we now have data to work off of. So that's exciting, Rich. Well, yeah, to kind of wrap things up, Neil wants to know on Patreon, do you have a date for an audio book? I'm eagerly awaiting, and I hope Richard does the reading.
Okay, 2 things. So I won't be doing the reading of this. People have to understand it's a lot of work. I have done readings of one of my books, UFOs for the 21st Century Mind. That was a lot of work. And I am still trying to complete the reading of Volume 2 of UFOs and the National Security State.
Wow.
That's a 600-page book that already broke 2 other audiobook readers in the past. They actually had to give up. It's too long. So I have to do it myself. And it's just a lot of work. It's for me, it's brutal. So the USO books, I just cannot. I wish I could. But we have hired a very excellent reader of this USO volume. I have been going back and forth with him, and he is telling me, I've got many of the chapters back from him. They sound great. I think, I don't want to give an exact date. I'm hoping even within a week. It's not impossible. He has said to me, I've got the goods. We're going to get it for you. He's worked pretty fast. We had a couple of bumps in the road. So yes, the audiobook, there will be an audiobook for all 3 of these volumes. And I had to decide, like, did I want to wait for the audiobook to be done before I published the other 3 versions? And I could have done that, but I opted to publish the hardcover, paperback, and ebook essentially all at once. And the audiobook will be out a little more than a month later.
Okay. That's
so the audiobook
pretty soon.
From when we're talking.
Yeah.
I think it could be out within a week. I'm very much hoping that it will be out within a week.
All right.
If it's not, then I apologize, but we're pushing as fast as we can.
Awesome. Well, speaking of volume 2, I mean, people are still probably making their way through volume 1 now.
Yeah.
I still am too, but when can we expect volume 2? Do you have a release date for that yet? Yeah.
I was actually hoping I'd space them 2 to 3 months apart. It might be 3 to 4 months apart between, but absolutely, like all of the cases for all 3 volumes have been written out. All of the data analysis for all of them has been done. I may yet add a couple of cases to the 3rd volume, which is covers from 1990 to the present. When I stopped, we were not quite done with 2024, and I may pull up a few of those cases in 2025 as well. But really what I need to do with the other 2 books is simply organize them into proper chapters, write a proper introduction and conclusion for them, index them, all of the little publishing things that are necessary to wrap it up. The content is all done though, so we're not talking years, we're talking months.
That is a massive undertaking. I don't even know how you could do that. That's amazing.
It shocked me.
Yeah.
Each of the volumes is about 400 pages, so we're talking about 1,200 pages.
Yeah. Hey,
I mean, it's a lot.
When you love what you do, it's not work. So yeah. I mean, it's still work, but
we all want to make our dollar. We all do, but really, if you're going to do a project, you have to do it either out of love or out of hate, or both. And for me, that's the case. So I love this subject. There are times when I hate it because it's just like it's difficult at times, but honestly, it's been absolutely one of the most rewarding projects I've ever engaged in.
Oh, good. That's really good to hear. Yes, and I can definitely empathize with the love-hate thing. Well, last question. What do you hope people will take away from USOs? I mean, this is, again, a topic that is probably going to be new to a lot of our listeners and viewers. What do you hope people take away from Volume 1 and I guess the overall project of USOs?
Yeah, there's so much involved. First of all, I want people to understand that this is a legitimate aspect of the greater UFO or UAP phenomenon. USOs are a real thing. They are around the world. They are in every major body of water, oceans, lakes, and rivers, all of them. There's not a place on this planet where they haven't been seen to appear. So there's that. Also that the evidence for them are very good. I would say in certain cases, in terms of evidence, I would rank as absolutely certain that there's no doubt whatsoever that these things happen. So that's one thing. The other thing that I try to do in this book, particularly in the introductions I write to each chapter and the introduction to the book itself, is I'm very happy to speculate on these other beings themselves. One thing that I notice is that I think they and we are doing a kind of dance in the ocean, as it were. They see us and we are seeing them now. And we didn't see them immediately all the time. We learned about them through degrees, mainly through the course of the 20th century, as we spread ourselves out into the waters. And so one of the things that strikes me is the adaptations that they must have engaged in during the course of the 20th and 21st century. So, for example, we didn't have an ability even to have workable submarines in the water until around the year 1900. Like a submarine that actually worked, that actually was useful, was in the year 1900. So we were just taking baby steps. We developed sonar later in that century, mainly during the First World War. We started to develop an ability to have a little bit of ability to see below the water, as it were. But those were baby steps. They would have been watching us through the 20th century. They would have seen us in World War II engage in a global mass murder of our own species and also take over the oceans in the process. They would have seen us in the mid-50s develop nuclear submarines that can stay under the water basically forever. They would have noticed we would have been putting in underwater surveillance systems starting in the 1950s, by which we're detecting sonar acoustic signals and deciphering those, looking for Russian subs, but also detecting other anomalies. They would have seen all of this. They would have seen that we would be putting satellites up in Earth orbit in the 50s and 60s. They would have noticed that these humans are going through a technological revolution that they would have to adapt to. This is what I believe. Like I tended to think in the past, I did not tend to think of in terms of alien adaptation. Because when you look at the UFO subject, you tend to think they're so far advanced, they don't have to worry about us. But I don't think that's true now. I think, yes, they are advanced, but we have become much more advanced than we ever were. And we have developed a far greater ability to detect anomalies than ever before. So this actually, I think, has caused an adaptation on their part. So that's a takeaway that I think I want people to grasp, which is that this is not a static phenomenon. It's a dynamic phenomenon where we are seeing each other. And yet the conversation is not yet out in the public realm where we're actively talking about this to ourselves. It's more like you've got a classified portion of humanity that is very actively engaged in watching them. And they're in there in the water, they're in the atmosphere as well. And they know that a portion of us are well aware of them. So it's a very interesting dynamic, very interesting story.
I love that. A dance in the ocean. I love that phrase. I'm gonna carry that with me.
Do it.
Where can we find the book, Rich?
Yeah, well, Amazon is it's available as an ebook, paperback, and hardcover on Amazon. I try to get the price down as much as I could for the hardcover, but it is pricey. That's because the illustrations are full color. They are beautiful, and there was no way I could get around it. The ebook's a nice $10, easy, cheap download, and it's got beautiful color illustrations, just like the books. You can go on Amazon, just type in Dolan USO, and you'll find it. Or go to my website, which is richarddolanmembers.com. That's got a nice big banner link for the books on Amazon. And people can also see what I'm up to in other things that I do at that site.
Yeah, absolutely. Go check it out, guys. We'll have links in the show notes for the book, for your website and everything. Again, the book is A History of USOs, Unidentified Submerged Objects, Volume 1, to be continued. Yeah. So, Rich, I got to thank you, man. This has been a very insightful conversation. USOs, like I said, hold such a special place in my heart when it comes to why I got involved with this topic to begin with. So thank you.
Absolutely. And it's been a pleasure, Ryan. I've enjoyed it very much. I'll happily come back anytime.
Hey guys, Ryan Sprague here from Somewhere in the Skies, and I want to tell you about something that feels like it was specifically made for us. Those of us who have followed every UFO headline, every whistleblower, every UFO sighting and close encounter that literally defined the past year in UFOs. And that is Anomalous Cards. Anomalous Cards are a one-of-a-kind collectible series capturing the top 100 UAP and UFO stories of 2025. Preserved, documented, and brought to life in a format you can actually hold in your hands. We're talking about 100 uniquely designed trading cards, each one representing a pivotal moment in the unfolding UAP conversation. Every single card is individually serial numbered, making each piece of art a limited historical archive. Not just a collectible, but a timestamp of disclosure in motion. And here's where it gets even more exciting. You can collect the full story your way. Grab a complete factory set and own the entire timeline of 2025. Or dive into the thrill of discovery with cello packs and boxes, each containing the chance to uncover exclusive Heroes of Truth insert cards, spotlighting the individuals pushing this mystery into the light. This isn't just memorabilia, it's a curated record of one of the most important years in UAP history. Head over to letsgetanomalous.com right now to grab your set or packs. And for Somewhere in the Skies listeners, you get an exclusive promo code right now for 15% off your order. That promo code is Somewhere15. Again, go to letsgetanomalous.com and use the promo code Somewhere15 for 15% off your order. Because the UFO story is still unfolding. And now you can collect it all with anomalous cards.
This is Somewhere in the Skies with Ryan Sprague.
Welcome, guys, to Somewhere in the Skies, and we have a very, very special guest joining us today on the show. For any of you who watch The Late Late Show in the United States, or possibly Comedy Bang Bang, one of my favorite shows as well, you will know him. He is a musician, a vocalist, a beatboxer, an improviser, but you might also know him from the UFO world. You'll know him as the person who asked 2 former US presidents about UFOs. Literally a dream for any of us in this UFO world. And he actually did it. So we're going to talk all about those interviews with 2 former US presidents, his thoughts and theories on UFOs, aliens, and all that stuff, and about his music as well. So let's not waste any more time. I'm going to bring him in right now. Here he is, guys. Reggie Watts, welcome to Somewhere in the Skies.
It's just good to be back. Just kidding. Thanks. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Of course, man. But I love that. I love that. That was very ominous. What a way to start a UFO podcast. Hey, well, let's not really, I guess, waste any time. I want to know, first and foremost, before we even get to these interviews you did with Obama and with Clinton, what got you interested in UFOs? What made you ask those questions on television? Do you have kind of a story about what got you into this topic, or what made you curious about asking about UFOs? Yeah, give us the origin story if you don't mind on that.
Well, I mean, with Obama, he was on, and it was during the period right after the Pentagon released all the footage from the Navy. It was just all Navy footage, but all that with the Tic Tac and the Go Fast and all that stuff. So they just released all that, and he was on the show. Obviously not in the building, but on the screen. And I asked him. I had a feeling about asking about extraterrestrials for sure, but then I think the guy who takes care of our band, the guy who kind of gets stuff for our band, or whatever, Morgan Bender, he was like, oh, you should ask him about UFOs or whatever. But I was kind of bummed because I was already going to ask him, and I didn't want someone to be like, I took credit for asking for that, whatever. It's fine. Right. But I was going to ask him anyways. And so when it came time, I just kind of was like, oh, how about them aliens or whatever. and I was just genuinely interested. It was kind of a lighthearted question. I wasn't expecting him to answer sincerely in the way that he does, because I guess Obama had never answered that question before. So that was kind of an interesting moment. I didn't think about that at all. I was just like, I'm going to ask him this question. I expect him probably to be shifty and, whatever, like how politicians do it. But he just answered straight up. I love that he was just, and I was like, sick. So that was a great response. And then I didn't expect it to get as big of a reaction online. Obviously, people, the UFO community or the UAP community, obviously is like lived in the shadows and is like a weird borderline community because there's a whole spectrum of people involved in this community, right?
Mhm.
And there are diehard people, there are people with personal experiences, there are people who haven't had personal experiences but like really dig really deep into rabbit holes and things like that. But in total, that community tends to be marginalized, and so the reaction made sense in hindsight, like that it would be so big, like look what this guy, he asked him, look what and because for me it was such an easy casual thing on stage to be like, hey, President Obama, but what about them aliens, and then not thinking about all those tens of thousands of people or millions of people that are like, yeah, we've been wanting to hear something about this for a long time, and this is so great to see this. So I really think about it in that way. But the second time with Bill Clinton, it was the showrunner that kind of like was like, you want to ask him about aliens in it again? And I was like, sure, why not? And I can't remember his answer, but I think his answer is a little bit more vague.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I have the clips right here. I figure
way.
why don't we go ahead and play them, and we'll get your thoughts on the other side. I've got Clinton right here on deck, ready to go. So let's just play that. And yeah, we'll see what he had to say when you asked about UFOs. Yeah, man.
Right.
So that was pretty cool. Two things I want to kind of ask you about with that one. The first being Area 51. Like you said, Skunk Works. I mean, us in the UFO field know the lore, the history behind this deeply, secret military installation in Nevada, where supposedly they work on UFOs, back engineered craft from recovered flying saucers, stuff like that. What are your thoughts on Area 51? Have you ever heard the stories about Bob Lazar, the dude who said he worked there and all that? What do you make of that whole mythology within the UFO world?
Well, I mean, I grew up. I grew up. I'm an old person. I was born in 1972, so I grew up during the age of the awareness of Project Blue Book. In fact, there was a television show called Project Blue Book, and then there was also a show that many of your listeners, well, actually, some of your listeners might remember, called Salvage One, which was about a team of engineers and science enthusiasts that decided to build a rocket out of a junkyard, and eventually, so the whole show was about them, engineering this rocket, and then eventually, blasting off and going to space.
Nice.
But so there was a lot of, and science fiction was huge in the 70s, obviously off the tails of the 50s and the 60s, bringing science fiction to the imagination of so many people. So hearing about Roswell, and about the crash, potential crashed UFO, it all went along with my reality at that time with Project Blue Book, and my fascination with alien abductions, because there were shows kind of like on, during my childhood that would have been, about people's recounting their tales and with sightings and potential abductions and stuff like that. So I was the kid that was in my backyard in a lawn chair staring up at the stars at night, hoping that I would see something. And so in regards to Area 51, obviously, like in the 90s, I was listening to Coast to Coast radio, and they would talk about, things going on at Area 51. And of course, all the stories about, then there was like movies like Fire in the Sky, all these movies about aliens or, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Thinking about Area 51 and also learning about Skunk Works and also growing up on an Air Force base in Great Falls, Montana, Malmstrom Air Force Base, I had the good fortune of seeing, the SR-71 and seeing the stealth coating up front, and just real close. I was literally like 3 feet away from an SR-71 as a kid, just like with a small rope, and like a guy standing there at attention, like guarding at different points of the airplane. But to see that airplane, one of the fastest airplanes ever created, with that coating, that not quite Vanta black, but on the same tip as this kind of like, it's a shadow, you know, on the airfield, or at least outside the hangars, seeing the stealth fighter, and many other amazing, you know, aerial craft, and then also seeing like the Blue Angels come through, or the Canadian version of the Snowbirds, like seeing Snowbirds come through there and do all these aerial formations. So I was absolutely fascinated with aviation of all sorts, but also aliens and science fiction. And so Area 51, I think, is kind of to me, what I think Area 51 is. This is a very long answer, but just in short, I think Area 51 is all things. It's a little bit of everything. I think that like because it's such a focal point and it's such a secretive place, of course a ton of lore is going to be generated about it. Do I think a craft crashed? Possibly. You know, the thing is, there's a couple of angles that coming at this, and I don't know if that's something we can talk about later, but like, what is alien phenomena, or what is extraterrestrial? What is the probability that there are extraterrestrials that have vehicles that have visited the planet that are doing this? Are they extraterrestrial, or were they already here? Are they scout craft? Are they autonomous? Does it have something to do with planet Nibiru? You know, the ninth planet? Are the Anunnaki coming back? Or like, there's like so many. Are we time travelers? Are we visiting ourselves from the future into the past? Are we is this some kind of an experiment, like a gardening experiment with like a slightly altered hominid species? And like, there's all kinds of things out there that I hold a 90 to 95% possibility margin for, because I always leave the margin that I could be wrong, because we don't fucking know for sure. But I definitely lean more in like, I've seen too many things. I've personally seen UFO or UAPs outside of Great Falls. We can talk about that a little bit later. But like you know, I've seen these things, and I have friends that have seen things and experienced things. So yeah, again, Area 51, I think, is a little bit of like, perhaps it was an alien craft, perhaps it was some kind of a craft. And I wouldn't doubt. I mean, it kind of makes sense. It's like we made a technological jump in such a short period of time, with stealth coatings, propulsion systems, understanding of electromagnetic fields and how that affects machines, and you know, just all kinds of things that were pretty rapidly developed. And I don't know if you could explain it through an escalation of arms race. You could explain it through, maybe there's a cosmic transmission of information that's out there that humans are able to tap into, or they simply just had machines that they reverse engineered, you know, from the crash site. I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, I'm open to all the possibilities, but I definitely think it's more than just some engineers going like, this would be a cool thing. I think it's a little bit more than.
I love that, man. Yeah. And who's to say it's not all three in some way, shape, or form? We truly don't know what these UFOs represent. There's probably a million explanations for each and every one. They're each, you know, as unique as a snowflake, I guess.
Yes.
Well, you know, you bring up another good point too, is, well, first of all, I got to ask you about your UFO sighting. We'll definitely get to that. Maelstrom Air Force Base. Are you familiar with the incident that happened there? The nuclear incident?
Yeah, the chase that went across Washington, Idaho, Montana, and I believe North Dakota.
Yeah. And then there was another incident, I think, where at Maelstrom, where UFOs supposedly like came over and shut off the nukes at some point. Have you ever heard that story? Oh,
yeah. Was that Maelstrom? Yeah, because I remember that. Yeah, there was the story of UFOs appearing over a silo. Yeah, turning off and then turning on the system.
I actually spoke to a gentleman named Robert Salas. He was the dude in charge of the weapons that day. And dude, he said like it was the scariest moment of his whole career. Like, he thought this is the end, you know, Cold War over. We all lose. And it's a pretty crazy story. I think people should check it out if you're not familiar with that, guys. Maelstrom Air Force Base. Yeah.
I loved hearing this story because, you know, if anything, if you want to like just say like, okay, let's say it's extraterrestrials. I do love, I mean, there's two explanations, right? There's like, well, there's three explanations. One, they were tripping and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, which I just don't believe, because military people, it's not easy for them to come forward. And yes, there's going to be some people that are going to take advantage of the fact that they're in the military, and they're going to just want to like have some sensational, whatever excitement around something that they're saying. And there could be some fibbing going on there. But I'd say in general, those people tend to they don't really fuck around that much. And when they get afraid, when they're scared of something that happens, generally it impacts them in a pretty traumatic way, because they're used to things being in such a structured, ordered way. When an anomaly occurs, that really affects them. I would think, especially when you're in a bunker, you're deep, like in a bunker, and you're like the person who authorizes, who actually mechanically makes sure that those missiles go off, those ICBMs go off. It's just a position I don't think like you'd want to fuck around with. And you have a career in the military, and you don't want to lose your TRICARE medical coverage. Like there's a lot of stuff going on there. But so I believe it, and I think that the other two explanations is, one, there's some extraterrestrial or some unexplained phenomena. There's something that appeared over there and just flexed and said, we can turn this shit off, we can turn this shit on. Basically, get your shit together. This isn't the priority. Right. That to me is the message. This is not the priority. And then the other explanation, of course, is that it's our technology and that we're just kind of testing it. It's like, hey, let's just send these vehicles and have them send out an EMP, whatever, and then like see if that works. And like, oh yeah, and it scared the shit out of these dudes. It works. I mean, that's a little less likely. I don't know. I would say option 2 is probably the most likely.
Yeah, it is an interesting theory. We do often hear, the government with a capital G, when they hear that people are saying, oh, aliens crash, or aliens were seen over this installation. Let the public think it's aliens. Just let them think that. It is an interesting game, I think, we play with intelligence agencies and whatnot when it comes to all this. So yeah, you do have to wonder. Well, what do you think about Clinton when it comes to UFOs, Reggie? I mean, we know that Hillary was really interested. Podesta was obviously very interested. I think he tweeted, his biggest regret when he was working with the Clintons was that he did not get the information out to the public about UFOs, which is crazy. And I know Hillary was working with the Rockefellers, and they were looking into UFOs, and there's all these crazy conspiracy theories out there. But when you strip away kind of those layers of the conspiracy theories and just look at it, there's no doubt the Clintons probably got closer than anyone when it came to this UFO topic. Do you think they know more than what, Bill kind of portrayed when you interviewed him on the Late Late Show? Do you think he knows more than he's telling the public on all this?
Man, it's so hard to say. I mean, I guess, people think that presidents have like more power than they actually do. Like they don't really have as much access as people like to think that they have access to. It's not like, I'm president, tell me all the secrets. Like things are partitioned and compartmentalized on purpose, so that we maintain an edge, in our defense or offensive or defensive strategy militarily. So, I would believe that he wouldn't be shown everything. She wouldn't be shown everything. But obviously you're around a lot of people that, have different levels of like how well they can keep a secret. So, I'm sure that they know more than they're letting on, but I'm also certain that they don't know all of it. So I think it's something like that. I think that he definitely knows more. I think he's probably if he's that interested, he's asked a lot of questions, because how can you not, like when you're like the president of the United States, you had an interest in UFOs for a long time, or UAPs. And how would you just lose that curiosity? It just doesn't go away. Is when you're presented with the opportunity to know more, it's like just being a human being, and we're all curious creatures. Like we want to know more about stuff. and won't settle for just like, well, can't really tell you about that. You're going to keep digging. You're going to keep asking, like, you meet someone and you're like, yeah, I heard they used to be with Project Blue Book. Did you have any opinions on something? Whatever. That's going to happen. So I'm sure they do know more, but I don't think they know everything. I don't think that they know definitive stuff necessarily.
That's a good point. Presidents are temporary. So, can you trust them with all the information once they leave office? I don't know, especially when they get up there on their deathbeds and they're like, you never know. Are they going to pull the trigger and say, yes, aliens crashed in Roswell. We've been covering it up.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think that's a chance they're willing to take, in my opinion.
I don't think so. I think Obama knows a little more. I think he's a really smart dude. And I mean, Clinton's a smart dude too, but he's a little bit more aloof in a way. Maybe that's his persona, his personal projection. But Obama, I get a sense that he definitely knows a lot more because he wanted what he said was like, I mean, it's not really information we haven't heard of, really, the way he's saying it, but the fact that he's saying it is important. But I also think he knows a lot more, whether it's like these are special weapons programs. This could be like stuff, this could be like NGAD stuff, it's like this could be whatever, the next stealth bomber, like, we're talking about 6th generation fighters, we're talking, we're talking about autonomous, we're talking about there's technologies that people believe that they're creating plasmic fields to create a false radar signature. You're able to project plasmic fields, which is kind of like, oh, that's interesting. It creates a physical presence. It shows up on radar. Is that what we could possibly be seeing at the Go Fast and the Tic Tac and stuff like that? Is that some of that plasmic projection technology? Is that why it can go from air to water at the same rate of speed? Because it's not really truly a physical thing. But who knows? I don't know. But like, I have a feeling that he knows more than Clinton would necessarily.
Interesting. Well, you mentioned Obama and his thoughts. Let's go ahead and play the other clip, Reggie, and get your thoughts on the other side on that. I'll go. I don't know, man. I feel like he was the one deflecting there. He got serious for a second, and then he turned it on you and started going with the comedy. What do you think?
Well, you could see that he was trying to decide like how much he should say and how he should say it. There was this like a lot of like, what should I? Because he wanted to say more, but he wanted to say, as much as he could, I guess. I don't know, but there was definitely, it felt there was this feeling of, just like he wanted to say more than he was able to say, for sure.
Yeah, I know. Which is really interesting because Obama was around when supposedly this ATIP program was going on.
Yeah.
So you do have to wonder. You mentioned Project Blue Book earlier. I'd love to get your thoughts on this to kind of wrap up the presidents and UFOs. Between Project Blue Book, that ended, I believe it was in 1969. They said, there's nothing to see here. We can explain almost all of these things, and they're not posing a threat to national security. So we're not going to look into it anymore. And then they said, we're done investigating UFOs. The U.S. Air Force is done doing this. And then we come to learn that there was actually a secret Pentagon program called ATIP that had been running. Now, do you think between that gap between Blue Book and ATIP, there was all this weird UFO X-Files stuff still going on in the government? Or truly was this, decades-long gap between investigating UFOs with the U.S. government?
I mean, I just can't imagine them, like, I don't know, just going like, yeah, we know all the answers, all this explainable, we're done. I don't think that that's true. I think that there's probably an organization that just continues collecting these stories, and they keep archiving them and like putting them in different categories, and just so they have all the information. Maybe there was like a gap in like an actual official department that analyzed the information, that went and investigated the information, perhaps. But the fact that, Lou Elizondo and, whatever, this guy coming out and saying, ATIP, I was the head of it, blah, 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 and no one's denying it. It was an actual thing. It's in the black budget, whatever. It was part of that funding and so forth. But also, it's the government. So you just don't know. Like, is it like convenient timing? They're releasing this stuff. Is there a reason they're releasing this information? Like, is there a reason they're, corroborating these stories from Navy fighter pilots? Is it, radar technicians, all that stuff? Like, there's that too. There's that side of it. It sucks because it's like, I'm not naturally a conspiracy person, but I'm definitely a rationalist. And we also know, as human beings, as just having a circle of friends or a crew of people when you were growing up, just like the behavior doesn't change. Human behavior is human behavior. And if people want to keep stuff secret, or if they want to keep a myth going, or if they want to project something, they want to keep a certain air about things, they craft, this informational techniques in order to keep us thinking, and keep us guessing. So, and some people say like Elizondo is a plant, that he's a little bit of a shill, that he's like kind of running interference in the community because there are UFO experts that are kind of refute his his like intention, his intentions. So hard to say. I think that there's definitely data collection the whole time. Obviously, any story, it just kind of like got brought in and got put into its category, and they just keep building that library of experience. And then some of it can be explained because they were running programs in a certain area at that time, so they can like, well, that gets nixed out. We were running like whatever, these like high speed whatever drone things. Like, that's not us. That's not us. That's definitely not us. That's interesting, but we don't have a record of that. I'm sure they're doing that at least.
Yeah.
Or we're doing that.
Yeah. Good point. And they keep saying, it's not Russia, it's not China, it's not these other superpowers who are trying to keep up with US technology, but and then they're saying it's not ours. So,
I know.
What is it? That's the real question.
It's funny to me because it's like, I don't know, man. I've been listening to a lot of to this book by I guess is it a compendium or is it a collection? It's let me see, where is this? Yeah, it's this book that I've been the Anunnaki Chronicles. Yeah, Zachariah Sitchin.
Okay.
And I've always been interested in ancient alien theories, just because of the rapid escalation of or evolution of our species, just like happening. You see that upward trend, and then suddenly it just goes, like away from the expected evolutionary curve. We just like took almost a 180, a 130, and it suddenly developed like, then there's like Sumer, which just appeared out of nowhere. like oh, here's, or if you want to say it how they say it, they would have said it would have been Schumer, but so like Sumer appears out of nowhere. There's like roads, libraries, there's educational systems, there's taxes, there's trade, there's commerce, there's money, just out of nowhere. We just suddenly have all this stuff, plumbing. And then all of our tales are built off of these stories, these I guess human origin, human cultural, human civilization stories that get borrowed. So you get like these, you get Erishkigal, the goddess of the underworld, and that turns into whoever that turns into for the Akkadians and the Assyrians, and then you get to like Egypt, and you have Anubis, and then you have Charon for the Greeks, and you have Hades for the Romans, and it's like all these like borrowed tales from way back then. But before then, there wasn't anything. So it's there's a lot of like interesting questions, and also in the Bible there are stories and other ancient texts, but there's stories of these lights in the skies and these formations that match the description of things that people are still have been seeing since then, really. And then you have to ask the question, well, these are similar light formations and similar phenomena that human beings have been experiencing for hundreds of years or thousands of years. And only now could we say, oh, could have been a drone, that could have been like some weird experimental aircraft, or that's a weather balloon or whatever, because those things didn't exist, 120 years ago. We didn't have any of these things that you could say, oh, that's what it is. It's modern technology. So then how do you account for similar sightings for thousands of years and then suddenly be like, well, now it's these things. Like, has it always been those things? Has it always been drones? Has it always been weather balloons? Has it always been Saturn or Jupiter? You know?
Yeah. Such a good point. You look at this idea of the cargo cult, when a civilization has no idea, any frame of reference at what they're looking at in the sky. Let's say it was a B-29 bomber that went over their island and they've never seen a plane before, and then boom, a new religion starts after they see this thing in the sky.
Yes.
So you truly do have to wonder, these different cultures throughout history who have these quote unquote UFO sightings, what springs up with that? What beliefs come from that? And what does it truly represent? Did it want to be seen and start a religion, or is that just by human condition? I don't know. It is fascinating though. It is.
Yeah, I love it. And and then when you go back and you just look at the evidence of, past societies, you look at the pyramids, and of course the argument of like, you can't get a razor blade between some of those, 30-ton, 40-ton. You're like, how did human beings have the time, the initiative, the technology, to build these things? And the fact that there were no bodies discovered in any of the, the Great Pyramids, except for, was it Khufu was found in one, in the center of it.
I think you're right. You'd have to brush up on my history.
Yeah, but that was like the only one. All the rest of them were empty. There were no carvings. There was no hieroglyphs, no pictographs, like anywhere inside of these structures. And then when one was found, it was a forgery that this guy wanted to claim that he had found the grave of something, blah, blah, blah. But then they found that that was actually a forgery. And there was a family of the person who claimed it that said, yes, it was definitely a forgery. So, what were these pyramids? What were they used for? Why are there similar structures in Egypt and, Central America? Why, do we have these pictures of these? It's either like human imagination, like looking at nature and going like, what if the soul could be carried on the back of a flying eagle, or the buzzard, with glowing eyes? Like, is it just us having some mushroom trips going like, man, what if the universe was crazy? And then we're just like making these stories, or are they based off of real things that occurred? Are they, the fact that Elohim, Yahweh is a plural name, not a singular name. There wasn't a monotheism back in the early days. It talked about a system or the hierarchy of gods, and that these gods were called like the god of creation, the god of heaven and earth, the god of water, the god of blah 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 blah. Were these actual beings? Were they, were we a work race that were created by manipulating genetic code? Is it something like Alien, like in the beginning of that last Alien, whatever Covenant movie, where the guy's like pouring his, like, he's giving up his DNA into the waters of the earth in order to like create a new hominid species? I don't know, but it's possible. But then I can go one step further back than that, which is I think kind of fun, a little bit more fun.
Please do. Yeah.
Well, sure. So basically, like, the idea of consciousness itself, like, what is consciousness? And is consciousness, is it a collective consciousness? Are we living in a holographic collective conscious universe? Is this some kind of a simulation of sorts without necessarily thinking about computers and the matrix and everything? Like a simulation of sorts, like consciousness running the game of consciousness in order to strengthen the idea of consciousness and awareness. And in which case, if that's true, and all possibilities, as we learn in physics, at least, theoretically, we talk about many worlds, multiple dimensions, variable possibilities, choose your own adventure style. Like, if I, whatever, me choosing this leads to this, leads to that, leads to that, blah, blah, blah. But all the possibilities exist simultaneously on the horizon. Then we have to go back and think, well, the idea of extraterrestrials is highly likely, but also in a way that's more fantastic than just craft and beings inside of craft influencing our society. It's more like, it's just the possibility of that occurring. is very high because essentially history doesn't exist as we move forward. Like all of that stuff is they're just memories that are collectively sewn together to explain where we are in the present moment as we're experiencing reality in real time. So if I think of it that way, then yeah, of course, there's like whether we're receiving, when let's say back in the day, you're receiving ideas from another version of ourselves that has a higher awareness, and we're able to glean some of that and put it into our current reality and make an advancement of sorts, whether it's that consciousness communicating over vast distances in order to like influence itself just for the sake of influencing itself. I don't know. I mean, that's obviously getting kind of very esoteric, but I do like thinking of it that way, because then it means that anything is possible, and not to take away from anybody's experience, like an abduction experience, or coming into contact with exotic materials, or seeing something that definitely is not explainable with a bunch of people. It just it proves that that's possible, that is a reality, that we are collectively deciding the reality that we want to be experiencing at all times.
Interesting. Yeah, I really like that thought experiment.
Yeah.
Well, I heard you once, Reggie, say that ghosts, actually, we're going paranormal now. Ghosts are like a temporal anomaly. And I absolutely love that phrase in terms of, in the UFO world, we've had people come forward and say that as well, beyond reality, consciousness, but time and space, that maybe these UFOs represent time travelers, or these little gray alien beings, very androgynous and small bodies, big heads, maybe their brains got bigger, bodies got smaller. And this is a version of us in 300, 500, 1,000 years from now. And they're coming back to see what we once were. What do you make of that whole theory of UFOs and aliens being time travelers?
I love it. I'm a huge time traveler fan. Like my whole existence is based off of experiencing time travel, or what I like to call artificial time travel. Whether it's going into a VR simulation, or whether it's telling stories with one another, or whether it's visiting somewhere and not having immediate access to your normal technology that tells you where you are in time, and then you kind of have like this weird flash of like, was this what 1993 was like, whatever. So I'm a huge lover of time travel and the possibility of time travel. I think it's a very fantastic thing. I think that again, it's totally possible, because everything is possible. And if all realities and possibilities exist simultaneously, then it just depends on, are you lucky enough to fall into a reality where that reveals itself. So I think it's very possible. I mean, I do like the idea of like this tourism, like what were we like, back in time? Come on a journey and take a sample and look at what we were like back in the day. Like we were smart, but we also very dumb, and we also tried to segregate ourselves and divide ourselves and say that we were multiple different things when we were part of the same thing. But look how far we've come. I don't know. Maybe it's like this disaster tourism, but and the idea of like us evolving, to a point at which our bodies change, and we've got bigger brains. But then the question is like, why this planet? Like why us? Why are we special? Like why? And then that kind of gets me down to, well, it kind of makes sense that we're kind of running we're part of some kind of an experiment. Where it's like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, why are we like basically transforming reality, the ingredients of reality, the hard ingredients of reality, and copying what nature does? Like, oh, bird flies, well, we better figure out how to fly. Well, you see how centipedes move. Maybe we can create a thing like that. Oh, here's a tank. Oh, okay. All right. Well, here's you see how tough beetles are, or whatever. They have that chitin on there. It's like, well, what if we created armor for ourselves? Like everything we do, we're just rip-off artists. The human species is a big simulation species. We just rip off everything around us. That's all we do, because we want to be that. We want to experience it. It's like, well, I want to be able to go underwater and for months. And it's like, well, let's create a boat that enables us to live under there. Or space. We want to go out into space. We want to take whatever this intersection of senses are, smell, sight, taste, we have to like move that point of consciousness to another reality in order to reinforce our connection to reality, or just to see if it's possible. Like we're always moving ourselves to see if it's possible. And I think like half of, or most of what UFO or UIP phenomena is people knowing that we are more than what we seem and seeking answers that lead to the fantastic. But the fantastic is quite possibly the reality. And for whatever reasons, we have these blinders on purpose in order to like kind of keep us, I guess, functioning, you know, like living like, I'm hungry now, must find food. Oh, cold, must need shelter. Like we have all these basic things to keep our entity alive, but the questions of who are we, where are we from, what is all of this, that's kind of, I think, at the core of every single human being, no matter how whatever gross an individual is being at that time. We all come from that place. We're a curious, problem-solving species that is like become awake, you know, and are asking the question like, what the fuck is going on? I mean, basically if humanity could be encapsulated, it would be like, what the fuck is going on? Like, that's all we're doing. We're just constantly like going, what the fuck is going, why the fuck is that? Why are you, how come you're, why is this? How come that? Well, if you get, you know, that's all we're doing constantly. So it makes sense that we would want to figure out what is the mechanism behind it? What is reality? What's happening? And, it doesn't make sense to be closed-minded about reality because, you know, like I've said, I've seen UFOs. I was a teenager in Montana. We were camping. We were in a valley, and we decided to go on a really long walk at night. And we did. We went through a cattle fence. We were walking across this huge, huge field, a couple of miles to get to a butte. And halfway across that journey to the butte, I looked down this kind of system of plateaus and I saw three lights, and the three lights were kind of moving, but kind of at different distances, you know, from each other as they moved. And so I knew that most likely they were separate things, individual things, individual craft. And then at one point, one stopped and you could see a bright light kind of appear under it, and then it turns off and then it starts moving again. And I got my friends, I kept looking at it, you know, I kept looking at those lights, and I called my friends over and I was like, tell me what you see. I didn't describe what I was seeing. I just said, tell me what you see. And they saw the same thing. They said, I see these three lights. I don't know if they saw this stopping, whatever, light underneath, but they definitely saw those things. Those are two of my friends. And we saw those things. There was no sound, and it makes no sense why something would be glowing, you know, like why would the Air Force create something, or, you know, whatever, these craft that are glowing, and are they the same exact craft that were being chased across in 1950s, you know, by squadrons of fighter jets that are scrambled to follow these objects across the Canadian border? Like, why hasn't that design changed? You know, I don't know, but there's just like, you know, like seeing that, I was like, wow, to see something like that is crazy. It does a crazy thing to your mind, because you're like, if it is what I think it is, that's fucking insane that I'm watching, that I'm seeing it in reality. It's like seeing a magician do a trick for you in front of your face, and you're like, how, let me look at that. And you're like looking at the thing and you're like, that's not it. How the fuck, you know, like that trick where you're like, is magic real? In that moment, that fantastic moment, that's what it felt like when seeing that. I was like, I can't believe I'm seeing this. This is what I'm seeing. It is an unidentified flying object. It's definitely UAP. It doesn't say that it is aliens, but I'm definitely seeing something that makes no fucking sense. Also, it makes no strategic sense at all. Like, I don't know why you would create craft like that. Like, I don't know what that gets us, other than like, aliens are attacking. Oh shit, everybody's afraid. I mean, I don't know what that gets you either. I think you just want to make an efficient weapon that could infiltrate enemy, you know, aerospace or whatever space, and then just like inflict what it needs to inflict and get the fuck out of there. I don't think it has anything about it being glowing. But anyways, all that ranting and raving to say that I know that feeling. I know that feeling, and it's fucking crazy. It's amazing.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, so many people say, having a UFO experience is euphoric in lack of a better term. Or for some people it's terrifying, some it's beautiful. I talked to a mother and a daughter in Michigan who saw the same triangular shaped UFO over their home. The mom saw it first, told the daughter, come out, come see this with me. Daughter comes out and they're looking up at this thing, and the mother's looking at it and she's like, oh my God, I feel this is so awe-inspiring. It's amazing. It's like, it's white. It's bright white and it's so bright. And this is amazing. It's angelic. And she's like,
Wow.
what do you think? What do you think? She turns to her daughter, and her daughter, dude, she's on the ground in the fetal position, like covering her ears and saying how unbearably loud the UFO was. When the mom said it was completely silent. And then the daughter also said it was slick black. And they're like,
interesting.
I didn't know what to make of it, man. When they told me this story, they're having like completely different perceptions of supposedly looking at the same thing. So then you also have to wonder, like, is this UFO or whatever source is behind it able to change perception, or is it amorphous in some sense? I don't know, but I think you're right. There's some sort of disruption to reality when it comes to these things, and people experience them so differently. I'm sure your friends took something completely different away from that experience than you did. You don't know how someone will carry on with their life after something like that, I guess.
Yeah, it's impossible because people, there are instantaneous rationalizations that happen, that are, is your brain trying to protect itself. It's running every scenario of what it could be, and some people choose to reduce to something mundane. There's that phenomena that people talk about where if there was a party happening, in somebody's living room or something like that, and someone stepped into the room in a gorilla costume and waved its arms and then walked out and closed the door again, a lot of people wouldn't think of it as a big deal at all. And some people might not even remember it. And there's something that happens when we see something so unexplainable or surprising or whatever it is. There's an instantaneous rationalization because they're like, well, it can't be what you think it is, because or what you fear it is, let's say, or what you're hoping it is, because it's just probably not what it is. And so some people just kind of go like, I register it, yeah, and then just kind of like let it go. Whereas other people will be like, holy shit, that's the thing I've been looking for, or that's the thing that, because I've been looking for it, it resonates to me. There's like something about it that's giving me information. Whereas other people will be like totally terrified instead of curious. So it totally makes sense. I mean, what do you expect? It's, most of the things, people get surprised at the dumbest things, and when I say dumb, I just mean like the simplest things, they're like, oh shit, that's, look at like, those healers or whatever, that are just like, now you're healed, and people are like, oh, I'm healed, and they're just walking around for a while, and their doctor's like, yeah, you made your injury worse. But like, people will believe or disbelieve things based on the availability that they have of self-awareness in that moment. And I think, that's a wonderful story, but seeing that craft, it makes sense. Some people are gonna be like, holy shit, this is it, oh, this is them. Other people are like, it doesn't exist, I'm out of here. G school blank, I don't know, it's like, I'd rather not. And then like people ask them about it later, they're like, I don't know what it was, let's not talk about it, whatever. Yeah. Like everyone's gonna react differently.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It really is. Well, Reggie, I've got a couple listener questions. Yeah. If you're willing to stick around, we've almost been going for an hour. So thank you. Thank you for your time, man. Do you like stories of the strange, the weird, and the unexplained? Then we want you to check out Jim Harold's Campfire. The concept is pretty simple. Jim talks to regular people about strange stuff that happens to them. And yes, that includes UFOs, along with cryptids, ghosts, and head scratchers. He doesn't exaggerate or play a lot of spooky music, kinda like I'm doing right now. The stories speak for themselves. Ones like a ghost story involving serial killer Ted Bundy, or the young man who encountered an 8-legged demon. Then there's the story of an alien abduction by what could be considered a reptilian. Now, not all the stories are horrifying. Some are actually pretty heartwarming, like a visit from a past loved one or a peaceful near-death experience. Regardless, these are true and fascinating stories told by ordinary people who've had extraordinary experiences. Tune in to Jim Harold's Campfire on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to Somewhere in the Skies. And remember, stay spooky. Hey guys, Ryan here. The Somewhere in the Skies podcast is a labor of love every week. And with that comes many different costs to keep the show running. That's where our Patreon campaign comes in. You give what you think the show is worth. There's different rewards available all the time, including shoutouts on the show, early editions of main episodes, bonus episodes and content, and very soon, monthly patron hangouts, where we sit back and chat all things UFOs. So I hope you'll consider becoming a Patreon subscriber today. To learn more and to join, visit patreon.com/somewhereskies. Thank you for your support and keep looking up.
No problem.
This first one comes from one of our Patreon subscribers. They get priority to ask our guests questions. And this is from Ondeg. And they ask, what does Reggie, does he have a theory about what UFOs are? I know we briefly touched on that. But do you think it's possible that they could have been here, Ondeg wants to know, longer before us? You know, there's this famous line from the X-Files, I think, where, you know, in like the second episode, the weird, spooky government agent guy is like, Mr. Mulder, they've been here for a very, very long time. And I remember watching that as like a 12-year-old, and that like gave me shivers. I'm like, wait, what does that mean? Like before us? What do you make of that whole theory that maybe we're not even the Earthlings per se? We just came on a comet here and hitched a ride and came to Earth, and there was something here before us. I don't know. Does that make any sense to you, that theory?
Of course. Yeah, of course it makes sense. I mean, it makes sense again in the ancient alien hypothesis. Yeah, it would make sense. I mean, I just wouldn't be surprised. I mean, we hear about things like Lemuria and Atlantis and these civilizations that existed before us. You know, I do think it's possible because the universe it's just too insane. I mean, we live in a reality that's too insane, and the more instruments we create to like analyze our reality, the more baffled we are. You know, like the smaller we look, like we look at the scanning electron microscopes. You know, we go to atom smashers, and we're studying like isotopes, and you know all these things. And then we're like, well, theoretically, you know, there should be this much distance between, you know, the nucleus of this or whatever. It's like, well, what is the nucleus made of? Well, it's theoretically, it's like dark energy. All these, like, it just gets muckier and muckier the smaller we look. And then as we look out,
right,
like, especially with the James Webb telescope, we're looking back in time, but we're starting to see these anomalies where you're like, that shouldn't be there. Oh, that's surprising. Oh, weird. There's carbon dioxide in the atmosphere of that exoplanet. Like, it's just more mystery. So we're sandwiched between mystery, like the point at which we exist and how we're able to perceive reality, and no matter how many instruments we're able to peer, like further back in time or out into time, which again is looking back in time, but like wherever we look, we keep looking more and focused in a specific direction. And it's like fractals; it never ends. Like just when you think, oh, that point, this thing coming at me right now, I know what this is. That's nothing. That's nothing at all. It continues to be nothing. It continues to be everything. It continues to be nothing. So I think that idea of beings existing, you know, here on this planet before this particular incarnation of consciousness that we are currently is highly likely. I couldn't see why not. I mean, it feels like we were using the scraps of a former civilization. That's what we're doing. We're just like piecing together the scraps of an earlier, a more advanced civilization, to me.
Interesting. I like that. The whole fractal concept is fascinating to me. That UAP girl on Twitter, Reggie, asks, top 3 Earthlings you'd send in first for contact if we were to ever make contact with whatever UFOs represent, whatever intelligence is behind them. Who would you put first in line, or I guess first, second, and third in line to make that first contact?
Well, a lot of the people are dead, but
That's okay.
Carl Sagan
would
be an amazing person.
Good choice.
I mean, Buckley be another person, but I think, I think. Let me think about this. Well, I would love to hang out and say hi and just be like, hey guys, what's going on? I would love to. So I'd put myself in there. And I'm trying to think of someone a little bit. Oh, well, I mean, like Sun Ra would want to for sure, but he's no longer around. But I think I'm trying to think of like an artist, but it has to be someone who's. Oh, you know what? Well, I don't know. Oh, that's a weird one. His art. It has to be someone who's a good communicator. I don't know. I would say probably Alex Gray is an interesting guy. Or Sarah Silverman. I'd put some of those people. I think Sarah would be great because she's a rationalist, but she's also a very compassionate person. I think it requires people that are a little bit emotionally connected, emotionally empathic, but also very rational. I think that those are the people we'd want to send in there.
I love that. A question I didn't get to was, it seems to me when I talk to people outside of the quote unquote UFO community, it's usually either musicians or comedians or some sort of artist. And you said it right there, you'd like to have an artist be one of the first people to make contact. What do you think it is about musicians and artists? I mean, if I went back in my catalog of shows, I would say like a healthy 30-40% have been musicians or an artist of some kind. What do you think that says about these phenomena and those who seem to want to pursue that mystery, I guess?
Well, I think as an artist, when you're creating things, it depends on how you view what creativity is and where it comes from and so forth. But I think it feels like channeling to an extent, and it keeps your mind in an open state. So in order to, especially for what I do, improvising, like you have to be open to all possibilities in that moment, and you have to also initialize something. You have to start with something, and as you start, you build on it because you're kind of listening to possibilities, and those things are collapsing into the higher probabilities, and then you just kind of allow those probabilities to kind of flow through you. And so I think that element of, and then also the dreaming, the, not quoting the Sandman, but like the dreaming element of being an artist, of visualizing a world, imagining a scenario, seeing certain things. It's very like big, open, imaginative, and you understand the power of limitless possibility. And I think that the idea that we're just some organisms with an endoskeleton walking around just trying to survive and procreate, like I think that's boring. I think that's very boring, because why are we even able to think about those things? Why am I able to think about the thing that I'm thinking about, that I am? And I think that those are the questions that artists think about. And the same thing with scientists. As I've said, science and art, those are the only two things that really matter. Everything is in between those things, but they're both interchangeable, because science reveals fantastic things that most of us may not ever imagine. Artists are able to tap into and project concepts that might be real. So the two of them together, it's great. It's like, it's empirical, but it's also visionary. And but the empirical evidence also, which is great about science, is that they don't say that they know anything for sure. It's like, we just know what we know in this given time, and this is the consensus of where we're at right now. our understanding could change because our theoretical element is now saying, well, maybe this could be a product of this. It's theoretical, and then we invent some instruments or whatever, and then suddenly we're like, actually, a little bit of that theory is true, and then it evolves. So, and art kind of does the same thing in that techniques evolve, ways of representing things evolve. It's a never-ending cascade of possibility when it comes to what art can create and what it can project and how it affects people. And the same thing with science. Science is like, well, we're curious, we want to find stuff out, but we also want to be empirical about it. And both methods are very, very interrelated because they inspire one another. Spaceship design is inspired by earlier science fiction writers. Science fiction writers write about certain formations of hierarchical society or non-hierarchical society, and then suddenly down the line there's a civilization that starts using some of those ideas or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like they all influence each other. So
I love that. Yeah, it's like a choreographed dance. We need both partners, the realists and the dreamers, for it to continue. Got a couple music questions for you, Reggie.
Oh, nice.
Let's go. Joss Horror on Instagram asks, have you ever sampled any sound from UFO or alien movies for your freestyles and loops? By the way, I love your work and thank you for talking about UFOs, Joss says.
Oh, sick. That's awesome. It's my pleasure. It's one of my favorite things. No, I have not. But I do a lot. I take a lot from science fiction movies. Like, so sometimes like in my sets, I'll be whatever doing my thing. It may not be musical, but sometimes I'll pretend I'm in like a giant like mech suit or whatever. And, and so I'm just like, or a jet, where it's just like, like all these like sounds that I hear and I mimic because I'm just fascinated with them. So I do sample the things that I'm exposed to and use them vocally or conceptually in my pieces.
Love that. I love that. Isaac, kind of in the same vein, Isaac on Facebook asks, does your understanding of sound, rhythm, and harmony affect your understanding in relationship with the phenomenon? If so, how?
I think it does because, again, we're just an intersection of frequency detecting sensors, and we're an intersection of those things. So most of us have all of the senses, some of us don't, or some of us have lost a few of those senses, but we have enough of them that we can still localize ourselves in space. And so I think that being a musician, especially because music is so dependent on frequency and vibration, sympathetic dissonance, harmonics, like all of these elements that music is what life is. And I think when you realize like vibe, intent, like I was on the airplane yesterday. And yes, I had a little bit of a hash edible, but it was the first time I'd experienced this. I was on the airplane took off. And as you know, there's a lot of sounds an airplane makes when it takes off. Mm-hmm. And some people are afraid of those things. But for me, I start to notice what those things are. So when you hear that after the plane is taken off, you that's just the landing gear. It's the rotation of the tires after it's left the tarmac. They're still rotating. And then as the landing gear go in, you hear the speed roll off until they're finally stop rotating. And I felt that. I felt it through the floor because I was closer to the front of the plane and the front landing gear. I felt when that wheel stopped rotating. And then I knew the flaps were coming up because the plane started to feel a little bit different. Then all the noises. And then here's the incredible thing. The guy next to me was sneezing and I wasn't wearing a mask. And I was like, oh shit, this guy's just sneezing. But I knew that it wasn't COVID. Well, okay, I 98% knew. In my head, I knew that it wasn't because I knew that it was allergies. I could tell by the way he was sniffing and the way that he was breathing that it was allergies. It wasn't,
Wow.
I'm sick. So these types of things and that was like yesterday, and that was kind of like a new moment for me in a way, because I started going, oh, I understand what's going on with this thing. Or you're on a bridge and you're hearing it creak or whatever, you're like, no, that's just the structure giving way because it needs to be flexible. Or, or oh no, oh, that is an earthquake. Like there have been many times where I've gotten up I was in a yoga class and I got up and I was like, earthquake or whatever. People thought I was crazy and they didn't feel anything. And then like in the news report, it's like a 3.3 earthquake, whatever. So I think being a musician, in short, if you want to, not all musicians do this, but there's a higher likelihood that you're sensitive to vibrations and shifts in energy around you. And that's how improvisation works. That's why music is so magical, why it just like it feels like you're levitating when something really starts to take off and everything's feeding off of each other. And it reaches a synchronicity where it's just like, and it's all like synchronized. And like those plates that you see, people run vibrational frequencies and they pour sand on it. And you see, they'll turn up the frequency and then you'll see the shape kind of look like this. And then they'll change the frequency and it'll go like that type of stuff. You're aware of that those molecules are taking on shapes according to vibration. So long answer, but I love that question because it's something I've been encountering or more sensitive to lately. I think that when it comes to phenomena like UAP and so forth, or alien intelligence and so forth, I think that it lets you know that you have access to all of that, which is to say we have access to all forms of consciousness, and alien or otherwise, because there isn't really, at least this is in my humble opinion, there isn't such thing as alien consciousness. It's like we are all part of consciousness. And so it's just the revelation of different forms of consciousness. And also, and then I'll add this, I love the term life form, because whenever I see an ant, when I see like scanning electron microscope, shot of a water bear or whatever, they're all life forms. They're forms of life. And these forms of life are all around us and we're all a part of it. We're all life. But as humans, we like to think, well, because I'm conscious and I can decide that I can do this and do this or make this, like this makes me different from all the rest of life. It's like, it's just a bunch of bullshit. It's like, we're all made of the same shit. It's all just frequencies and vibrations and formations of matter and consciousness observing itself. But anyways, that.
I love it. Life form for sure, man.
Yeah.
Last musical question.
Yeah.
What is your favorite musical instrument that you've yet to use? Anything you just haven't been able to get your hands on or even start to practice yet?
Wow, an instrument that I haven't used that I want to. I'd say it's an instrument that doesn't exist yet. There's an instrument I use loopers for my performances, and there is no looper that I absolutely love. Like I have an electric car that I 100% love. Like I'm completely satisfied driving this vehicle, like 100%. And in my life, that's what I look for. I look for experiences of total satisfaction. But I'm not so harsh that I'm going to miss it. Like I do take note, like flashlights, like this flashlight, not this one particularly, there's another one, but there's a flashlight that I use that I'm 100% satisfied with. Like there's nothing I would change really about the design, well, except for a USB-C port for recharging. But other than that, I'm fully satisfied. So I guess what I'm saying is, wait a minute, what was I talking about?
No, the instrument you've yet to use is the instrument that's yet to be created. Gotcha. Right?
Yeah, I'm back. I went too far out. But so why I said all that is because I don't have a looping pedal. The Line 6, which is the most well-known pedal that I use. That Line 6 is almost a perfect pedal. It's very close, but not quite. And then the other multi-track loopers I use, they do their jobs well, and I can make music with it, but I can't rock that shit in a hardcore way intuitively, because the controls are not intuitive. And so I guess I just say that there is an instrument that I want to play. I would love to develop some kind of a cello like looking instrument that had multiple buttons that I could, manipulate, and then I could also tilt, which would create effects, or move forward that would create effects that I could hold close to my body, and I could just really integrate with and play rhythms and chords and also trigger looping things. So the answer is that that instrument doesn't exist yet. So I'm working on it.
Love it. Love it. It's constantly evolving. Well, I guess here's one last question I found really interesting that I'd love to get your thoughts, kind of wrap things up, Reggie. Hampton Steves on Twitter asks, is love an illusion born of biological necessity?
I love that. Yeah, I think I saw that on Twitter. Yeah. I thought that was an excellent question. I'm glad that you asked it. I think it's both. I think that there's definitely, chemicals that are released that are you responding to a vibe, a physical representation, and a vibration that you get from somebody that you're with that says, hey, man, you should hang with this person. On a biological level, it's like you should hang with this person because you're going to make great offspring. That's definitely there. It's like, boy, you should get together with that person because those kids, they're going to be really cool. There's definitely that. Whether that's true or not, that's the message that biology is like, yeah, let me hook on to you so we can make more of you. But I think that love is a greater energy than that. I think that love is, love is like, to me, love is the building block of all reality. I think that all of reality is love, and I think that anything else is, not love. It's or getting, let's say, it's further away from love. It's desynchronizing with love. Whether it's like people are frustrated all the time, or people are angry all the time, or people complaining all the time, all the stuff that we can do as humans, we can choose to be however we want to be. I think that for some weird reason, according to this current manifestation of reality, it seems to be easier to complain and to be frustrated and angry about stuff. And it's harder to just be like, you know what? Like, I think Sarah Silverman, I watched a thing on Instagram that she did. She had this realization that I thought was pretty great, where she woke up, and this is probably, some version of this is in Buddhist and Taoist, writings, but she woke up going like, nothing matters, everything sucks, or whatever. And I understand that thinking, like, nothing matters, then, why are we even here? What's blah, 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 blah. But then she kind of like took it full circle, and she was about to do a show, and she does kind of like what I like to do before a show, which is like, people say like, what do you do before a show? And I'm like, I don't do anything. I just like fuck around with people until it's absolutely time to get on the stage. And then as I'm approaching the stage, I say to myself, you know what? None of this fucking matters. Just fuck it. Like that's my attitude. I go on stage and I just go up there and I just do what needs to happen in that moment. And I think that that's kind of the thing that you arrive at when you're like, oh, all this shit that I'm so, I do it every day with the news cycle. I need to take breaks. I really honestly do. But I'll do that with it because I'm like, no, this is moving in the wrong direction, and then I'm just thinking, how does this affect my general outlook in life? Like, am I really going to like ruin my day with shit that ultimately doesn't matter? Because as long as I'm being the best person I can be, and I'm trying to project that in the world around me, wherever I go, I'm trying to do my best wherever I go, and other people are doing that, and we're recognizing that one another. It's like, oh, this person's trying. Oh, this person helped this person with this thing. Yeah, they have totally different ideologies, but they both fixed that plank that was loose in the fence. Like these are things that I live for in life. And so yeah, I think that love is kind of everything. That's like the constant that's there if we want to listen to it, but it's easy to forget and to get lost into all the dramatic things. So your life can feel like a constant crisis, or you can be in what I like to call a solution-based mind state, which is like, you can be affected by something, you can process the emotion of something, but create a solution so that that doesn't occur again, or less likelihood, of that occurring. But just be in a solution based, because otherwise, if we're all just like, oh fuck, everything sucks, everything, it gets us nowhere. And then we're 80 years old looking back on our lives going like, God, I was really healthy and I had a perfectly functioning body, and look at all that time I wasted like fucking around with me being just, disappointed about shit when shit was mostly fine, but helping each other is the important thing.
I love that. I absolutely love that. Well, looking towards the future, Reggie, where scientific breakthroughs, technology, like you said earlier, we had this huge boom back during the industrial age, obviously, and with space exploration. And now we're living in a world of, where quantum physics is becoming more of a reality. And looking at the UFO topic that way as well. With all of this happening at a rapid pace, do you think we'll ever truly know what these UFOs or UAPs are or represent? Do you have hope that we'll ever know the truth about what all of this stuff is, or will it remain a mystery for forever? I know you always say life is, always happening. Life just keeps happening. Will we always live in the mystery, or will we get those answers? What do you personally feel?
I think we will, and on some level, we already know. I think it's like, but it's nice to have that certainty. I guess that's something that we as humans we love. We love like knowing something. We love a certainty. But I think that. For me, I think that it's, I'm interested in something I call the paradoxical state, which is being aware of all infinite possibilities and being aware of the absence of those possibilities simultaneously. Because in that moment where those two things intersect, I call it it's a paradoxical state. In that state, you realize all things are possible, but all things are not possible at the same time, which to me is the truest state of reality. In a way, without it's just like it just cascades into an infinite like yin yang, positive, negative. But I think that in our current reality, we can achieve understanding. We can definitely achieve knowledge through the discovery of things and the understanding of things and the acceptance of things. And I think that we definitely will know. We have to. It's a phenomenon, right? It's something that observable. And I think that we definitely will, because if it exists, then it's reproducible or it's re-experienceable. And there is an answer for its existence, because everything has a place and everything is useless simultaneously. But I think it's like, but without being cheeky, I do think that it is possible that we will know what these things are, because in a way, I think we kind of already do. I think that we're trying to match what we think it is with what it could be, and I think at a certain point, those things will meet at a scale at which we can all mostly witness and agree and experience.
I love that. Yeah, it's sort of a collective reality, as it were. I love that, man. This conversation went in directions I wasn't expecting, man, and I'm so happy it did. Because I thought we were going to talk about presidents and UFOs for like an hour, but this has been such a rewarding conversation for me as a UFO podcaster. So obviously, I want to thank you for giving me way more time than I anticipated. But lastly, man, obviously, can you tease anything you're up to that you're going to be doing, and where can everyone find everything you're up to?
Yeah, there's a few things up in the air right now, things being pitched, but I can say that generally, like one is my book is getting finished, my autobiography, and that should be, I don't know, hopefully out within less than a year. So you'll hear about it. It's called Great Falls, and I have a couple music shows that we're going to be pitching, kind of getting back to the roots of just having a show that I'd be hosting, and we'd have bands playing live on the show, but up and coming bands. And then of course the number one rule to playing on the show is that you can have no backing tracks. no computer with a space bar that you hit. It all has to be played and performed live. Yeah, so that, and then also a project that I'm doing with AI, a show that I'll be creating that revolves around AI and its current insane, rapid implementation and evolution.
Interesting. Oh, that's a whole other conversation we could have. We'll have to have you come back on sometime, man.
Please.
I know
Anytime.
you're a busy dude. Well,
anytime.
Reggie, man, I got to thank you for accepting the invitation, for coming on a UFO podcast. And again, this is a very rewarding conversation for me. So thank you for joining me on Somewhere in the Skies.
Thanks, Mr. Sprague. And enjoy Scotland.
Cheers to that, buddy. I'll tip back a scotch for you for sure.
Please.